Welcome back, councillors. This meeting is now resumed. Are there any apologies? Councillor Addaman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wish to advise that Councillor Marks will be absent today, and I move that she be granted a leave of absence.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Addaman and seconded by Councillor Toomey that Councillor Marks be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Are there any further apologies? We are currently in Program 2, the Infrastructure for Brisbane program. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I was to speak on Program 2. There's a lot to get through here, so let me start with a sort of local one adjoining my ward, the Cabbage Tree Creek bikeway project that you spoke about in your debate yesterday. And what an interesting little story that was. Sometimes left out a few details, left out a few facts in the debate. And it's always interesting listening to Councillor Landers when she comes out of the chair down into enter the debate and sort of listen to the fairy tale that sometimes gets made up about projects. But here are some of the facts. Councillor Landers said the state government, the former Labor state government, handed over the land to complete that bikeway back in 2024. And what she forgot to say was that back in 2024, that land transfer also came with $5 million from the state government, which was more than enough to complete that project. And then, so Councillor Landers said it was at the very end of the Labor government, that land transfer happened, $5 million was committed, and then guess what happened? Brent Mickelberg held that money back for 2 years. For 2 years. And when that first bit of land was transferred on the northern side of Cabbage Tree Creek, Councillor Landers whacked up all these fences which split a mob of wallabies in half, and we had wallabies smashing into steel fences, being split up from their joeys. I mean, this has been an unmitigated LNP disaster, this Cabbage Tree Creek bikeway, and Councillor Landers leaves out all of these facts. So after Bart Mellish secured that land transfer, secured $5 million for council, and then after 2 years of Councillor Landers and this LNP administration just sitting on their hands, not once did they go and knock on Brent Mickelberg's door and say, "Where is the money? Show me the money." Not once. Not once did they do that. And it took 2 years finally, after more advocacy from Bart Mellish, to actually get that money released. So we're glad to see that project is finally coming to fruition now. No thanks to the LNP. If we left it to them, this project would never ever have happened. Never would have happened. Now, that's a sorry and sad tale of LNP neglect, right? There was a project that was funded and was there, and the LNP, through their own decisions, whether it's at a state level or here at a council level, have been stiffing the community. Now, what's another example of LNP neglect?
Story Bridge.
Story Bridge.
Of course.
Story Bridge. Now, this is a sorry and sad tale for all of Brisbane, not just for one part of Brisbane, as that Cabbage Tree Creek bikeway example is. Now, the Lord Mayor's been hiding documents for not just for months, but years now from the people of Brisbane. It took me months and months and months to access documents under RTI. Now, these are just documents that were given to an external party outside of council. These were documents that were provided to the so-called Restoration Committee. They were not council officers, they were not councillors, but council gave them all of those documents unredacted. Just sent them on over. They're friends. Now, when we asked for those documents through a file request, we were denied. When we asked for them through an RTI, we received 60 pages here of a report, which is pretty damning on its own, but has all of those figures redacted.
What do they want to hide?
What are they trying to hide? And then 700 pages of unreleased documents. This is what it looks like. This is what transparency looks like when it comes to the LNP and the Story Bridge. This is what transparency looks like. Not one page has been publicly released. So the question for this Lord Mayor and a test of his leadership today is, why won't you release the Story Bridge files?
Release the files.
Why won't you release the Story Bridge files? What are they hiding? Now, the document we did get released, this 60-page document, talks about council's neglect. And it also references the information that is contained within these 700 pages. And it shows how important that is to be released to the public.
Yeah.
It says in 2015, an investigation into the Story Bridge identified the presence of crevice corrosion and showed the bridge would soon be nearing the time when recoating would be required to prolong the life of the bridge. But it also says, leading up to that point, where they discovered that the bridge all that time ago, 11 years ago now, was terribly corroded. This report also details that there have been reduced levels of maintenance over decades.
Oh, they knew.
What else are they hiding?
Including changes to workforce, just like Councillor Strunk spoke about yesterday.
Yep.
And I've spoken to other people who have or may still work in that area and who lament the lack of funding and the lack of staff who have been allocated to maintain the Story Bridge. Now, this report also says that the repainting project announced in 2019, which was at that point managed internally through knowledge, apparently, of maintenance activities, it then after that had to escalate into a full restoration as the condition was worse than expected. But it wasn't, was it? Because way back in 2013 and 2015, they had the knowledge. They knew and they were warned and warned and warned, and they did nothing about it.
Wow.
Now, there is a maintenance philosophy that is talked about in here that should be followed, and that is to retain the bridge in service indefinitely through maintenance.
Wow.
It doesn't talk about at the 85th year announcing that it needs a $3.5 billion restoration, and if the Lord Mayor can't get a deal, he'll put a toll on it.
Yeah.
That's not what the maintenance philosophy talks about. That's what the LNP philosophy talks about.
That's their choice.
That is their choice. They made these decisions over a long period of time.
They sure did.
And we're all living with the consequences of those decisions. Now, the Lord Mayor has got up here and claimed that he spent, he often uses different figures, but I think $120 or $130 million over a long period of time, he says. And so in this report, which is an internal council report, it talks about the funding history. And what it says in here is that scope and funding of $138 million for restoration was previously stated in the public arena. That doesn't sound unequivocal to me. This report just says the Lord Mayor stated in the public arena that $138 million.
I think he made a mistake.
So then it goes through to break down all of the expenditure and maintenance on the Story Bridge. But guess what?
They won't tell us.
All of it is redacted.
What are they trying to cover up?
So if we've got a $138 million figure here that the Lord Mayor has publicly stated was spent on the Story Bridge, why are they hiding the breakdown?
Why will it add up?
Why are they hiding the breakdown?
What are they scared to be revealed about?
Now, through here it says a lot of interesting things.
I'll bet.
A lot of interesting things, which points to a lot more interesting things that the LNP are keeping hidden. But it clearly outlines that it is through a lack of maintenance on the Story Bridge, a lack of staff allocated to do that maintenance, that this LNP regime are 100% responsible for the destruction of the Story Bridge.
20 years.
And we get the Lord Mayor saying that if he can't get the federal government to fund 80% of the bridge, and then ran up the white flag and said to the state government, can you just please fund 10% of that?
What a joke.
He would put a toll on the bridge. Well, how much did we see allocated in the state budget for the restoration of the Story Bridge?
Zero.
Anyone?
Zero.
I'll take an interjection.
Zero.
Zero, 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 zero. It's $0.
Shame.
This is this Lord Mayor's legacy.
They passed that legislation.
They passed the legislation to allow a toll to be put on the Story Bridge. The Lord Mayor has engineered a way of getting that toll on the Story Bridge because that's what he wanted
Councillor
all
Cassidy, your
along.
time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you. I'll take the interjection from Councillor Griffiths. Oh no, because I'm very pleased to stand here today and speak on program 2 and correct a lot of the record. Thank you for your protection, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, please. Councillor Adams, you spoke too soon. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, it was a supportive interjection. I said this will be good.
Well, that's refreshing. Thank you, councillor. Okay. Now if we can... Thank you. Now if we can all listen to Councillor Adams, that'd be wonderful. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've never heard a positive groan, but that's interesting. Program 2 is around prioritising and preserving existing city infrastructure, effectively maintaining it for safety, for reliability and for continued community benefit. And that is exactly what we see in this program today. Regardless of the continuous complaining and whinging, and I have to say, fantasy we heard for some of those opposite over the last half a day, this program is about making sure that we maintain those infrastructure, small and large, for full community benefit right across the city. It can be as small as something we do for $5,000 in our CEF in the local habitat group, or as large as the Story Bridge.
One moment, please, councillor. Councillor Collier. It's very inappropriate. There were no people calling out during Councillor Cassidy's speech, and I expect the same for other councillors. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was saying, it can be from the smallest thing that you deliver in your CEF to the largest things like the Story Bridge and major bridges that we have delivered. And the one thing that we do see that is happening in this city and has happened, as Councillor Strunt said, how well this administration has done over the last 23 years, is that Brisbane people do keep supporting this administration year upon year because we have a proven track record of delivering, maintaining and effectively looking after the infrastructure in this city. That's right. I'll start with Councillor Strunk. Councillor Strunk very interestingly congratulated Lord Mayor Newman on the delivery of City Hall. Thank you, Councillor Strunk. I know you weren't here, but it was a very crowded little space that we had up just the road in Ann Street. There was a couple of us that were still here then. But you know why Lord Mayor Newman had to do City Hall? There was a little in tray on the desk when he came in, and right at the bottom of the in tray, there was a nasty little brief that said City Hall has got concrete cancer and needs to be fixed. How long was that sitting in the in tray? Decades. But we didn't see from 1991 to 2004 any plans to look after the People's Palace. And that was just the first of the infrastructure that we have delivered in this administration. Interestingly now, $215 million. What a bargain. Absolute bargain for the work we did here. Thank goodness we did it then and we weren't trying to do it with the concrete costs that we have nowadays as well. But that is exactly what this administration does. I'm doing it now. Pull up your sleeves and get the work done. We hear again the fantasy from Councillor Cassidy, who believes he's got this amazing smoking gun on Story Bridge. The Story Bridge is 85 years old. Yes. My mum is nearly 85 years old, and I can assure you she has needed a lot of maintenance in the last few years. Like every good Queenslander needs a lot of maintenance in the last few years. I was very proud to be playing pickleball against her the other day, and she nearly beat me, so there's a worry on that as well. But she needs a bit of renewal. No, she doesn't need renewal yet. She's had one knee done, maybe a second knee. But that is the reality. And we have spent more than $80 million since 2019 and over $120 million over the past 20 years, ensuring that we look after the old girl over there. But guess what? It is end of life. This is next level. And the Bradfield Highway needs support from the federal government. If it's good enough for the Bruce, it's good enough for the bridge. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And we heard a lot about what Councillor Johnson's had to put up with for 18 years, and I won't start about what I've had to put up with for 18 years. But there is one constant with Councillor Johnson. There is one constant. She will always complain about what she does and doesn't get in the budget. This year, it was because she only got 2 roads. One of those, millions of dollars on Ipswich Road, that actually is fantastic for the entire area. Last year, she complained when she got 25 roads resurfaced. So there is one constant. Councillor Johnson will never be happy. And that's my experience of 18 years with Councillor Johnson. I have to make a comment on Councillor Griffith's math, that what he's seeing in the budget book is that there's 2-to-1 projects to the administration. 2-to-1. Well, if he'd done his math and done 18-to-7 on the admin to opposition, it's actually 2.5-to-1. We're being ripped off, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Strunk, for your supportive interjection. It is a ratio, but it's also delivering across all of Brisbane. And if you listen to those opposite, particularly Councillor Collier and Councillor Griffith, we want everything we want now. We want everything we want now in our wards. But we actually run this city for the whole of the city. And it's done across priorities across the entire city, which means sometimes I don't get what I want in my ward, and it means sometimes the western suburbs are forgotten, Councillor Adaman, but it's about the whole of the city. I really did enjoy hearing a little bit of Councillor Abrahams coming back into the chambers yesterday, because I heard a road diet speech from Councillor Chongwa. But I couldn't really figure out when there was, I want more LATMs, I want more LATMs. And hey, I'm standing here being attacked by the opposition for delivering an LATM at the moment, by the way. Be careful what you wish for, Councillor Chongwa, is what I would say. But at the same time, where she wants 4 LATMs in her ward, she then wants you to put yellow lines all down the street so the congestion can be stopped on the main road. So what is it, Councillor Chongwa? Slow it down or speed it up? It was a rhetorical question through you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. And I think there was a comment from Councillor Griffiths that CEF was introduced by the ALP. No. When I came into council in 2008, what we had was infrastructure charges, which were in headworks at the time, and each ward got the headworks for their community infrastructure, and the councillor could spend that in the ward for the headworks that were actually accumulated for your ward. That meant Councillor Hinchcliffe at the time, Councillor Howard, through you, Madam Chair, had a lot of money to spend because there was a lot of development and infrastructure charges. I had a fair bit too in Wishart because of Garden City. But there is, again, the forgotten western suburbs, Councillor Adams and Adaman, and even wards like Tennyson and Maruka that didn't have a lot of development going on, so it had minimal infrastructure charges. So when Councillor Graham Quirk became the Lord Mayor, he said, we need to make this more fair and equitable across every ward in the city, so it turned into a suburban enhancement fund, rather than actually the infrastructure charges. So no, it was not introduced. by a Labor administration. It was made fair by a Liberal administration.
One moment, please. Just one moment. Councillor Adams, your
Point of
microphone.
order.
Councillor Griffiths.
Oh, yeah, I know. Getting
No.
another warming. I know.
Do not call out.
I know. I know. Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
Claim to be
Griffiths.
misrepresented.
I don't think anyone was misquoting you, Councillor. It is actually up to the chair. And I was listening very clearly to Councillor
I'm claiming
Adams.
to be misrepresented as a point of order.
No, I don't uphold that. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank Councillor Ryan and the team in the infrastructure portfolio for what is being delivered in my local ward. None of them enormous projects, but sometimes it's the small congestion-busting projects that make the difference around infrastructure, around splitters inside roads, around tweaks on turning bays when you get to lights and intersections, and they can make the biggest difference to some of the busiest areas in our local streets. But I have to say, in this administration, I'm extremely proud of what, over the 23 years and my 18 years, have been delivered through this portfolio. I mentioned City Hall. We were told it was a 5-tunnel fantasy, but we've seen Clem 7, we've seen Legacy Way. We will see the next tunnel come through. We saw the airport link come through. The state government took that one on. Thank you, because the other two should have been state government as well. The Moggle Road overpass has been an amazing project over recent years, but we've also done the Go-Between Bridge, the Kangaroo Point Bridge, the Laurie Bonner Bridge. These are massive infrastructure projects run by a council, not a state. And that is why we get support year after year. The residents of Brisbane know we will maintain a balanced budget, but also deliver and maintain our assets that makes us the most livable city in Australia. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Chonghua, your point of misrepresentation.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I have never mentioned in any speech about yellow lines, so I don't know where you're getting that from. And secondly, I welcome LTMs because I would love us calming our streets for safe streets for people. So I welcome them. So yeah, bring it on in the budget, please, for the Paddington Ward.
Speakers. No further. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I just wanted to rise to make some contributions to Program 2, which is a fantastic program. It's literally where we build the roads that we need to ensure that this city keeps moving. It is a vital way that we deliver new projects, we maintain projects, and we plan for a better future where we can move around our city even more efficiently. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to contribute today is because I heard some remarkable contributions from Councillor Cassidy about information being passed or published to him about the Story Bridge. And I felt it was important for completeness to remind councillors of the true state of facts. When I was the chair of infrastructure, I brought into this room a pile of papers roughly this big, and we tabled them all. They are all publicly available. The distinction you have to make when Councillor Cassidy says these things is there's a difference between what we publish and what he's prepared to read. Because as we know, Councillor Cassidy read none of those papers. I know that because I listened to his debate today and I listened to his debate then and know that he made no effort to read them. So my challenge, the challenge really for us in the administration councillors is we could publish all kinds of things, and we know that Councillor Cassidy won't read them because he has a record of not reading things and just saying whatever he finds most suitable for his argument at the time. Once again, I mean, it goes back to that point I was going to make yesterday. Tired, lazy, out-of-touch opposition. They're out of date. Even I listened to Councillor Strunk's contribution that Sally Ann may well have known about the state of City Hall. Well, Sally Ann probably is up for renewal herself. I wouldn't say that to her face, though. I wouldn't say that to her face. But look, I think it's important to remind people that so just to review how we got here. This council, under this Lord Mayor, has spent a significant amount of money on Story Bridge maintenance, and the amount of money had been increasing. And that is well published. You can read many articles in the, if you're so inclined to read and research, you can find a great range of articles in the Brisbane Times on this topic about our maintenance works. But the truth is that when an asset, which is a Depression era make work project, reaches 100 years of life, a significant intervention is required. Now that is anybody who is fair-minded or has any understanding of asset maintenance understands that. And it's not just the Story Bridge, but most assets. And the truth is our plan to renew the Story Bridge, a well-published, well-considered plan, is the only way to go to make sure that this bridge lasts another 100 years. And I think this idea that somehow this council is hiding things because Councillor Cassidy can't be bothered to read them is not a fair criticism. We have been remarkably open, and we have provided a huge sum of information, and it is laughable that Councillor Cassidy just hasn't bothered to read it. So can I recognise the efforts? Can I recognise the efforts of the Lord Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Murphy in continuing this important renewal work? And I look forward to driving on the Story Bridge for many decades to come.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Then Councillor Murphy, your right of reply.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. This was a tremendous debate, and I thank all councillors who took part in it. It is a very important program for our city, and there's not many parts of council that Infrastructure Services Group does not touch. So once again, Madam Chair, we just go around the grounds and do a bit of cleaning up. I think most of my colleagues have done a great job of that, but there was some mistruths and two truths and a lie, I think, told by Labor councillors. We won't play that game though, but let's start at Councillor Strunk. I think he actually made the best contribution. We know Labor councillors love to scurry out when I get up to do the rebuttal because I tell the truth about what they said. Let's get started. So, Councillor Strunk, I can see why you would stay because you actually made, I thought, one of the most solid contributions of all the opposition councillors. But I did note you said that Story Bridge was neglected just like City Hall. Well, not just like City Hall, because we know it was Labor that neglected City Hall and let it run into the ground. It was the Liberals that are fixing it, that did fix it, in fact. And I think Councillor Adams made a tremendous point. This was something that Labor E&C records show that they hung on to, that they knew, that they received hundreds of briefings about at an E&C level, and they chose to do nothing. This place was not just dealing with technical issues of concrete cancer. This place was deeply inaccessible. This place had no air conditioning. This place was shocking and awful to work in up until 2009 when the restoration started. And the only reason we have wonderful things like lights that are bright and video recording and all of the mod cons that we have in here, things like a women's toilet. Yeah, amazing that we now have a women's toilet for our female councillors, that the Labor Party thought that wasn't good enough for City Hall. That's what we had to fix. Now, Councillor Strunk, you also mentioned that Margie Nightingale, and who is a new Member of Parliament, had been campaigning for decades on Archerfield and Azalea Street, and Milton Dick. It's just not true. The federal black spot funding comes to council, and then we are the ones who nominate the projects that it will be tied to, and they approve them or not. So it is this administration that nominated that intersection to be funded under black spot, and it's this administration that will deliver it for your community. Now, Councillor Johnson spent a lot of time talking about carryovers, and she talked about $20 million of carryovers. You know what 15 million? She tried to tie all of that to the road resurfacing program. Do you know what 15 million of that 20 million is tied to? Not the road resurfacing program, but Cyclone Alfred damage that is yet to be paid out by the federal government, or that we're still trying to work through approvals for complex things like land slips and remediation that takes time, things that we have to phase with developments, access permits and weather conditions. So again, with Councillor Johnson, we only ever get half the story. Now, Councillor Kim, she had a lot of personal attacks on me, which doesn't bother me too much, the usual stuff from that councillor, but she did complain that she was having trouble getting emails from my office at random times with answers to question on notice. And you'll notice I didn't table anything when I came here because I gave them all the questions on notice that they asked for ahead of time via email. But we know with Councillor Kim, it is hard for her to read her emails because the Lord Mayor gets emails from her constituents saying that she doesn't get back to them on issues. So we know that maybe that wouldn't happen, Councillor Kim, if you weren't in other people's wards trying to deal with issues that you have nothing to do with. Maybe you should just worry about your ward, not other people's wards. We know that Councillor Owen would never have been caught out doing that. Councillor Owen was assiduous at taking care of Callumvale ward, and that was one thing she prided herself on. Now, Councillor Cassidy talks about the Story Bridge files, a big favourite thing of him. This is a conspiracy theory up there with Area 51, you know, Roswell, New Mexico, Flat Earth theory, the Min lights, the Loch Ness Monster. I saw Councillor Wines wheel in a literal trolley full of thousands of documents, thousands of pages of documents. He put them over there and they didn't look at them once. They didn't look at them. I think that maybe performatively they went over there, they had a little, you know, and then they walked back. They didn't do any work to actually see what was in those documents. And you know what they're clutching at straws at now? They're saying, oh, there's some commercial in confidence information here which is related to the current restoration that they cannot get access to because it's literally commercial in confidence. But they have data and engineering reports going back decades. And they still have not found one credible engineer in the city that says the LNP did not do a good job of maintaining the Story Bridge. Not one credible engineer. Isn't it weird? The only people saying we didn't
Murphy, your time
maintain the Story Bridge is them.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion for adoption. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Adaman. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillor Dixon, I take it you're on the aye side. Hands up. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour.
Councillors, please resume your seats. That is carried. And that concludes the Infrastructure for Brisbane program. I will now ask Councillor Davis to present the next program, Sustainable City. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that for the Sustainable City program, 1, the budget allocation by program as set out on page 15, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 71 to 77, so far as they relate to program 3, be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Adaman that for the Sustainable City program, the budget allocation for program as set out on page 15 and to the annual operational plan as set out on pages 71 to 77, so far as they relate to program 3, be adopted. Is there any debate? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I make my remarks on what the coming year looks like for Program 3, I'd like to give some words of thanks to the people who made the delivery of the program possible. Firstly, I want to thank the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor for their hard work in delivering a sensible and balanced budget. I also want to acknowledge CEO Kerry Freeman, along with everyone who had a hand in bringing together and delivering for Program 3 through the budget process. So Tim and his group executive team, Program Manager Wade, our finance team, Dave, Rachel and Kate, Kerry and Elizabeth with the team in News, Matt and the team in Wars, Howard and the City Resilience team, Tracy and the team at Brisbane Sustainability Agency, Juliet and the team at City Parklands, but a very special shout out to the team that I work with at Brisbane Square, Patrick, Mandy and Aidan for their incredible work through this budget process, but also to my team at the McDowell Ward office. They don't get to see the chairs too much during the budget process, and I'm very grateful for them keeping the home fires burning. Madam Chair, it will be a busy and rewarding year ahead in Program 3. Brisbane holds a title that no other capital in the country can lay claim to, the best city in the world to raise a family in. And the year ahead is about maintaining and extending that standing through all that we do. We are a city shaped by its landscape, more than 2,100 parks, around 4,000 kilometres of waterways, and an urban forest that cools our city. And the 26-27 budget puts our money where it matters, protecting those assets, growing them and keeping Brisbane both the most livable and the most biodiverse capital in the nation. After last year's changes, this is also the year in which the full breadth of Program 3 comes into its own. Drainage and catchment resilience, open space, waste and resource recovery and city resilience sitting together under Program 3 allows us to plan and deliver for residents in a more aligned way than ever before. And on that theme of alignment, we've said farewell to tree planting, tree maintenance and mowing along our roads and verges as they now sit with Program 2 for more efficient coordination through their chair, Councillor Ryan Murphy. Madam Chair, a good local park is the kind of amenity people measure their neighbourhood by, and in the year ahead we will keep building and renewing them right across the city. The Delivering New Parks for Brisbane program drives much of that work. The year will see us finalise the design of a new recreation node at Ellen Grove Recreation Reserve and get underway on upgrades to Abbeyville Street Park at Upper Mount Gravatt and Keating Park at Indooroopilly. We'll also open a new nature trail link which will link the community to Makaranga Crescent Park at Castledine. At 7th Brigade Park in Chermside, we'll finalise the design and start work on new recreation facilities, including an off-road cycling skills track and a multi-use sports area, while consulting the community on improvements to the much-loved Fort Playground. Through delivering iconic parks for Brisbane, our flagship destinations will see real activity. At Mowbray Park, we'll have finalised the detailed design and commenced construction of the new elements. We'll also be working with the Croquet Club to consider ways that we can improve their facilities in the adjacent leased area. And we will refresh infrastructure and amenities at Wickham Park in Spring Hill and New Farm Park and roll out new interpretive wayfinding through the City Botanic Gardens to enhance the visitor experience. Madam Chair, our Bayside foreshores are where a great many Brisbane families spend their weekends, and they are a focus for this year ahead. At Wynnum, Manly and Lota, we will take the 20-year foreshore vision and master plan back to the community, then scope early works to improve paths, play spaces and access along the water. Work will also begin this year on upgrades to the wading pool and Pandanus Beach, both strongly supported in the community feedback. And at Brighton, we will complete the Australian government-funded upgrade with new picnic facilities, pathways, accessible amenities, a beach access ramp and landscaping. Another of Brisbane's signature destinations, of course, is Mount Cootha, which draws more than 1 million visitors a year, and the year ahead is a pivotal one for its future. On Council's behalf, Brisbane Sustainability Agency is shaping a long-term plan for the whole precinct, the Botanic Gardens, the Planetarium, the Summit, the Trail Network and the Quarry. This year, BSA will put the draft Mount Cootha Precinct Plan out for public consultation, then finalise it ahead of an implementation program. This budget also funds work to begin on the summit, visitor facilities, replacing infrastructure that is old and inaccessible. So one of our busiest destinations is ready for the visitor numbers ahead of the 2032 Games. And on the 2032 Games, the year ahead is about giving Brisbane's athletes, from junior club players to elite competitors, the grounds they need, and the Delivering Sports Parks for Brisbane project is central to that effort. In our fastest growing community, we will deliver the Pollara District Sports Park, a major new project bringing outdoor fields, a clubhouse and sporting infrastructure. Just up the road at Ellen Grove, this year we'll see detailed design approvals and procurement process for tennis and pickleball courts, a clubhouse and amenities. At Honeyeater Street Park in Upper Kedron, we will design and build new informal sports fields, cricket nets and a toilet block backed by the Queensland Government's Games On program. And at Roachdale, we'll start the feasibility and concept work for a new metropolitan scale sports park. Madam Chair, the title of Australia's most biodiverse capital rests on the bushland and reserves we look after, and the year ahead carries a full program of works to protect them. Our bushland acquisition program, buying land of high ecological value continuously since 1990, will keep growing a connected, resilient network of natural areas as we identify and secure new properties this year. Through environmental offsets, we will restore a further 104 hectares of habitat at sites stretching from Cannon Hill to Capera to Colo, building living corridors for koalas and other native wildlife while drawing in external partners to share the cost. In our conservation reserves, we'll continue to protect habitat, support wildlife and reduce bushfire risk. This includes a new natural habitat enhancement project to improve around 3,000 hectares of degraded habitat and maintain more than 3.5 hectares of high quality habitat, including at Karawatha Forest, Toohey Forest and Brighton Wetlands. We'll also continue planned burns, fuel load monitoring, fire trail works and specialist training, working with Queensland Parks and Wildlife and the Queensland Fire Department to help keep residents and wildlife safe. We will keep wiping out weeds and invasive species in our reserves, leased land and sporting fields, including the aerial baiting of fire ants under the national program. The Towards 2032 planting program will continue to green the gateways, walking routes and accommodation precincts around proposed games venues, planting shade that will outlast, of course, the event itself. And through community street tree planting, 3 events at Belmont, Cannon Hill and Everton Park will put trees in the hands of residents as they play their own part in cooling our streets and their neighbourhoods. Madam Chair, as the koala capital of the nation, the year ahead deepens our partnerships with the researchers leading the fight against threats our koalas face. In 26-27, our koala research continues with QUT on the koala chlamydia vaccine and with the University of Queensland on treating sick koalas and rebuilding local populations. We will also launch the Koala Conservation Partnerships program, creating 25 new Habitat Brisbane groups in key koala corridors and supporting landowners, school and businesses to protect koala habitat. Our koala fodder plantation at Wacol will continue supplying free eucalypt stems through the RSPCA network to support sick and injured koalas and their carers and researchers working to protect them. Brisbane is also one of the few cities anywhere to share creeks with platypus. Through our Boost Platypus by 2032 plan and our Platy Partnerships research with the University of New South Wales and Wildlife Queensland, and with the support of the Australian Government funding, the year ahead will see us begin the final stage of platypus habitat rehabilitation at Bullockhead Creek in Sumner and start fresh works along Rick Natras Creek in Darra. We know that healthy creeks support both wildlife and local communities, and this year our Natural Waterway Rehabilitation Project will focus investment where it can make the greatest difference. That includes bank repairs at Kedron Brook and Stable Swant Creek. Revegetation works at Eckenbin Creek will also be undertaken. At Kingfisher Creek in Woolloongabba, we will progress the next stage of the Norman Creek transformation with the priority precinct creating a greener corridor for walking, cycling, open space and healthier water. Revegetation along the Oxley Creek corridor will continue under its transformation master plan, including finishing the first stage of the Graceville Riverside Parklands and pressing on with the federally funded Archville Wetlands Habitat project. Madam Chair, the Kedron Brook Vision is our long-term commitment to one of the North Side's most loved corridors. Through the first round of consultation, residents indicated their interest in stronger pedestrian and bikeway links, improved lighting and amenity, greater protection for the environment and better flood resilience and drainage, and we will soon release the draft vision and master plan for the next round of community consultation. Madam Chair, the year ahead carries a serious investment in drainage and flood resilience. Through the Drainage Construction and Resilience Project, 35 projects in the year ahead will benefit flood-affected properties, with a further 5 projects targeting road flooding. Through the Stormwater Infrastructure Project, we'll invest in growing parts of the city, finishing the dedicated stormwater outlet for the Pollara wetland and delivering works at Ford Road at Rochdale. Queensland Government funding through the Residential Activation Fund will support stormwater works that help unlock around 530 new homes. We'll also complete the third and final stage of fitting water level sensors to our backflow devices, giving us real-time information during a flood event, and as part of the Drury Street works at West End, install 3 new backflow devices to guard against river flooding. When flooding does threaten, Floodwise helps us to monitor and forecast conditions in real time using data from river, creek rainfall and storm side gauges right across the city. This year we will upgrade our flood monitoring network to a new national communication protocol, making it more secure and future ready. We will also continue refining our creek and citywide flood models with 4 major studies, citywide and overland flow, Norman Creek and Oxley Creek among them, due to be completed and built into our systems this year. Madam Chair, Brisbane is recognised as a leader in waste and resource recovery, and the year ahead takes us further along the road to zero waste. Our biggest step this year will be at the pits of our resource recovery centres. We will begin diverting from landfill the self-hold dry waste that residents bring in, material that today is mixed with red bin waste and buried. After a successful trial at Chandler, this work is set to keep more than 50,000 tonnes out of landfill in 26-27, climbing past the 100,000 tonnes a year by the end of the decade. With green waste bins now standard for most Brisbane homes, our focus is on keeping more garden waste out of the red bin and turning it into compost and mulch for our parks and gardens. We know that the former state Labor government's waste levy added a cost to every tonne we send to landfill, and on current trends it could cost households more than $100 a year by 2032 if we do not keep waste out of the ground. That is exactly why every diversion project in this budget matters. It's how we keep costs down for the people of Brisbane. And on that, residents will again receive their full allocation of 10 100 kilogram tip vouchers to use at any one of our 4 resource recovery centres. Practical, ongoing, cost-driving help for households right across the city. Madam Chair, city resilience is about making sure Brisbane is ready when severe weather or disaster strikes. It supports the trained people, systems and volunteers we rely on to run the local disaster coordination centre, operate evacuation centres and respond when the city needs them. In the year ahead, we will keep delivering the work that helps Brisbane prepare, respond and recover, including the Brisbane City SES, our flood information centre and community campaigns like All Hazards Ready for Summer. Madam Chair, there's so much happening in Program 3. As the Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor have said this week, Council is managing real cost pressures and we are doing it with a fraction of the revenue the state and federal governments command. Yet we keep delivering more for our growing city. It will be a full and rewarding year, as I said in our program, and I look forward to delivering for our residents right across Brisbane, and I commend Program 3 budget to the Chamber.
Yeah.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, in Program 3, I'm going to probably talk mostly in regards to the parks, right around Brisbane, and more specifically in my ward. Lord Mayor always says, speak locally, and I try to as much as possible, but sometimes across Brisbane there are some issues. Right, there is some issues, more than often. Anyways, I just want to start off, but before I get into the parks and all that, I just want to start off with this carbon neutrality by 2050. Now, I really remember Graham Quirk actually saying we were carbon neutral back when he was Lord Mayor, right? And now all of a sudden we now want to be carbon neutral by 2050. Oh, geez, I won't tell you how old we'll be at 2050, but it won't be quite a ton. That'll do. But we're going to be 30% by 2031. What the heck happened to our carbon neutrality?
I'll just drop that window.
Yeah, was it all that millions and millions and millions of dollars we spent on carbon credits? The dodgy ones, the ones that we did not do the work. Right? Now we're doing the work, and which is a good thing. You know, especially with the green waste bins, even though I didn't think we were really fair with residents to impose them on them, right? But it's something that we should be doing with that green waste, but we should also be doing it with the food waste as well. Okay, I've made my point. Moving on to parks. This is one of the areas that when I became a councillor, I wanted to see an upgrade of the parks in the Forest Lake Ward, because the previous councillor, who had 2/3 of Forest Lake as a suburb, right, did very little for the upgrading, and I think Emily Kim has found that out in her ward as well. So we set out, we did an audit. We went through every park in Forest Lake, as well as Inala and all the other suburbs as well. And we've been working through those for the last 10 years. But it's becoming exceedingly difficult to be able to maintain the infrastructure in those parks because of the investment that this council is not making in maintaining, not necessarily even replacing, but maintaining our parks and the infrastructure therein. So, and the reactive maintenance isn't doing it. You know, we put in for reactive maintenance just to clean up a pergola, right? Which eventually gets done, but it takes months and months and months. Or we need to replace some timber work, you know, for a little bridge or for inside a pergola, right? Because some of our pergolas actually have timber footings, right, that need to be replaced from time to time. Anyways, so and I said we're not investing, and it's the equipment that's actually is just going up and up and up. That equipment that, you know, replacing swings, climbing frames, right, picnic tables, bench seats, which now cost about $5,000 each. Right? My men's shed keeps saying, we'll make them for like a fraction of that, and they'll be compliant. But now we spend $5,000 on a park bench. So as you can see, CEF funding is not going to keep up with it, and the $117 million that's in this budget for our 2,000 parks right across Brisbane. I think it's more than 2,000 now, because 2,000 was a figure we were using probably about 4 or 5 years ago. But it's certainly more than 2,000 parks now, which is a lot. And we need to increase the investment. The equipment costs alone have really gone up probably 20 and 30% over the last few years. And how are we going to replace all that? How are we going to replace it and keep it maintained if we don't actually increase the budget in this area sufficient to be able to do that, right? So, and some of the other issues in the park are trees. Now, Forest Lake, hello, got a lot of trees, but I'm not the only suburb in Brisbane that has a lot of trees. There's some beautiful suburbs that have very mature trees in their parks, and they're just a treat to actually be part of that environment when you walk in and see a tree that's maybe 150, 200 years old, you know, the old growth trees. And I've got a few of those, and they're quite impressive. I mean, they're ghost gums, mostly, right? But you know, when they're that big around, you know, you think, geez, we want to maintain these, but there's no KPIs anymore. There is not a KPI.
So it solves a lot of problems.
I know. Kick it down the road. A bit like the state government budget. Kick it down the road. Anyways, and listen, most people do like trees. I've got a few people, in the Forest Lake ward that complain about trees, but those are usually street trees that they have problems with falling leaves and all that. But we do get the arborists out there, and they're pretty good at sort of talking them around a bit, right? Which is important that we retain those streetscape trees. But another issue that's cropped up in the last few, at least in my ward anyways, in the last few years, right, have been the infestation of fire ants, right? And fire ants are, honestly, if you've ever been bitten by a fire ant, you'll know that you never want to have one of those in your park where children are playing, right? Now, I know the former member for Parkinson was stepped in a hole which was a nest, and what she described as, the pain was just excruciating, right? And so, bull ants, green ants, they bite. The bite lasts for, the pain lasts for a little time, but fire ant ones, they go for days and days, even when they're treated. We're investing $650,000, and that's not really even an eradication program, right? When we had some at CJ Greenfield, right? When we rang up, they said, well, no, we're not going to treat that. Yeah. Right? First of all, that's a state government issue or a federal government issue. It's not us, right? Not us. But all that's actually happening now through the state government, of course, is they're just sending out these AMDRO kits, right? And the residents have to do it themselves for their own properties, of course. Back when fire ant control was originally set up, of course, they would come out and do even in private property as well as public. But we're just not grasping the nettle here when it comes to fire ants. They're marching, and we're doing less and less and less. And $650,000 isn't anywhere near enough to maintain the control of fire ants' nests in our parks. Right? It's just nowhere near enough. And I just hope the council does wake up and really takes a serious look at this with the state government and the federal government and starts reinvesting in fire ant control, right? It's so important. We've got in regards to our park, we have a sports park precinct in Waterford Road, which the chair mentioned. Now this precinct has been on the planning for about 3 or 4 years now. We've had 2 consultations with one with and one without a plan, a draft plan. We went through all that, and I expected this to actually start construction because, yes, it was a draft plan, but it was pretty much set. Right? Draft plans tend to be set. Especially when they go through all that consultation, right? And I expected it to happen this year in this budget, but I was told that we can't do 2 of these in 1 year. Pallara was the priority, which I understood. I really understood that, but we got to be able to, chew gum and walk at the same time. We should be able to do 2.
They can do 2.
We can do 2. I'm sure we have the capacity to do 2. All right.
It's pushing.
So, anyways, and so it's to say, it was so disappointing that and they're expending $1.2 million in the budget this year for design, which was pretty much all set, and procurement. Now, I don't know why it costs so much money to procure things, right? If you want to go out into the market and buy things, well, you think you wouldn't have to expend a lot of money doing that, but again, I haven't been part of that process, so I don't know. Maybe the chair can answer that one for us.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak in support of Program 3, Sustainable City. Madam Chair, one of the things that makes Brisbane such a great place to live is our incredible network of parks, playgrounds, sporting facilities and natural areas. That's right. No matter where you live in our city, you're never far from a park. A place to kick a footy, walk the dog, ride a bike, play in a playground, or just simply to relax. These are the places where communities come together, and increasingly, as Brisbane continues to grow, they're becoming more important than ever. Because parks are not simply nice things to have, they are essential community infrastructure because they help build stronger, more connected communities. Right. That's why I'm pleased to see continued investment through this year's budget in maintaining, improving and expanding the facilities that Brisbane residents enjoy every day. And of course, Madam Chair, I'm particularly pleased to see a number of important projects being delivered in Marchant Ward. One of the most significant investments in this year's budget is the continued enhancement of the 7th Brigade Park at Chermside. Chair, before I speak about the future of 7th Brigade Park, it's worth reflecting on its history. Many residents know and love the park, but fewer know how it got its name. 7th Brigade Park is named in honour of the Australian Army's 7th Brigade and recognises the significant military history of this area. The park sits on land that once formed part of the former Chermside Army camp during World War II, where thousands of Australian servicemen trained before deployment. It is fitting that one of Brisbane's most significant community parks continues to carry that legacy today. What was once a place dedicated to preparing Australians for service has become a place dedicated to community, recreation and connection. And what a remarkable location it is. Situated in the heart of Chermside, just a short walk from Westfield, the Chermside Library, Kedron Wavell Services Club, the Aquatic Centre and the North Regional Business Centre, the park provides a green heart within one of Brisbane's most important activity centres. As Chermside continues to grow and evolve, open spaces like 7th Brigade Park become even more valuable. They ensure residents can continue to enjoy access to quality recreation opportunities close to home. Madam Chair, when you consider the investment being made in 7th Brigade Park alongside our long-term planning for the Aquatic Centre, precinct and surrounding community infrastructure, it's clear that we are continuing to strengthen Chermside's role as Brisbane's northern capital. A place where people can work, shop, exercise and connect, all within a highly accessible and well-serviced centre. 7th Brigade Park is also home to one of the great community success stories in Brisbane North. Last year, Chermside Park Run celebrated its 10th birthday. Every Saturday morning, hundreds of runners, walkers, volunteers and families gather before setting off on a 5-kilometre course through the park. What began as a simple community event has now become an institution, and it's now one of the most popular park runs on the north side. Madam Chair, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that 7th Brigade Park is one of Brisbane's most important suburban parks, and there's no bias there whatsoever, none at all. But it is why I'm delighted that this budget allocates more than $1.2 million to finalise detailed design and commence delivery of new recreational facilities, including an off-road cycling skills track and a multi-use sports area. These facilities will create new opportunities for active recreation and encourage more young people to get outdoors and participate in healthy activities. Whether it's learning new cycling skills, developing confidence on 2 wheels, or simply enjoying an informal sport with friends and families, these facilities will become a valuable addition to Brisbane's north side. Madam Chair, I'm also pleased to see funding allocated to commence concept planning and community engagement for renewal of the iconic fort-style playground. Now, I suspect many people in this chamber and certainly many residents on Brisbane's north have fond memories of this playground. It's been a feature of 7th Brigade Park for many years. I've been taking my boys to that playground since they were in nappies, and we've attended many a birthday party there. The opportunity to renew and reimagine that space for the next generation is an exciting one, and I look forward to seeing the community involved in shaping its future. Chair, this budget also continues investment in one of Brisbane's most treasured recreational corridors. Around $980,000 will be invested to progress the Shrinner Council's long-term vision for Kedron Brook, including the Brook's very popular bikeways and new lighting. For many residents across Brisbane's north, Kedron Brook is far more than a waterway. It's a commuting corridor and a recreational destination. Every morning and every afternoon, hundreds of Brisbane residents use the Kedron Brook bikeway to travel to work, exercise or simply enjoy the outdoors.
I'd say thousands.
These investments will improve connectivity, enhance safety and ensure this important corridor continues to serve our growing community. Together with our investment in 7th Brigade Park, these works demonstrate our commitment to supporting active lifestyles and delivering the infrastructure that encourages people to get outdoors and stay active. Madam Chair, these investments build on the strong record of delivery we have already established across Marchant Ward. In recent times, in the past 12 months, we've delivered upgrades at WA Jolly Park and significant improvements at Keith Payne VC Park. We've opened a new basketball court at Frederick Annan Park, and we've supported upgrades to other local sporting facilities. We continue to work alongside our incredible bush care volunteers and community groups who dedicate thousands of hours to improving our local environment. And what this demonstrates is the Schrinner Council understands that investment in parks is not a one-off exercise, it's an ongoing commitment. A commitment to ensuring our community facilities continue to meet the needs of residents now and in the future. Madam Chair, another project that I know will be welcomed by local residents is the refurbishment of the dog off-leash area in Burnie Brae Park. As any dog owner knows, these facilities are incredibly popular, and as the mother of a geriatric border collie myself, I know how valued these spaces are. This budget provides funding to replace worn surfaces within the dog off-leash area, improve safety, durability and the overall enjoyment of everyone on 2 and 4 legs. Chair, the budget also includes funding for the replacement of the bridge at Frederick Annan Park in Chermside West. This bridge is a vital connector in this little pocket, and I know the community is eagerly awaiting it to be complete. Another project for Chermside West in this budget is the removal of the former community shed at Huxtable Park in Chermside West, and I'm also looking forward to commencing consultation on the new playground proposed for this much-loved park. Madam Chair, Huxtable Park is also now home to a relatively new bush care group, and we've already installed nesting boxes, done some planting and busted some toads. Of course, the neighbours of Huxtable Park is still operating, as well as the Chermside Burrell Scouts, so there's lots of community engagement happening there and lots of activity going on as well. Over in Grange, residents will benefit from upgrades to Lanham Park. This budget provides funding to replace the existing basketball court and fencing while also delivering additional seating to improve the overall park experience. Facilities like this are heavily used and offer so many benefits to people of all ages. By renewing these assets, we're ensuring local residents continue to have access to safe and high-quality recreational facilities. Chair, I also want to spend a moment talking about the environmental works contained within this program. Residents expect us to manage waterways responsibly, improve flood resilience and protect biodiversity. And they expect us to leave our natural areas in better condition for future generations. That is why I welcome funding for vegetation management works along Somerset Creek at Webster Road. These works will help restore and maintain flood conveyance capacity while also improving environmental outcomes through the removal of invasive weeds and the establishment of appropriate native vegetation. This is practical environmental management and real outcomes on the ground. It will improve the health of our waterways, enhance biodiversity and build resilience for future generations. Madam Chair, when you look across all these projects, a common theme emerges. This is a program focused on delivering practical outcomes, maintaining the assets we already have and improving facilities where upgrades are needed. At its heart, it is focused on ensuring that Brisbane remains one of Australia's most livable cities. Parks and the community infrastructure that supports health, well-being, parks are the community infrastructure that supports health, well-being and social connection. They are places where people spend time with their families, where communities gather and where lifelong memories are made. For residents of Marchant Ward, this budget delivers meaningful outcomes, from major investments at 7th Brigade Park to improvements at Kedron Brook, to upgrades at Burnie Brae Park in Chermside, Frederick Annan Park and Huxtable Park in Chermside West, Lanham Park in Grange and environmental improvements along Somerset Creek. These projects will support active lifestyles, strengthen community connections and enhance our environment, all ensuring our parks continue to serve future generations. I'd like to thank the Lord Mayor, Civic Cabinet Chair Councillor Davis, Patrick and Aidan, all the council officers and everybody involved in developing this budget. I commend this program to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Johnston, Councillor Kim.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair. Well, actually, there is something relevant to Councillor Johnson right now. I just wanted to welcome our interns that are in the gallery today. So we've got Caitlin on the right-hand side. She's an intern for our office and a Parkinson local. Also, she's worked at the Parkinson Aquatic Centre, one of our lovely Brisbane City Council pools, but also attends Our Ladies out in Councillor Johnson's ward. Welcome to the Chamber today. We hope you enjoy the wonderful democracy in action and all of the debate that's to come. Can I also welcome Lily from Balmoral State High, who's interning in her second last day in Councillor Collier's office as well. It's wonderful to have our future leaders, and Caleb as well, who's and Ari from Bisque. We've got a lot of interns over this holiday because our young people are the future of our city. They are the leaders every single day in everything they do, and I'm so excited that they're joining us here today.
No young Liberals here.
We'll hold that comment for later. But continuing on, we are so excited. I think this morning started off a little bit negative today, Councillor Murphy. I'm not quite sure why, because we are so excited for all the action that's happening in Pollara District Sports Park. What a huge win for our community. Now, Pollara District Sports Park is well anticipated by our residents. In fact, I've door-knocked every resident who lives on this street, and they are so excited. Every time I hand them a letter that says, fix the Pollara disaster, they go, yeah, that's right, let's fix this. Let's write to the Lord Mayor and let's fix this. And what Councillor Murphy forgot to mention this morning was actually that same resident, the contact centre hadn't gotten back to them for a year. That's why they came back to us and responded back to them the next day. And Councillor Murphy, I look forward to meeting with them this afternoon. I look forward to seeing you this afternoon as we see your commitment and your support for this development going on for a crossing in Hamish Street that your budget hasn't funded yet. So we look forward to getting those remarks on the record today. Second to that, again, is also Pollara District Sports Park. Now, we are so lucky to be able to have such a beautiful venue. In fact, the former councillor neglected the consultation process before this was... It's strange, funny that, because she was telling them what she thought was right for this venue. That just tells you all you need to know. And, you know, I know a lot of references to the past, to councillors from 20 years ago have been brought up this morning, but I won't be bringing my calculator like she did into the chamber today to show you how accounting works and how to punch numbers, because this budget was a sham anyway. What happened to her? Well, it looks like the donations that they accepted, over $100,000 to the LNP by a local property developer in this same region in Pollara, looks like that didn't serve them. It's important to also note the interesting correlation with Ace Waste, a facility down there where many years ago there was a federal parliamentary inquiry that had to shut down this toxic waste plant thanks to the Pollara Action Group in 1998. Now, fast track forward to today, there are 5,000 to 7,000 residents who live in this area, property developer donations, then plus a lack of investment on Ritchie Road. Now, the Lord Mayor has finally decided to chip in a few pennies, $400,000 as of his budget, but we're still waiting for the $99.6 million that we put on the record yesterday that you mentioned on the 3rd of March in this chamber when our residents were writing to you personally that you still haven't met with because you have promised $100 million, Lord Mayor. Will make sure that you don't forget, and those residents will make sure you hear this every single day. So what a huge win for our community. And as Councillor Strunk was mentioning, the problem here we're facing right now is that it shouldn't be a decision between Ellen Grove versus Pollara. There shouldn't be two wards that are both outer suburban wards that have to be placed in contest with each other for funding. It is simply disgraceful that over the last week we've seen this funding go towards the same wards from the same area several times, which would make up a total budget of something that could actually fund both wards here. Equally as the LNP wards that are being held, these residents are paying the same amount of rates, if not more, such as areas like Alcester, where we're seeing nearly double the citywide average rate increase, and those residents aren't getting anything in return. While we sit in Councillor Davis's portfolio today, it's also important to recognise Councillor Adamant's laughing because he knows he's one of these beneficiaries. He's one of the mega beneficiaries in his ward that represents one of the highest average median incomes per household in his area, who also are benefiting largely from this budget that we've heard this last... He's going red now. It's no wonder why Councillor Howard and everyone else couldn't answer questions when we were asking them over this last week. But returning back to what we were saying, the LNP seem to hate fun. We learnt this many months ago when they shut down 6 playgrounds week after week. This one's shut, this one's shut, this one's shut, and they only told us...
Replacing them all?
Are they replacing them? Because the former councillor at Lorikeet Park shut down the playground just a few streets away from her road, and they still haven't replaced that playground yet.
Surely it's in the budget.
Is it in the budget? No, it's not. It's not. Did she even advocate for it? I bet if you control F in the transcripts, you won't find anything. Now, this is the philosophy of the LNP. They don't care. They don't care about local amenities. They've shut down 6 playgrounds. We're asking for them to be fixed. When will they be reopened? And how come the Flying Fox in Calamvale District Park keeps getting shut down without better replacements? Why does this keep happening? It is terrible. Why is it so hard to do a basic job?
On a park?
The council have completely neglected the basics, which should be mentioned time and time again in budget debates, but I haven't seen that from this side of the chamber this morning. In fact, Councillor Murphy spent most of his time talking about the Calamvale ward, as did Councillor Parry yesterday as well.
They love the Calamvale.
I'm glad they're so obsessed with our area. I hope that they keep continuing to.
Point of order.
Yep, point
I claim
of
to be
order.
misrepresented.
Noted.
The only misrepresentation in this chamber today are the misrepresentation of our residents. Because every time Councillor Landers interrupts and tries to shut us down, she is silencing the voice of outer suburban residents in Calamvale ward. She is silencing the voice of every single person on this side of the room. It is time that the residents' voices are made loud and clear, and that is why we are so excited for these huge wins, and this is a start. We haven't totally fixed the disaster yet, but these same residents who are advocating for Polaris District Sports Park, we've got passion to keep going. And these are the same residents.
A community champion.
A community champion. We have been catching up in that park, 20 of us in the park. In fact, before the election rolled around, we said, Council, give us 6 bus stops. 6 bus stops now. Well, we've created 2. Now there's 4 more to go, because the other 2, Councillor Murphy promised 2 financial years ago. We're still waiting. He did. He did. After he delivers those, that's 4. And we've got 2 more to go after that. Where is he right now? He's walked out because he's too afraid to address the truth. In fact, I forgot to mention as well.
Point of order, Deputy Chair.
Point of order. Councillor Davis.
I think it's really important that people don't make assumptions as to why people have left the chamber.
Councillor Davis, that's not a point of order. I don't
The only
approach a
reason
point
I
of
was
order.
saying that was because... Oh, okay. Oh.
Well, it doesn't matter. You can say it. It doesn't stop you
Well,
from saying it.
All the time.
I will
Council-
always respect someone's private life, so I will respect that and not go any further than that. I hope that every councillor upholds that here today, because I haven't seen that in the last few weeks, given the colleagues surrounding have called me crazy, and also thanks to the full moon. So I hope that every single person follows this example today. Now, if we go back to Polaris District Sports Park, isn't it important that we do community consultation? Because if the LNP Council had known that every single afternoon residents are bringing camping chairs and playing volleyball there right now, except for the fact that it's closed off, they would also know that we used our Suburban Enhancement Fund to build a simple park bench. But the number of hoops we had to get through just to create a park bench so people could sit down, so that the senior residents don't have to keep bringing the chairs, was pretty incredible. It's not too much to ask for a silver bench that was around $10,000, wasn't it?
That's right, yep.
About $10,000 for the park bench, one silver bench, I think, something along those lines. It's a slab as well, unlike the $44,000 tap that Councillor Griffiths built in his ward. We are looking for simple amenities, and the residents want their voice to be heard. Now, I know that there is no funding confirmed for the latter stages of Polaris District Sports Park, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is kicked out till later, till after the 2028 election for Brisbane City Council, where the Lord Mayor sends his representative down to make fake promises like the former councillor tried to do when she tried to argue for Ritchie Road Stage 3, made Facebook posts about it, misled the community, including the local school, when it turned out as soon as I was elected there was never any funding committed by this LNP Council in the first place. So let us hope that those fake promises are not being made again by the LNP Council, because the people who suffer from that are the residents who live there every single day. Right now they are banked up in 40 minutes traffic on Ritchie Road. Right now they are asking for weekend bus services despite the 5,000 to 7,000 residents that live there. There are nurses, there are bus drivers, there are everyday families who are raising their young kids, and this should be a place that they should be happy to call home, and we're going to keep fighting to make sure that it maintains that reputation, and even better than that. Thank you.
Councillor Parry, your misrepresentation.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Councillor Kim said that I spent most of my time talking about Calamvale in my speech yesterday. I spent 3 minutes rebutting comments made by multiple Labor councillors, and then I spent 7 minutes talking about Marchant Ward wins in Program 2. That's 70% of my speech, which is actually the majority of my speech. Thank you.
Further speaker, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak on Program 3, and I rise to speak on what's actually in the budget. I just need to make a comment that Councillor Kim made the comment that the Chair of Council continually shuts her down when she speaks on behalf of her people. I have to absolutely say that is not true. She is continually shut down for not following the rules of this chamber, not about what she is saying. However, the first half of that speech was a little bit confusing because I didn't know what it had to do with Program 3. But Program 3 is extremely exciting because if Program 2 is about the asset and the hard infrastructure to make sure that we are the most livable city, Program 3 is about our lifestyle when we're out in nature, the most biodiverse capital in Australia. So exciting to hear about our platypus back in our creeks in Brisbane, and that's just the very beginning of what we see in our local areas. I am very, very privileged in the Holland Park ward to be surrounded by 3 large reserves and wrapping around the conservation reserve management at Macrovat Outlook, but also Whites Hill and Toohey Reserve as well. The Reserves Management Program is an ongoing rolling program that we have supported every year in our administration to make sure our natural areas and parks that are purchased through the Bushland Preservation Levy are looked after and maintained. All those conservations and rec reserves that we've had for many, many years are addressed in a processed and a systematic way to make sure that we have effective management of our natural areas as well. It's really vital for our health of reserves that we do prepare for firedness, that we manage our wildlife, that we look at the undergrowth, that we look at the windows on Macrovat Outlook, as they're called, to make sure that we can really experience those beautiful views as well. And thank you, Councillor Davis and the team, for the support at Macrovat Outlook around the gate entrance for after hours. Cyclists love accessing Macrovat Outlook, and particularly early in the morning before the cars get up there, but we need to make sure that there is a safe turnaround for vehicles when they realise that the gate is shut, and that there's a safe pedestrian walkway for people too, so they don't need to share the roadway, which is what we see at the moment. Also in Whites Hill Reserve, there's fire trail upgrades through there in the Camp Hill area that I share with the Deputy Mayor as well. But we are formalising and hardening nearly 1 kilometre of track through the Whites Hill Reserve to make sure that our residents can enjoy our beautiful natural reserves. Wipe Out Weeds is also one of those systematic programs that we use the money from Bushland Levy to make sure that we follow our biosecurity plan for Brisbane. I know in my yard, and I am not a green thumb, that Wipe Out Weeds is a constant program that you can never stop. You can never do it once and think it's done. It needs to go on and on. It's like painting the harbour bridge. It's like restoring the Story Bridge and make sure it's been maintained for many years. You need to make sure that you have your site-specific plans, your priority weeds, and you continue through to make sure that they're adjusted annually if the rainfall changes or the environmental conditions become different as well. We have a massive amount of weed control through the Holland Park ward, in the Whites Hill Reserve, through Amethyst Street, Boundary Road, Conlon and Bedina Street, in Carina Heights and Indus Street at Camp Hill. The Macrovat Outlook is surrounded by many residential streets where we work through the Wipe Out weeds. Prenzler Street at Macrovat, Rover Street, Macrovat Park, Shire Road and Granbury Street all wrap around that enormous conservation rec area. And even the smaller areas in Selvin Creek at Carina Heights and Olivia Drive Park are part of our focus to make sure that those weeds don't spread along our creek corridors. And of course, delivering iconic parks. Some people forget that one of the most iconic parks on the south side is the Macrovat Outlook. I had the great pleasure in taking the CEO up there recently to realise that it is a much better outlook than Mount Cootha. Sorry, Councillor Adaman. Much closer to the city. And you can just turn around behind and have a look out to the Bayside as well. So there's lots of plannings for the upgrade there to make sure that our residents and our visitors alike can enjoy it now into the future and well and truly ready for B32 as well. There's toilet amenities up there that need upgrading to make sure that we have accessible toilets for the increasing number of visitors that are coming up to the Outlook. A new nature play area to replace our end-of-life playground that's beside the cafe, which makes me feel old because I remember putting that playground in 15 years ago when it's at end of life. That's saying something. The visitor shelter with the bike parking, so we can have places for our cyclists when they get up there to park their bikes and go and enjoy a fantastic coffee as well. And an interpretive trail, so you can get down into the trails and really understand the importance of Malcrivat Outlook as a hunting ground for our First Nations people, but also as a war reparations road built as well in the 1930s. I have a lot of natural waterway creeks through my area, the Bulimba Creek and the Norman Creek, and all the tributaries in between from Selvin Creek, Eckerman Creek, Phillips Creek, and many, many more. So the rehabilitations of these waterways are very, very important. And again, I thank the team on their commitment to maintaining these healthy creeks and waterways, because they do ultimately affect the river and the bay environment as well. This year we can continue on the fantastic work at Eckerman Creek at Nursery Road, which is right beside the special school. We continue with the vegetation works there. It is a very isolated urban section of the waterway, but it's also a very important section of the waterway for that connection for people in that Malcrivat area that don't have any local parks, because it is fully residential, so that they can get a little bit of green and natural waterways in their very residential area. And this is a continuation of the works that were done through 24 and 25, and one of those rolling programs that need to continue. I do have one drainage construction. Again, thank you, Councillor Davis. That was expected to benefit many properties in Joywood Street in Tarragindi. At the moment, there is an undersized existing drainage system, and the overland storm water flows are causing damage not only to the road corridor but to the adjacent residential properties. It's a very steep road gradient. It generates high velocity flows and it moves down onto major roads just near the Pacific Motorway. It overtops driveways and it does flood into habitable living areas and utility areas as well. So thank you. These works will enhance the safety not only for the road users in the surrounding areas, but the residents and the overall performance of the network in this part of Tarragindi as well. The vegetation management in major waterways as well is being supported, and as I mentioned, one of those many creeks there was Phillip Creek at Gallipoli Road at Carina Heights. This program has been the heart of this administration since I've come in 2008. It's amazing to see the environmental conditions that we've seen over that time. We were coming out of the millennial drought at the end of the noughties, and the major focus was how we were saving water, how you were getting those 4-minute sand timers into everybody's showers to make sure that the water was... My kids still... good on them at 25, still only have 4-minute showers because they've known no different. They're very glad they don't have to have buckets in the shower anymore. But then we went, of course, to a major flood just only 3 or 4 years later. And if there's nothing else we've learnt from our Dorothy McKellar is it's droughts or flooding rains, and it's something that this program needs to prepare for. And what we see in this program is a commitment by the officers and the team to make sure that we're ready for all eventualities. And I thank the team, particularly in the last few years, not so much the last few months, but the last few years when we have had a bit of dry weather again, that the bush fire preparedness has been maintained through Malcrivat and through Whites Hill. It is something that people are very conscious of in my area when those reserves come very close to their backyards. And even though there is that period of smoky weekends with the burning off, I think the residents do recognise the importance of protecting their homes and protecting the wildlife and the vegetation in those areas as well with that preparedness. So with that, I thank Councillor Davis, her team and the officers, everybody from the Habitat volunteers on the ground, our Habitat groups, and all of those that work in these areas, and particularly in my area around these 3 conservation areas, which are so important. We are the heart and lungs of the south side in Holland Park, and I thank Program 3 for continuing to keep us the most biodiverse city in Australia.
Point of order.
Yes,
Chair.
Councillor Edelman.
Yeah, I move that the meeting now adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Adams, seconded by Councillor Gibney, that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Yep, still in 15 minutes.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the Sustainable City budget program. Firstly, can I say that there were some real problems with the way that the information session was conducted by Councillor Tracy Davis. Councillor Davis spoke for around 40 minutes or just over 40 minutes, and Councillor Davis did not speak about the 2026-27 budget at all. Councillor Davis has a statutory obligation under Section 73 of the Meetings Local Law and under the City of Brisbane Act regulations to provide a program briefing to councillors about the 26-27 budget, and she refused to do so. Now, I gave her 3 opportunities. I asked 3 times during the speech, and on the 3rd time she said no, she wasn't going to do it. So that's just a blatant statement of non-compliance with, and presumably that's okay. The LNP don't want to tell us what's in the 2026-27 budget. So I have referred Councillor Davis to the OIA because she has a statutory obligation to provide this information and failed to do so. Now, I didn't even bother asking the CEO to do this because the CEO refuses to take action against LNP councillors. That's what happens. And they get away with doing the wrong thing all the time. All the time. Councillors who have no statutory powers can direct other councillors what to do outside of this council meeting, apparently. That's the new one according to the CEO today. Well, they can't because they don't have any authority to do so. So, having said that, let's have a look at how brilliant Councillor Davis's 26-27 budget is. Bit like Councillor Murphy, carryovers. Special word, carryovers and re-announcements. So let's have a little look. And I'm certain Councillor Davis, is aware of all of this, but the Francis Outlook Park in Corinda, heritage upgrade. The project was announced 5 years ago, but they ran out of money and they didn't finish it. So finally the money came in the budget last year to actually finish the project, but guess what? It didn't get done. What a surprise. This council announces things and then just doesn't do them. So that's been rolled over to this year. This is fixing up graves in a public cemetery that was gifted to council in a 1-acre park in my area. Very historic family graves, and this council for the past 5 years has just stuffed around and can't get it done. But it gets better. And this is what I think the CEO who's sitting here will remember me being furious about last year. And I said to her, I'm sure I'll be saying the same thing next year. And guess what? Here I am. Yep. Yet again, Yeronga Memorial Park, the tree project. It's about the 7th year now where this project has been announced by council and not delivered. Every single year this council looks like it is spending money in my ward and they do not do it. Every single year they announce this project and it is not delivered. And it's a diabolical project. Diabolical project. And then people wonder why I stand up and complain, because the same projects keep getting announced in this budget and not delivered. Now, the CEO is sitting here. She is responsible for the operation of this council. We say this is what's in the budget. I don't agree with what's in it, but this is what your Lord and Master says is in the budget. And guess what? Your organisation is not delivering it. Your organisation, year after year after year after year, fails to deliver on what it says it will do. But that's not the only one. Cross-street drainage. Now, the cross-street drainage looks like it's a new project in this year's budget. Guess what? It's not. It was in last year's budget. It was in last year's budget and never done. Do you know how much stormwater infrastructure is waiting in my ward to be delivered? There are dozens and dozens and dozens of projects. And meanwhile, this council announces something but doesn't deliver it. So that's half the projects announced in the budget in Tennyson Ward are last year's projects that were never delivered, which are also previous year's projects that were never delivered. So when I stand up in here and say there's a problem with how council runs, it's pretty clear there is a big problem. But, you know, we know from Councillor Adams that not all suburbs are equal. My residents don't deserve to have drainage and trees and park upgrades. We know.
Suburbs are equal opportunity.
Yeah, no, they don't. No, not equal opportunity. So we know that's what Councillor Adams thinks. Now there are a couple of things in here, but forgive me for thinking I don't reckon they're going to get delivered, because council's track record is they fail to deliver. There is a project in here for drainage in School Road. We'd have no idea what it was, because guess what? In a 2-hour information session, I got to ask one question. One. And now I have to wait for a whole month probably, because 10 days the CEO has to respond to my request for information about what's in the budget, but last year she asked for an extension of time for 20 days. So a month and a half after the budget is passed, I might actually know what's in the budget. Woohoo! Because guess what? There's no numbers in this budget. So how proud this LNP administration are that we can make informed decisions about what's in the budget. There's no numbers. The chair will not brief you on what is in the budget. Projects are carried over from previous years that are never delivered. And we have no information about the projects that are being delivered in my area. I suspect there is no new money for trees, for community street plantings. There's maybe we'll get a shelter at Erna Brazier Park, which council's still calling Thomas Street Park, which has been renamed. I don't know. Why can't council even use the proper park name for a park in my area? I don't know. I mean, it's been formally changed. It's been through this council. This is not a hard thing. So anyway, that's how council rolls in this area. But look, I hope that the School Road project will be useful for drainage in my area, but I'm not going to hold my breath. But this is a big and important program for my ward and the city without question. But unfortunately, it is not being well run, either by council nor the chair. And I have an amendment that I want to move to make sure that critical funding for my ward is delivered. So I move the following. That within Program 3, proposed 26-27 capital and expenses budget on page 15, Council allocates $4.5 million to upgrade the stormwater drainage system in Yurong-Pili between Yeronga Memorial Park and Moolabin Creek, $600,000 for a gully pit and stormwater pipe connection in Lily Street, Sherwood, $250,000 to upgrade the children's playground at Nixon Park, Oxley, and $50,000 for a floating pontoon for the Oxley Sailing Club in Sherwood.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. The following amendment. Program 3 Sustainable City. I move that within the Program 3 proposed 2026-27 capital and expenses budget on page 15, Council allocates $4,500,000 to upgrade the stormwater drainage system in Yurong-Pili between Yeronga Memorial Park and Moolabin Creek, $600,000 for a gully pit and stormwater pipe connection in Lily Street, Sherwood, $250,000 to upgrade the children's playground at Nixon Park, Oxley, and $50,000 for a floating pontoon for the Oxley Sailing Club, Chalmer. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, it's very clear to me that this administration is failing to deliver on the necessary upgrades that are needed in Tennyson Ward. It just completely fails to deliver on its agenda in my ward over and over and over again. And these items that I'm putting forward in the amendment today are affordable within the scope of the budget, and they are necessary. So firstly, $4.5 million to upgrade the stormwater drainage system in Yurong-Pili between Yeronga Memorial Park and Moolabin Creek. That's a localised pipe network that runs from Yeronga Memorial Park down to the border of Maruka Ward. We have residents in South Street, Yeronga that are flooded every time there's heavy rain. So the pipe network, which council acknowledges cannot handle the capacity of rain, causes the pipes to back up and flooding to happen in the habitable areas of houses. Now again, we heard Councillor Adams stand up and say, oh, council does this. Council goes out there and they will fix up places where there's flooding in habitable areas. But again...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Okay, councillor, they don't fix places. I mean, thank you for agreeing with me. I agree. I don't think council does fix the stormwater drainage enough, hence the amendment that I'm moving. But you stood up and praised this administration for doing exactly that not half an hour ago. So anyway, these houses do not deserve to have to keep waiting. It's already been years. This is a project that council knows needs doing, and it will help alleviate localised flooding. It is unreasonable that council has not done it. And you know what? One day I hope someone sues council. I really would encourage people to get legal advice, because council, this is a known problem that council won't fix. The second one, a gully pit and stormwater pipe connection in Lily Street, Sherwood. So the northern end of Lily Street, Sherwood doesn't have curb and channel, it's not properly resurfaced, and there is no stormwater drainage. So every time there is heavy rain, people's yards and their, not habitable areas, but their yards and their garages flood, because there is no stormwater gully pit or pipe to the nearest trunk main. I mean, this is insane that this has not been done. It's been on the list. It's been on the list since I don't know, a decade. This is just putting in a gully pit and a relief pipe to take water away from a residential street in Sherwood, and council hasn't done it. The next one, also important, is the children's playground at Nixon Park at Oxley. Now, yes, we got some money last year and the year before for Graceville Riverside Parklands upgrade. Half of that came from the federal government. It's not like council's voluntarily contributing to this, but this park in Oxley is extremely old. I mean, Councillor Adams said 15 years is an end-of-life park. I reckon this one's 30 to 40 years old. Councillor Griffiths, was it there in your day?
Yeah, unfortunately.
You know what? Yeah, right. I've been here 18 years, and this is only newer in my ward, but I reckon it was there when Milton was there, you were there. Like this playground, yeah, it's been listed forever. I reckon it'll be 30 to 40 years old. And it's been on the list for ages, and yet there's no funding for it. There are good facilities in the park. Council did put an outdoor gym in there when it was in Councillor Dick's area, but the children's playground is extremely old. This is a district park and it deserves investment and capital expenditure from council. And the final one is $50,000 for a floating pontoon for the Oxley Sailing Club at Chelmer. Now, this is one of the most disgusting things that any council officer has ever done to my community. Council officers came out to talk to the sailing club about the problems they were having with accessing their boat ramp for sailing. Because of the floods, the mud in the silt in the Brisbane River has moved and it's now deposited on the south side when the channel was further on the north side of the river. Council officers and the Sport and Rec officer told this organisation not to apply for a council grant. Told them that there would be money in the budget for them to do this. That's what the Sport and Rec officer did for our area. Now, I was outraged when the club told me that that's what had been done, because the only way these groups get money is through grants.
Councillor Johnson, your time has expired. Are there any further
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Adams, your point of misrepresentation.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson said that they will fix all places that flood. I did not say that. I said they were fixing a place in my area. It's based on citywide priorities, and I think it is unreasonable that ratepayers are expected to pay for people to get flooding infrastructure when it's only their backyards that are getting wet feet.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I rise to support this motion. One Once again, I don't think these are unreasonable requests put forward by the local councillor who's strongly representing her community. I observe that side of the chamber. I observe many people not speaking strongly, many people not speaking up, many people not putting in budget submissions, many people just going along for the ride. What we have here is an active councillor who's actually trying to achieve something, particularly with regards to Yeronga Memorial Park and Moolabin Creek, which we share a boundary on. And I have to say it is shocking, the treatment of Councillor Johnston and the poor delivery of council. Now, my understanding was council sits here, it's here, and we sit here. And we do not get involved in this. It's working, it's meant to deliver. But what I'm seeing with this council is there's all this hazy crossover. It's like a big spaghetti, particularly at the executive level. It's like a big spaghetti. So the officers down below, they know the rule is this is politics. In fact, I have an officer will say it to me. Councillor, I just want you to be political and I'll do my job. And it's like, that's what I understood we were doing here. And he goes, nah, that isn't what's happening here, councillor. And I'm coming across this comment more and more and more in a disturbing, very disturbing way. And I believe this is an indication of that process. So this wall on Yeronga Memorial Park is meant to be built for years. It's been listed in the budget and moved and moved and moved and never gets done. And I drive past it every day and it's like, not done again. It's like I drive past the other side of Yeronga Park where Yeronga State School is. The wall is collapsing from the school and the people at my local coffee shop say, hey, councillor, when's that going to be fixed? Oh, never. They've got some orange tape around it. This will never happen under Councillor Schrinner. This is his attitude to this ward. This is his attitude to delivery by Brisbane City Council.
When it collapses and kills a kid, you'll have
It's meant to be, they go, but that's not how council's meant to work. I go, yeah, I agree. Council's meant to be here, it's meant to be neutral, and they're meant to be doing their job. And the executives are meant to be on this side too. They're not employed apparatchik of the LNP. They are not mates of the LNP. They shouldn't be having lunch breaks with the LNP. They shouldn't be having their wives be members of the LNP. Whatever it is. I think there's some really concerning overlaps there. And I'm seeing more and more the delivery by this council is absolutely politicised in a way that I have never seen in my 23 years in this chamber. And it seems like it's okay. But do you know what? A whole lot of staff are saying it's not okay. This is bad governance. This shouldn't be happening. And I'm saying that. In relation to Yeronga Memorial Park, you're just trying to get stormwater drainage there. I heard someone talking about a dog park. Oh, I'm getting this dog park. Go to Yeronga Park Dog Park. If you want to see one of the worst dog parks in Brisbane, go to Yeronga Park Dog Park. One of the most ignored, underfunded areas of the city. It's in your ward, Councillor Johnston. It's not because of you, it's because of these people. These people who've been in power too long. Welcome back, Lord Mayor. You haven't been here all morning, welcome back. Let's have a look at the 600,000 for Gully Pit. Welcome your debate, Lord Mayor, if you want to join in this and explain why these items aren't funded. Love to hear from you.
Through the chair, please.
Through you,
Councillor
Madam Chair. Of
Griffiths,
course, it's always through you.
Thank you.
200,000 for an upgrade of a children's playground in Nixon Park. Yes, that is a problem. Oxley constantly misses out. And the 50,000 for the floating pontoon at Oxley Sun Club, I agree with you, Councillor Johnston. It's very disgusting, that story. And that's what officers shouldn't be doing.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I didn't get a chance in my 10 minutes to talk about stormwater and the effects of drainage. And I just want to commend Councillor Johnson for, well, at least in 11 years that I've been in this chamber, has been pursuing drainage issues in her ward every year, especially at budget time as well. Listen, you know, we talk about council having the 3 R's, roads, rubbish and rates. It should also be runoff, the fourth one, right? We're a city that is impacted by our river. The elevations in a lot of our wards is not only a few meters above sea level, if they're lucky, right? I'm in one of those that is dozens of meters above sea level. I'm very lucky my topography doesn't impact me as much as a number of them, you know, whether it be Paddington or Tennyson or Maruka or Morningside. I mean, there is just, and the Gabba, sorry, Councillor. But listen, we just don't, I mean, why aren't we investing more in drainage? I mean, we know the sea levels will be rising because of climate change. We know that's going to happen. We're going to be impacted, but we just invest very little of our budget every year on drainage, and we also keep relying upon our creeks for development drainage for stormwater.
I'm going to remind you and all councillors that we're actually talking about Councillor Johnston's motion. So, can you please come back to speaking on those specific items, please, and why you would like to do that?
I'm just supporting this amendment in regards to stormwater remediation in the Tennyson ward, right? And I'm talking about stormwater and remediation in general, but specifically to her ward as well. So, you know, I mean, I could belabor the point here for another 2 or 3 minutes, right, from what I've already said, right? But we just need to invest more in stormwater drainage. Don't always rely upon our creeks to do the work. We need to develop a pipe system as well, stormwater pipe system as well, in conjunction with our creeks, to give them some relief as well, because the development in our city is ramping up very, very much, you know, especially the towers, which all going to have stormwater issues. And I just want to commend that the councillor has brought this to the chamber, and for the 11th year, it's in her budget as an amendment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on this amendment by Councillor Johnston. And the reason why I rise to support this amendment is because not only is this program incredibly important for the safety of people in Brisbane, but specifically in wards that are absolutely not only river flooding affected, but overland flooding affected and creek flooding affected. And I'm the councillor of one of those wards. And the reality is we know that climate change is happening unless you deny climate change, which I hope no one in this chamber would. And if you do, please stand up and say it publicly so your residents know. And we know that 1 in 100-year flooding event is no longer taking 100 years. And so stormwater delivery and drainage delivery are incredibly important for the safety of our wards and for the safety of residents. And I know this because, of course, when places in the Gabba ward flood, people get trapped. And they'll get trapped and they can't get out, the lifts don't work, and this is a serious challenge, not only for people that are trapped, but really significantly for people that are of an older age. And we are experiencing a move of older citizens into parts of West End, and also for young children. And so I'm just going to go through this a little bit. Stormwater drainage, Memorial Park. from my understanding, there are walls here, and that this has been listed for over a decade with no commitment from council. So I can understand absolutely why Councillor Johnston would bring this amendment again. A gully pit and stormwater pipe connection to a specific street in Sherwood. We have streets. What this significant states to me, which is, I think, the most horrific thing about it, is we have streets with houses paying rates that do not have stormwater pipes connected. That's horrific. That's horrific. That is a basic role that this council should be doing. We then have a playground update, and I'm not surprised to see this because, of course, the Gabba ward has not received any playground upgrades for decades. And, you know, the council, while I believe in this potentially doing 3 upgrades in this program, the council has stopped doing playground updates. We see that every week in this chamber. Not to single people out, but I commend every single councillor, including councillors on this side, that have decided to pay for playground upgrades for their communities through the Suburban Enhancement Fund, because there is no other way to get it done. There is no other way to get it done. This council is not investing in our playgrounds. I know in the Gabba ward, I have close to end of life for at least 2 of my playgrounds. They're on my budget submission year after year. We have density increasing. Are we going to build any more through this Brisbane City Council? It's unlikely, which is why I understand why this is on there. And lastly, of course, the floating pontoon for the sailing club. So this is an upgrade for community facilities. Again, something that council just under this administration seems to not be doing. Every single one of these amendments is a reasonable amendment. And it sounds like to me has been an amendment that has been requested for over a decade.
Just political.
Which means that it's hard to not view it as political. It is hard not to view it as political. So lastly, in concluding, I want to congratulate Councillor Johnston again. Again, I reckon every single councillor in this room has a list, probably longer than this, for our drainage, for our stormwater, for our playgrounds. But I commend the independent councillor for getting in here, making an amendment and fighting for her community, which is what we are all supposed to do, all of us, not just the opposition.
Further speakers? No further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
I'll also rise to speak briefly on this motion that Councillor Johnston's moved. Within the Program 3 proposed 2026-27 capital expenses budget, on page 15, Council allocates, and there's a list there. Again, I commend you for actually sharing figures, numbers. This is what we should have in the budget book. Budget, figures, allocations. So very simple to have that transparency and accountability. But again, I feel like I'm on repeat from yesterday. Did you say over a decade?
Except the bottom one.
Over a decade, except for the bottom one. Over a decade, through the chair to all the LNP councillors and the Lord Mayor through the chair. What are you doing? You're asleep at the wheel. Brisbane sustainability is going backwards. We have a climate crisis. We have flooding across the city. My ward gets flooding in multiple areas. We should be investing in drainage and climate resilience. It's completely shameful that you don't invest in this. You're putting people at risk. It's really, really disgusting and negligent. And you're all, again, not looking at me, not taking it seriously. Anyway, thank you, Councillor Johnston, for fighting for the community. I think it's, extraordinary that you've had to wait this long and we'll be still waiting. Hopefully next budget they might feel, maybe they will have a change of heart. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Okay, so no miracles. Again, the gutless LNP administration, including the Lord Mayor and the Sustainability Chair, could not even be bothered to stand up and say why these important projects in my area, stormwater, drainage and pontoon upgrades, aren't worthy of being funded. They do not have the courtesy or the guts to stand up and say, we don't support these.
No. Say it out loud.
That is how pathetic this administration. That is how pathetic this administration is. So look, I just want to wrap up by saying thank you to Councillor Griffiths, Strunk, Massey and Chong Wah. I know all of them are strong advocates for their communities as well. And I thank Councillor Strunk because he understands the importance of stormwater drainage because he has a big lake problem out there. And I know how hard he campaigns for that. So thank you to all the councillors who spoke. These are very reasonable projects. It is unreasonable that there's a residential street in Sherwood that does not have a gully pit and a pipe connection to the main. It is unreasonable. It's mad. That's the one that's been waiting over a decade. The stormwater drainage system in Yurongpilly, which is on there, the big project, you know, Councillor Adams, it's okay. She's got the one in her area, so no one else deserves one, of course. The residents in my area...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
It's not a claim on what you said or your speech, Councillor. Councillor Johnston.
I'm sure you're not going to allow that one. You know, those residents in South Street whose houses flood, I'm happy to share Councillor Adams' views that they don't deserve this, that it's only their backyards. Not true. Their houses flood. And finally, the pontoon. Well, the pontoon. I just want to say what council has done to this club is outrageous. But I'm going to put on the record the club's view about this, and this is from a life member and a member of the executive. I don't understand why, after 7 years of trying about the boat ramp in the mud, council won't help us. They tried before they came to me. It's the same about our aspirations to join the Pamphlet Creek Aquatic Centre. Relocating us would have made sense, but no engagement with us, nothing. What does council actually think is going to happen to our community facility? This is a club member. We are the only river club that has not had a boat ramp investment. Instead, we have these giant white elephant pontoons, such as the one near the Eleanor Chanel Bridge, that are just used for fishing. Far out. Meanwhile, sailing, an Olympic sport. We're hosting the Olympics. One of the few clubs in Brisbane that are sailing. It's not all out at the Bayside. We do it in my part of the world because the river, this council refuses to help them. Worse than that, this council, through its Sport and Recreation Officer, told them not to apply for a grant. They give them money in the budget. Well, here's their chance. I know there's no money in the budget for them. And the LNP are going to vote it down. This club, they're decent, kind, good local residents who all they do is facilitate community sport. They teach people water safety. They teach people how to sail. And this LNP administration cannot give them, they only want $43,000. That's how much they applied for. So after council told them not to apply for a council grant, we'll give you money in the budget, I said to them, no, you need to be applying for grants. There's no guarantee council's going to give you money in the budget. They applied for a gambling benefit grant. They found out last week they didn't get it. They asked me for help, which is why I've put it on the motion on the agenda before us today. They desperately need our help because of a natural disaster, and it should have been done as part of the QRA funding because the river has moved. The channel in the river has moved, and it has deposited all the mud and silt that was on the northern bank to the southern bank, which has impacted on the facilities. Now, we've also got requests in to clean the boat ramp at Graceville because the Sea Scouts can't get their boats in the boat ramp at Graceville. You know, this council neglects our river areas enormously. These are essential projects. They need to be funded. You know, we're putting up with cuts to parks in my area. Council promised $5 million a year for 20 years through the Oxley Creek Transformation Project. Less than 4 this year, 4 last year. It's been cut. We need more and important projects that will make people's lives better, not less, from this
Councillor Johnston,
administration.
your time's expired. We'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells.
Well done, Nicole.
Councillor Dixon, can you put your hand up if it is for no? Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 17 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Further speakers. Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in support of Program 3, Sustainable City. One of the reasons Brisbane is recognised as Australia's lifestyle capital is because of the extraordinary natural and recreational assets we enjoy throughout our city. From parks and playgrounds to our waterways, foreshores, open green spaces, mangrove habitats, bushland areas, these all shape how we live and how we connect with one another and enjoy the outdoors. As the councillor of Wynnum Manly, I am fortunate to represent one of Brisbane's most iconic natural assets, the Wynnum Manly and Lota foreshore. Today I'd like to highlight several projects within Program 3 that will help protect, enhance and future-proof these important recreational spaces. Madam Chair, I'd like to begin with what I believe is the most important long-term project currently underway in my community, the Wynnum Manly and Lota Foreshore Master Plan. The foreshore stretching from Wynnum Creek right through to Lota is one of Brisbane's most loved waterfront destinations, and through COVID, it made sure that Brisbane knew all about the foreshore. From 5 to 9 a.m. every morning and 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. at night, it is bustling. Everyday residents and visitors come to enjoy the walking paths, playgrounds, cafes, markets, sporting facilities, because we are the gateway to Moreton Bay. As someone who's enjoyed bayside living for over 20 years, I know that this foreshore is more than just a public space. It's part of our identity. It's where families gather, where community events are celebrated, and where countless memories are created. So this is why I am so pleased that the budget will see the completion of the Wynnum Manly and Lota Foreshore Master Plan, and our project team will share the carefully planned designs, followed by the next stage of community consultation, and then delivery will be set to begin on the first phase, which will focus around the wading pool and Pandanus Beach ahead of its 40th birthday in September 2027. And yes, the wading pool toilets will be considered as part of this first phase, which is a huge win for our Bayside community. Importantly, this project has been shaped by extensive community feedback. More than 5,000 pieces of feedback were received during the engagement process, making it one of the most significant consultation exercises undertaken in our local area. Residents told us they value the natural environment, walking and cycling opportunities, access to the water, community events and spaces where families can gather and connect. They also told us that they'd like to see improvements to the pathways, the recreational facilities and the public amenities. This budget not only delivers the completion of the master plan, but also funds planning and design for early works package that will begin this community vision coming to life. As Brisbane prepares for 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, this investment will help ensure that our foreshore continues to be the premier waterfront destination within our thriving city. Madam Chair, protecting the foreshore is just as important as enhancing it. That is why I welcome the investment to the seawall rehabilitation and remedial works at Bayside Park in Manly. Living on waterfront brings many benefits, but it also requires ongoing investment to protect our community assets from erosion, weather impacts and environmental degradation. These works will rehabilitate damaged sections of the seawall and restore the foreshore areas to ensure they remain safe for everyone to use. By maintaining these critical assets today, we preserve our beautiful coastline for future generations. Madam Chair, sustainability is not just about environmental protection. It is also about creating public spaces that encourage healthy and active lifestyles. And that's why I am pleased to see investment in the renewal of the playground at Don Randall Park at Lota. Especially given its close proximity to the dog off-leash area, I am sure the families with dogs will particularly love this upgrade. This project will replace ageing infrastructure with a contemporary play equipment, improved shade and compliant soft fall surfacing while ensuring the playground is relocated to minimise impacts on surrounding trees. I look forward to asking our local Lota community about what they would like to see as part of this upgrade. Modern playgrounds play an important role in encouraging outdoor recreation and creating inclusive spaces where children of all abilities can learn and interact together. Likewise, I also welcome the installation of safety lighting in the Ed Davenport Rotary Park through Council's Safer Suburbs lighting program. This is a thoroughfare to Lota train station and is a busy link within Lota for recreation, students and workers alike. Quality lighting helps improve safety, encourages greater use of public spaces and supports active transport by making our parks and pathways more accessible during the early mornings and evening hours. These seemingly small improvements have a significant impact on how residents experience and enjoy our public space. I'm also pleased to share that this budget delivers funding for the design and construction of the new off-road cycling track at Kyanawha Road Park in Wynnum West, alongside Bayside BMX Club. This exciting new track will provide a dedicated space for riders of all ages and abilities to develop their skills in a safe but enjoyable environment. Designed for non-motorised BMX, mountain and hybrid bikes, this track will feature a variety of fun and challenging elements that encourage riders to build confidence, improve technique and stay active. It will be a fantastic addition to our local recreational facilities and further strengthen Kyanawha Road Park as an outdoor activity precinct, because it's not only the home of Bayside BMX, but also the Wynnum Remote Control Car Track and Brisbane Bayside Steam Railway Society. In recent months, I have been pleased to undertake stakeholder engagement with local residents and the Bayside BMX Club to help shape this project. I would particularly like to thank council officers, Andrew Ensby and Scott Ortell, for their professionalism, collaboration and ongoing support throughout this process. The enthusiasm from the community has been wonderful, and I know many local families are looking forward to seeing this exciting project come to life. Madam Chair, another project that I know will be welcomed by many in my community are the Eleanor Park car park upgrade. Eleanor Park is one of the busiest sporting precincts on the Bayside and is home to organisations including the Wynnum Bugs Rugby Union Club, the Wynnum Manly Touch Association, the Ladybugs Netball Club, plus Brisbane's biggest dog off-leash area and the most booked coffee carts in Parkside. It's a very busy park. This project will deliver sealed parking bays along the access road within the park. It's 87 formalised parking spaces and accessible bays. And I know the clubs and local residents are extremely excited about this project. And I'm thankful to the Lord Mayor, Councillor Davis and the council officers that have prioritised this project in the budget for this Bayside community. I'd also like to thank my Outcomes Manager, Shannon Clark, for assisting me to get the design done so this project could be submitted for budget's consideration. Importantly, this investment will improve safety, accessibility and functionality for thousands of players, volunteers and spectators that use this facility throughout the entire year. Supporting community sport is an important part of creating healthy and sustainable communities, and being able to support the growth of our clubs is one of the most rewarding parts of my role as local councillor. Madam Chair, what connects all these projects is the commitment to protecting the lifestyle that makes Bayside such a special place to live. Whether it's revitalising our foreshore, protecting the coastline, creating safer public spaces, supporting active recreation, or improving community facilities, these projects represent practical investments in a more sustainable future. As someone who is lucky enough to represent Brisbane's best ward, I see every day how much residents value our natural environment and public spaces. These projects will ensure that these spaces remain vibrant, resilient and accessible for future generations. I would like to thank Councillor Davis and her team, including Wade Fitzgerald and Elizabeth Sisson, plus Patrick and Aidan and all the dedicated council officers for their work in planning and prioritising these initiatives for the 26-27 budget. And I wholeheartedly commend Program 3, Sustainable City, to the Chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just at the outset of this debate, I would like to echo the experience that Councillor Johnston had in the information session. So we were told for the last 12 months that if we decided to go to the information sessions, they would be full of all the figures. They would just present the figures. They'd just pick up the book and say, here everybody, here are the figures we've been hiding. Apparently it'd be easy. Councillor Davis had no idea what was in the binder of things that she had before her on that day. And when we asked for a simple breakdown of capital and expenses and income across those program areas, it took her 40 minutes to read off page after page after page that she was handed, and was shocked that there was another page, another page, another page. Now, this 40 minutes could have, instead of being wasted in her reading things, it was clearly then in the public domain. Just scan them, email them, photocopy them, whatever. But what is the game the LNP play when it comes to this budget? And that's an important point we're all discussing here and talking about. Every year, the way the budget is structured and written is changed, the numbers disappear, the entire structure of the budget's changed, and according to Councillor Cunningham, that's specifically designed so they can't be compared. So the public's kept in the dark. That's what Councillor Cunningham said. So the lack of information in here is for a reason, because when you finally drill down and sit through that 40 minutes there and you start to piece together what Councillor Davis described as a sort of guesstimate, not a fixed budget. All of those numbers and projects, she said, would change throughout the year, and there'd be no reporting to the public. There'd be no reporting back to the public or to councillors. They were just sort of general ideas, general projects, general figures. But when it comes to the important areas of this program area, it is important to talk about them. Particularly, I'll start with waste management. And let's address the elephant in the room. This LNP Council's failure to successfully manage the waste contract. One of those three basics of the 3 R's, roads, rates and rubbish. Missed bins across the city are at record highs. There's $1 billion, 16-year-long contract with Suez. Now Veolia has delivered year-on-year increases in missed bin reports since 2022, and missed red bins are up over 200% since February alone. And we found out this year that the Lord Mayor didn't once ever attempt to even contact the contractor.
Oh my goodness.
Never once. Didn't pick up the phone, didn't send an email, a text. Haul them in for a meeting to see what is going wrong. It's clear that that contractor is failing. It's failing its workforce. Clearly not enough resources are being put in to deliver the services that people are paying their rates for. And this Lord Mayor has dropped the ball on this basic council service. But we only found out these things through file requests, through questions on notice, and that really miffed them, that we were able to find out these secret details. So then they've gone and changed the law. So councillors can't access information to do their jobs in this place.
That is ridiculous.
Councillors, after the special budget meeting tonight, won't even be able to ask adequate questions on notice.
Yeah, that's a shame.
This is what happens when a regime is in charge. On flood resilience and stormwater management, we've heard a bit about that. And in the past few years, Brisbane's been hit with heavy rain, flooding, and even a cyclone, and how we prepare ourselves year on year for these inevitable weather events is really vital. And so it's difficult to compare spending on flood resilience, the LNP regime, up to those old tricks and changing how things are reported. And they've admitted there's this new costing methodology for the 26-27 budget compared to the previous one. And the LNP say, please don't even try and compare what they're spending this year and last year, because it's designed for the public and for councillors to not know. But all we can do is compare what we are given with last year's figures and what we know from the final quarterly review as well that came through this place just recently. So if we look at the figures, it is hard to ignore a reduction in stormwater management and maintenance and rehabilitation. What was proposed in last year's budget was an expense of $65 million and capitalised expenses of $8.6 million. This year's figures are $55 million, a $10 million reduction
so much money.
for expenses, and capital, a $1.3 million cut down to $7.35 million. Now, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Davis in those info sessions have been at pains over the last week to say, well, that money may still be magically there, like magic pudding sort of money, we just put it somewhere else. And they couldn't answer where. They couldn't answer where. But when we think about that $10 million reduction on stormwater, that's basic maintenance, cleaning out stormwater drains. We're not even talking about building new ones. That's been cut by $1.3 million. But cleaning them out, and my experience was last year, I got advice from council officers that maintenance budget had been totally exhausted at the 6-month mark.
No.
No more drain cleaning could occur at the 6-month mark of the financial year because that maintenance budget had been totally exhausted. And we see a $10 million cut this year.
Shame.
And we know, as councillors on the ground, we've heard that as well, people's real life experiences about that. It's not just backyards flooding from what are now normal rain events in Brisbane, it is people's houses. And I welcome any drainage project. I've been advocating for a lot, and I know in my area just in my ward, there are dozens of ones that are critical that are impacting on people's houses and people's lives. I know across Brisbane there are hundreds of critical ones, let alone the thousands that are not as life-threatening, but also really important. So when we see how many projects are funded this year in the guesstimate schedules, it's 12. There are 12 projects under drainage, construction and resilience.
For the entire city?
For the entire city, 190 suburbs, there's 12 projects under drainage construction, 10 projects under stormwater infrastructure and 11 under stormwater drainage rehabilitation. So fixing broken old ones, not even replacing them with upgraded ones. That's just incredible. That's just incredible after the 2011 floods we heard about from the LNP, the 22 floods, the 2025 cyclone, and all the Lord Mayor can bother to fund is 12 new projects under drainage, construction and resilience in the suburbs of Brisbane, 10 projects under stormwater infrastructure and 11 projects under rehabilitating other stormwater assets. And on disaster resilience, I note there's $278,000 for SES accommodation upgrades, but we know that the LNP are not serious about improving our access in the northern suburbs to an SES facility. We are still waiting for the $3.7 million SES depot at Bracken Ridge that Councillor Landers and the Lord Mayor promised in 2023.
Another broken
I wouldn't
promise.
hold your breath, Bracken Ridge, on seeing that delivered by Councillor Landers. That 3-year project should have been completed this year, and we haven't seen one shovel in the ground. And perhaps the Lord Mayor's been too busy travelling overseas to worry about disaster preparedness here on the ground. On parks and playground replacements, here's an incredible one. Six gone from your ward? From Callum Ward, Councillor Kim. There's just 6 playground replacements across Brisbane.
No.
In the whole budget. There's maintenance flag for 8 others, including, 2, and I'm glad I was able to advocate for these. Decker Park in Brighton, where there were rusty bits of metal and bolts sticking out that were actually posing a danger to kids' lives. So that's That's good that we're getting some maintenance done on that one. Facilities upgrades, just 18 parks and 4 lighting projects across over 2,000 parks in Brisbane. Absolutely incredible. The foreshore upgrade at Brighton is not going to lift it to Australian standards. We've seen that confirmed. The Lord has put no more money into the Brighton foreshore project to address the community concerns about narrow paths. He said no, and it's the same story on the Iron Bumpin Lagoon. Now, I'll put an offer on the table. I'll commit the next 2 years of CEF funding to the Iron Bumpin Lagoon upgrade project if the Lord Mayor puts on hold the living in Brisbane for just 1 year. Yeah. That will totally cover this cost. No additional cost to the budget, no additional rates rises for that. The Lord Mayor puts on hold the Living in Brisbane newsletter for 1 year and 2 lots of CEF. That'll get that job done, and I would commit to that.
Yep.
And we've got long, but I'm going to finish up on the LNP waste levy. Councillor Davis, I'm sure Lord Mayor will now get up and actually tell us about the conversations he had with the LNP state government. The chair of the committee has said today that it is a Labor waste levy, but when Labor in government, there was a 100% rebate and there were no charges to council. As soon as the LNP came to government, we now see this $569 million tax on councils over the next 4 years. So Councillor Davis, a former LNP state minister, the Lord Mayor sits on the executive of the LNP. They have connections right at the top of the government. So what was their answer when you asked them to change this law? What was their answer when you, the LNP, asked the LNP state government to change the law? They said no to you, didn't they?
And you also should be going through the chair. Any further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm very excited to speak about the wonderful Program 3, Sustainable City. Now, Madam Chair, I wasn't actually in the information sessions with Councillor Davis, but it sounds like she gave thorough and detailed information to the chamber. You can't seem to get it right. The opposition can't turn up. They didn't turn up last year to listen. And when they do turn up, Madam Chair, they just don't like the answers. So, Madam Chair...
One moment, please, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Cassidy, you stood up that whole 10 minutes without anyone interrupting you. Do not call out across the chamber when it is someone else's turn. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just don't seem to be able to make them happy. But, Madam Chair, I can tell you that the investment in this program is spectacular. Our investment in green spaces, biodiversity and the parks that define our beautiful suburbs. As the Lord Mayor shared, we will save where we can and invest where it counts, and I'm very proud to see investment right across our city. Brisbane is rightly known as Australia's lifestyle capital, but that does not happen by accident, Madam Chair. It is built park by park, creek by creek, through deliberate and consistent investment. And that is exactly what this budget does. You may not realise that actually back in 2019, Council created more than 80 new parks, 80 new parks to our 2,180 parks right across our city. And it's fantastic that this is habitat, this is green space for our native wildlife, this is perfect places for our koala and platypus to live, and it's fabulous as the lungs of our city. Now, Madam Chair, in this budget, we are actually investing in the Ellen Grove Sports Park. Now, Madam Chair, I respect that this is in Councillor Charles Strunk's ward, but I know that people from my community in Ellen Grove will also benefit from this investment. We are really excited to see what this will do for our community, and I know that the community are so very excited and appreciative of the investment that our Schrinner Council continues to make in Ellen Grove. We also have a playground upgrade at Aspeya Park. It is a very simple playground right now, and I look forward to going out and speaking with the community to find out just what they want to see in this little pocket park. Now, Madam Chair, I just want to talk to the investment in Mount Cootha. Now, this is a fantastic space. I was recently up there on the weekend actually with my girlfriend, going for a walk up the trails there, and can I say through you, Councillor Adaman, you have got a spectacular place, and it is fantastic to see that our plans are afoot to make it even better. And I just think it is such an untapped resource. Not enough people get out on these trails, not enough people get out to see the spectacular environment that is in the heart of our city. So I'm
I'm so excited to see what we will do with the investment here and how many more people, even locals, will be able to go and appreciate this space. Now, Madam Chair, these investments are not isolated. They are part of our broader commitment to keep growing what Brisbane loves. Now, as our population grows, so does pressure on our natural spaces and wildlife, which is why I'm really proud to see our continued investment in our koala research. Now, back in 2022, Dr. Sean Fitzgibbon from UQ, along with his team, partnered with Brisbane City Council to do Australia's first koala reintroduction project. Now, Madam Chair, we started with 8 ladies and 6 males, and we now have 22 koalas in Poo Corner in Darra. Now, this is fabulous. This is an Australian first where we have successfully reintroduced koalas into this habitat and they are breeding. And I just want to say through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Davis, thank you so much for the investment in this space. I know your team are very passionate about what we are seeing here and what we are doing in this space, and it is truly making a difference to our koala population. Koala capital of the world, that's what we say. Now, the second investment that I do want to touch on is our investment in our creeks and waterways. Now, there is a significant investment in this budget in Bullock Head Creek. Now, last year, Madam Chair, in May last year, I was lucky enough to go out with Dr. Tamil Brunt, one of our platypus researchers, and she is very passionate, Madam Chair. She absolutely loved platypus, and I was so proud to be able to go out on a little mission with her to go and trap some platypus in our creeks to see how successful is the population. Now, I think this is actually a career highlight, Madam Chair. We went out and I was not expecting to find anything. There were these amazing traps that they'd laid out the night before. We went out at 9 o'clock and I thought, oh, there's not going to be anything in here. We went to the first trap. There was nothing there. We walked down to the next one, and then there was something wiggling in there. She's like, yep, we've got one. And Madam Chair, this was actually a male platypus that was actually living in your ward, Councillor Adaman, and had swum 6 kilometres up the creek and was successfully living in Darra. Now, he was chasing the girls. He was chasing the girls, and that's okay. But this is fantastic because on our agenda here in this budget, Madam Chair, is our investment and our continued work in platypus. Now, how amazing. In this one corridor, I have got 22 koalas and a significant amount of platypus living in the creek. This is in the heart of our city. Yeah. There is no other capital city in Australia where they can say there are koala and platypus living in such an urban area. And so I'm very proud that our budget continues to invest in these things that matter. This is where it counts, Madam Chair. I do want to acknowledge, obviously, our bush care groups that also look after these spaces. They do a spectacular job in continuing to weed these spaces, maintain them, also keep an eye out on where things may not be going so right, where there may have been illegal dumping. And I just want to say a huge thank you to all of the volunteers across our city that continue to volunteer their time each and every weekend to look after these magical spaces. I do want to do a shout out, obviously, to Walston and Centenary Creek Catchment and Centenary District Association. They do a spectacular job in my ward. I also want to shout out to our officer, Wesley Demuth, who leads the charge with these two amazing crew and do a great job. Madam Chair, I also want to touch on something I'm also very passionate about in my community and the environment is our invasive species team. Now, I have a large proportion of wild deer in my community as well as wild pigs and hares, and our invasive species team do an incredible job of protecting our environment. And so a shout out to them as well. I also would like to thank our PSO officers, our public space officers who are out there each and every day. I know there are some out there at the moment mulching Edenbrook Park. Now, this is an enormous park. They have put over 100 cubic metres of mulch down in the last 2 weeks, Madam Chair, and it's hard work like that that really makes a difference to our parks and public spaces. It is looking spectacular, and so I want to say thank you to all of our public space officers who are out there doing the hard yards and making our green spaces sparkle and look spectacular. Madam Chair, I do want to say a big thank you to our Lord Mayor, our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Davis, Tim Bright, our CEO, Kerry Freeman, and the entire team within News. They are doing a fabulous job, as well as Aidan and Patrick, who obviously support our wonderful chair. Thank you again for the investment in our communities. Thank you for investing in our suburbs. We truly appreciate the work that this program does, and Madam Chair, I commit it to the chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3. Chair, a budget is a statement of priorities and values, and over the course of the last 2 days, over this budget debate, we've discussed transport and infrastructure so far, and now we turn to sustainability in our city. At first glance, these might seem like three very different programs, but I must say, after listening to this year's budget from the LNP's perspective and view of the world, one theme has emerged over and over again, and that, of course, is that after 20 years in charge of Brisbane, this LNP administration has confused announcements with achievements. They've confused activity with real outcomes that are going to make a difference to the people of Brisbane. And increasingly, they have stopped delivering the basics. Sustainability begins with being competent. It begins with delivering the services that residents rely on every single day. And after more than 20 years in charge, you would think that after all this time, all these long years, that people could confidently rely on our council. But that is not what is really happening, because after these 20 long years, the LNP are tired and out of puff. I mean, for goodness sake, we can't even get our bins collected these days. It is becoming more and more evident in Program 3 when you look beneath the surface. Too often you find just another empty promise from the LNP Council, another announcement of what might happen one day maybe, another announcement instead of what is actually being delivered in our suburbs today. And there's no better example of that than Mowbray Park in East Brisbane. This budget includes around $1.5 million for design and upgrade works. And of course, investment in local parks is always welcome. But what is really happening? So when you go on the council website to see what this $1.5 million upgrade might be to Mowbray Park, you type it into council's website. You might look at the plans that the LNP put out in 2021. This is
5 years.
2021 they put this master plan out, and I note there's a big old car park where a community facility used to be.
Yep.
So this is 2021. So you go, okay, well, it's been a few years since then. We might just have a little look, see what the plans are. There's change.
It's gone.
What's there?
It's gone. There's nothing there. If you look up brisbane.qld.gov.au, about council, council projects, Mowbray Park improvements, East Brisbane, what does it say? Sorry, this page has hit snooze. And there's a lovely photo of a beautiful little sleepy koala. That could not sum up what the LNP is like after 2 decades in charge any better. They have hit the snooze button, and I'll table that. So someone might want to get on fixing that up. Fixing that up. But what we do know, of course, from this LNP Council is that residents remember. Residents remember what happened before these plans. They remember community organisations being forced out and kicked out. They remember the demolition of the former Bowls Club with the idea to put in that concrete car park. They remember being promised something. And years later, they are still waiting to see the LNP come good on what they promised. We are still, and we will still be waiting for years to come. We are still waiting for those community facilities to be fully replaced. I am not going to hold my breath. I don't think it's going to happen. That has become the story, of course, of this LNP Council. They are becoming less successful at delivering lasting outcomes for local communities. They have gone backwards under this LNP Lord Mayor. Another great example of this administration's decline is a simple statistic. missed bin collections have increased by more than 200%. 200%. Think about that. After more than 20 years in office, after 23 budgets, one of the most simple and most fundamental basics of what local governments do, that is what the statistic is. 200% increase in missed bins. I mean, come on. The service has become dramatically less reliable. Another LNP failure. I have got residents in Norman Park who have had their bins missed, I think, every single week since May. And before anyone gets up and says, yes, of course we've reported it, you know what the answer is? Keep reporting it. You know what my answer is? How about this LNP council just pick them up? Just pick up the bins. It's not that hard. No. Residents are paying more than ever before. Rates are going up, up, up and going up. And I know the LNP Finance Chair, Councillor Cunningham, loves to hide those figures, say they're only going up this much. They're going up much more. Yep. Yet again, we are finding that residents are paying more and they are spending more time chasing up a council to deliver that basic service because their rubbish doesn't get picked up. I mean, come on. This isn't about sustainability. It isn't resilience. It's mismanagement. It's mismanagement from this LNP council. Yep. And that tells us something much bigger about this budget because clearly the longer this administration is in office, I think the less it should be talking about plans and ideas and concepts. It should just be judged on its results, on what it delivers. The LNP have had more than 2 decades to get the basics right. And instead what we are seeing is that these basics are being left to slip backwards. And if there isn't any real action being taken, no real leadership, there will be no plan to really address these growing problems. I mean, they can't even maintain any of their own community assets before they fall into decline. We've heard stories, countless stories from this side of the chamber about drains, about footpaths, about the Story Bridge. I mean, come on, that represents a much bigger problem being faced in every single suburb of Brisbane. So the LNP are failing. They are failing the people of Brisbane. This budget should be about people, should be about strengthening neighbourhoods, instead of asking communities to wait year after year after year for promises to maybe become a reality. And we see that pattern repeating itself all across Program 3. It is just a whole lot of empty promises, if anything, from this tired and out-of-touch administration. The LNP have had more than enough time to deliver, but they have run out of excuses. You keep failing time and time again. We hear a great deal about resilience, a lot of talk, but that is not a slogan. You actually just need to do it. We need to see functioning stormwater infrastructure. Resilience is drainage upgrades delivered before homes flood. Before they flood. It's parks, not 20 years after. It's parks that are properly maintained so kids can play on playgrounds, for goodness sake. Ones that families are proud to use. Trees that are cared for. Clean waterways. Neighbourhoods that are prepared before disaster strikes, not after. But time and time again, residents are left wondering when their time will come. The LNP often talk about climate leadership, but it's just actually not backed up with any meaningful action, is it? Because after 20 years in charge, they continue to govern and rule as the same way they always have. Just more excuses while the basics continue to deteriorate. There's no lifestyle in a city that is just falling apart. And I mean, that's the real story of this budget, isn't it? Not just this program, this entire budget is just tired. Program 1 showed us that the LNP have failed to keep pace with Brisbane's transport needs. Program 2 showed us how the LNP are failing to invest in the infrastructure our growing suburbs need. And now we're talking about Program 3, and that just demonstrates that they are struggling to deliver the everyday services that residents rightly expect.
Is it paying for it?
Rightly expect from their council because they're paying more than they ever have before. More than they ever have before. And 23 budgets in a row, rates rises every single year. The LNP want you to believe that this is a budget about the future, but I believe not what they say, but what they actually do. This budget should be about building around the people that we serve and serving the trust that the people of Brisbane place in this council. The trust that when residents pay their rates, the basics will be delivered, that their bins are going to get picked up, playgrounds will be maintained, their homes and businesses will be protected through adequate drainage. We on this side of the chamber believe in a council that fully understands sustainability isn't just an environmental objective, it's a commitment. It's a commitment.
Thank you. Well, budgets are about a statement of priorities, Mr. Acting Chair, and our priorities are very crystal clear in this program, as they are throughout the budget. This particular program has a very clear set of priorities. A priority to make Brisbane a cleaner, greener, more sustainable city, a more livable city, to enhance the health of our environment, our waterways, our parks, and to double down on the amazing achievements that have been delivered by our investment in this program over many years. This program helps deliver a city with more tree cover than any other Australian city of a comparable nature. This program helps deliver the city that's the best place in the world to raise a family. And that is in large part because of our fantastic parks and green space networks. This program helps deliver an Australia-leading, and you could also say world-leading, koala research and investment program, which really is doing some amazing things across a whole range of projects to support our koala population, to invest in our koala population, to protect our koala population, research that we are working with major universities on, supporting vaccination programs, supporting research that hasn't otherwise existed, is something we should be very proud of. And we heard this program helps to fund the platypus program as well, which is another thing that I'm very excited about. As Councillor Hutton said, you won't find another city where you can find koalas and platypus so close to the centre of the city. It is truly a remarkable thing. And while Labor wants to try and trash the reputation of our city, we are investing in our city and its environment. This program helps deliver Australia's largest green waste recycling program, and there's been a big rollout in recent times on that, and we're seeing more green waste diverted from landfill as a result. This program funds the Brisbane Sustainability Agency, which is doing an incredible job in delivering a whole range of initiatives and projects. Oxley Creek rehabilitation, amazing investment in rehabilitating what was Brisbane's most polluted and degraded creek, now to an amazing community asset. They're planning on the revitalisation of the Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens and the whole Mount Cootha precinct. This program funds investment in parks and green space, the things that people really appreciate. This program seeks to support the community in avoiding Labor's bin tax as well. And the bin tax was referred to before, a bit of rewriting of history there. It was their bin tax, and I remember, as everyone remembers, the Premier at the time, the Labor Premier, said there would be no impact on councils from this waste levy. Said that it was only about interstate commercial waste coming into Queensland and it would have no impact. Yet, before their dying days, before they were tossed out of office, they removed the support for councils and they set a pathway in place that would see declining support every single year for councils and higher taxes every single year for ratepayers. That is Labor's legacy. It is their bin tax. That's why it's a red top bin. It is Labor's bin tax. But I also heard Councillor Collier talk about missed bin collections. Now, I've been very clear that I've had an expectation for our contractor to do better. And they've been driven very hard by Councillor Davis, and you do not want to get on the wrong side of Councillor Davis. I have been on the wrong side of her once or twice. and I'm not going to do that again. Having said that, never a hair out of place, even when she's upset. So Councillor Davis has been driving the contractor hard. We are up to 99.9% of on-time bin collections, and we will not rest until it is as close to 100 as it possibly can get. But it is ironic, though, that Labor talks about missed bins, because their official election policy was to miss everyone's red top bin every week.
That's right.
Because their policy was fortnightly red top bin collections. They plan to miss the whole city and alternate. So you only would get your bin collected once a fortnight under Labor. So they were going to miss everyone's bin. That is their policy. Does anyone remember that? They haven't really talked about that much here. Their shameful, embarrassing, botched FOGO plan was a big part of why they are in opposition right now. They thought they were really clever coming up with a scheme, but they didn't have any of the answers. They couldn't answer how it would be funded. They couldn't answer basic details about it. And, you know, we've seen that councils that have rushed into this really have gotten it wrong. There's obviously been concerns about contamination of green waste through FOGO in various facilities with asbestos and PFAS and other things. There's also the question about where do you store these rotting piles of waste? Are they stored in Deagon Ward? I don't think he'd want them in Deagon Ward. And so they couldn't answer basic questions about where this rotting compost would be processed, how it would be paid for to collect it. And the reality was Brisbane people rejected that plan because it was an unworkable, embarrassing plan. And it's a case of going headlong into something that you don't understand. Now, we did a pilot for FOGO, and it was very clear that there were some significant challenges in delivering a large-scale scheme. And so we've made the sensible step to go full green organics collection as a first step, and then over time, as some of those questions get answered and the technology improves and the facilities improve, then there might be an opportunity for us to move to full FOGO in the future. But that is not the only opportunity. And as I mentioned in my budget speech, we have some other exciting opportunities that could supersede the need for FOGO altogether. Turning our waste into sustainable fuel is an opportunity that we are determined to pursue. We're going to look at this opportunity with the Wagners, who, you know, whatever you might think, they can make things happen. They can build things. They can get things done. And so they have a serious proposal with the federal and state governments to gear up a processing plant that turns municipal waste into jet fuel and sustainable diesel. And that would be, I think, a great outcome to see our waste turned into something that boosts our national security, that improves fuel security for our nation, produces something locally here rather than having to rely on imports. And they're the sort of things that we're looking at to make sure that Brisbane can become more sustainable in the future. Not harebrained schemes that cut people's bin collection service to fortnightly, things that can't be explained and that would just simply foist problems onto the ratepayers. It's quite clear that anyone that would propose such a scheme has not lived in a large household. And, you know, myself, being in a household of 6 people, a fortnightly bin collection would not work. It would simply not work. Now, I know Councillor Wines, it wouldn't work for you either, even when you had just 2 people, I think. But it is... It is obviously a policy that was not well thought through. We're going to pursue sustainability initiatives and diversion initiatives that we can to use emerging technologies, but our focus will be on making sure we provide services to the people of Brisbane and meet their needs when it comes to the need for ongoing waste services. And that is not a fortnightly collection, it is a weekly collection. And Labor has never been able to make that commitment to people. They have never been able to say that they will keep the weekly red top bin collection. We know that their plan at the election was to cut the weekly bin collection, and we know that is still their plan. They're very quiet about it now, but until they stand up and renounce that plan, it is still their plan. Mr Acting Chair, this is a fantastic program achieving amazing things for the city, and I commend the Chair, Councillor Davis, on her work and all her team and officers that have supported this program. Thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, may I acknowledge the delegation from Brisbane Agri to Nexus Innovation Delegation from Youth Development Administration from Taiwan, led by Dr. Michelle Liao and also Grace Yu, who's also an ambassador to Lord Mayor's Tribal Trust. 欢迎. Thank you. Further speaker, Councillor Chung Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, Sustainable City. It honestly pains me to give a very similar debate speech on Sustainable City as last year. The Lord Mayor and Trinity Council administration are set on turning Brisbane into a sweltering, flooded and unlivable city. One where big developers make massive profits off the housing crisis by pushing through unsustainable developments with the support of council that neglects its environmental obligations. Program 3, Sustainable City, should be able to about protecting what makes Brisbane livable and enjoyable, our parks, our waterways, our trees and our climate. Instead, the LNP has again purged sustainability budgets like they're on optional afterthought. I note once again the council administration budgeting tricks they've used to dodge accountability. In 2024, they scraped all detailed budget figures. In 2025, they shuffled items around. Now in 2026, we're told that this budget couldn't be compared to previous ones due to an accounting change. It's shameful, the lengths of that the Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and the LNP go to avoid accountability and transparency. Through the information session, we gathered enough figures to draw alarming comparisons with the last time we got detailed figures, that is, the 2023-24 budget. Let's start with Strategy 3.3, Grow, Improve and Maintain Brisbane's network of urban parks. Accounting for inflation and noting that operating costs are excluded. Here are the cuts this council has dealt to parks since their 2023-24 budget. 18.5 million cut from the delivering iconic parks for Brisbane, a huge 68% cut. 27 million cut from the delivering sports parks for Brisbane. 17 million cut from the maintaining suburban parks, that's a 73 reduction. An increase to metropolitan and district parks of 6 million. I'm happy to be transparent about this. Unlike this administration. 5.7 million from upgrading neighbourhood parks. This is not just reckless. It's a calculated erosion of Brisbane's livability and resilience. Parks and sporting facilities are not just a nice to have. They're absolutely vital for a healthy neighbourhood. They combat the urban heat island effect, they mitigate climate events like flooding and heat waves, reduce climate emissions, have strong links to individual well-being. These cuts follow the LNP's amendment to the City Plan in November 2024, which saw our citywide green space target reduced by 290 hectares. This administration's anti-environment agenda doesn't stop at parks and green space. In Strategy 3.6.1, Council will cut $48 million, or 42% of the operating budget for trees and parks maintenance. What a devastating blow to our city. Shameful. Despite the PR, Brisbane's tree canopy is on the decline. A leaked internal review obtained by the ABC revealed that shade cover in Brisbane had declined from 35% to 32% in the 10 years up to 2019. This is nowhere near Council's own target that they set in 2017 for 50% shade cover by 2031. At that time, this council itself stated
Trees have a significant role in mitigating the urban heat island effect by reducing temperatures through shade and minimising stored heat. It pointed the finger at the high number of tree removals throughout the city. Why? Because this council keeps approving tree clearing and keeps failing to enforce environmental requirements in new developments. Council is completely failing to enforce its 10% deep planting requirements in the City Plan 2014. In March this year, a 27-storey tower was approved in Milton with no deep planting at all. It's a cruel joke. In my ward, we've just recently seen council approve the loss of 116 mature trees at Old Bishop Bourne, some of the very last urban habitat in Milton. The Lord Mayor has also gleefully handed over the green lungs of our city, Victoria Park, Brisbane, a sacred Aboriginal site, handed over into an independent Olympics body, GEICA, stacked with property developers and corporate lobbyists, the same kind that donate to the Liberal National Party. That same body that send police to raid the Guru Camp Embassy, violating the Human Rights Act to shut down protected cultural ceremony. 4,000 matured trees are on the site, many predating colonisation. The shameful loss of this culturally significant or culturally Aboriginal significant site, biodiverse, public green space will be Shriners Council's legacy. Absolutely shameful. I was also shocked to learn in Strategy 3.3.4, Council is still paying the bills at Brisbane. $709,000 is being spent by Council to maintain a privately owned park that's completely locked up from the public. Did Council not sink enough of ratepayers' money into the 3 year of consultation for their abandoned master plan? Or the millions spent on the driving range, the bistro, function centre, park barbecues, picnic areas, maintenance, and the pump track, only to throw it all away for free. Back on tree maintenance, in Strategy 3.6.1, it was also revealed by the ABC that Council is failing to keep hundreds of thousands of its trees in good condition, which is raising the risk of damage to property or infrastructure. Council's own review said any further reduction in funding will likely translate to an increase in risk. Now, the LNP has cut that budget by 42%. Now, Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner is putting my community at risk. He's putting Brisbane at risk. Now to flooding. In Strategy 3.5.1, delivering drainage networks, I'm glad to see some funding returned after the reckless slashing of $19.5 million from this budget last year. But that's not enough. Strategy 3.5.2, stormwater management, maintenance and rehabilitation, has seen a $6.9 billion cut this year. If we compare again to Council's 2023-24 budget, there's been a $34 million cut from stormwater drainage rehabilitation and a 44% cut to expenses on drainage designs. This is happening while the LNP actively promotes new high-rise developments in our worst flood zones. It's happening after Council added 10,000 properties to its flood planning areas last year. It's happening after the federal government's National Climate Risk Assessment forecast a $500 billion hit to Queensland property values within 25 years due to climate change, after it found that the whole suburbs would become uninsurable. And in case that wasn't enough, this administration cut Strategy 3.2.1, Low Carbon Council, by another $800,000. Council apparently has a target of net zero by 2050. Instead, emissions were up 3% in 2025. That's what you get from an LNP that's becoming a fringe party of the climate deniers who serve big business and big developers at the expense of any ambition, target or promise to the people of Brisbane. This administration, on the other side of the chamber, is actively eroding Brisbane's livability and sustainability. They're putting our neighbours at risk. We need to do better. And we can if we make developers pay their fair share to fund the infrastructure we need, to protect our children, to protect future generations, and keep Brisbane as a place for people that want to live here. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise to make a contribution on Program 3, Sustainable Brisbane. Brisbane is the lifestyle capital of Australia, and I think that is in no small part due to the investment that the Brisbane Council makes across the city in its parks and open spaces. When you think of lifestyle capital, I have to say, Chair, while admitting to being a little bit biased, Hamilton Ward is the lifestyle capital in the city of Brisbane. Now, that might garner a bit of debate from other councillors in the chamber, but the evidence is there. We have Newstead Park, incredible that it also has Newstead House nearby. But this year's budget brought some welcome news for one of the 160 dog off-leash areas, affectionately known here at Council as a DOLA. So out there in the real world, outside this chamber, they are called dog parks, but it was welcome news for the Ascot Dog Park, which is very busy and very well loved. So the welcome news, Chair, you might be wondering is that this budget has committed to returfing and making some other improvements. Dog parks are not just a place to burn off the energy of your four-legged friends who have an abundance of energy. They are also places of connection, community and camaraderie. A place to not only socialise your dog, but also yourself with other like-minded people in the community. We've got some great dog parks across the Hamilton Ward, including the Newstead Dog Park at Waterfront Park. We've got the Crosby Road Dog Park, Kalinga Dog Park. They are all extremely well used and loved. So Hamilton Ward is definitely a place for pets and their owners. This investment will ensure that the Ascot Dog Park is enhanced and continues to be a hub of connection for many dogs and their owners in the Hamilton Ward. Chair, I have to note that this dog park was a legacy from my predecessor, the former councillor David McLaughlin, and a great outcome as it was a result of Brisbane's best toddler park, Ascot Park. Talking of parks, Chair, I wish to touch on the incredible news that the Brisbane Council has committed more funds in this year's budget to progress Stage 2 of the North Shore Riverside Park at Hamilton North Shore. Stage 2 will continue to undertake upgrades and renewal works to the park landscaping and other aged assets. This will also include replacement of electric barbecues, installation of new park shelters and minor pathway improvements. Chair, there have already been some great improvements done in Stage 1 in the last financial year, and I just know that the Hamilton North Shore community will benefit from these further improvements. This park has been the location to a few movies in the park, put on in conjunction with the Hamilton Reach Community Association. It's also been the location for the community's Clean Up Australia Day efforts that always take place in the last weekend of March. It is no secret in this chamber that I am in my park parent era, thanks to Hamilton Ward's smallest residents, also known as my two small children. However, this park is not just enjoyed by the local community, but visitors from far and wide. Why is that? Because it's next door to Bluey's World. Bluey's World has been an absolute hit, so much that it is staying until 2028. So, Chair, I think it's entirely fair to say that these park improvements will be enjoyed by a lot of people, whether they are from Hamilton Ward, across Brisbane, or even as far from overseas. This park is near an international attraction, and it's no wonder that it is here to stay. You've got a great park, an amazing Riva Cafe, and a chance to experience the fabulous world of Bluey, a much-loved cartoon character that has put Brisbane on the map. I reckon apart from the amazing time they will have at Bluey's World, thanks to these improvements, they will remember North Shore Riverside Park. Our parks are world-class, Chair. They are iconic, and it's thanks to continued investment from the Brisbane Council. They provide a range of opportunity to do different activities, celebrate birthdays, exercise. The possibilities are endless. And I have to say, since becoming a councillor, I do look at parks a little bit differently. Even when you go on holiday, you do look at parks. Surely I cannot be the only one. You look at the design, the playground equipment, the configuration of the swing set. But by investing in our parks, it ensures that we're able to maintain our status as the lifestyle capital of Australia. Chair, Program 3 isn't just about parks, though. It is much more than parks. I'm pleased to see that Hamilton Ward has benefited from some drainage and stormwater infrastructure investments as well to deliver some projects in Hendra, Newstead and Pinkenba. Whether they are stormwater works or drainage improvement projects, this investment in our suburbs ensures that we have the infrastructure to handle the growth and weather conditions that Brisbane is all too well known for. We're able to continue to build our flood resilience, especially when facing extreme weather conditions from floods to even cyclones we've seen in recent times. These projects also help to reduce road flooding, which ensures safety for road users as well. Now, Chair, Program 3 also covers Council's well-loved and renowned curbside collection. Now, Chair, through you, I just wanted to make my yearly reminder to my husband, Matt, that curbside collection is happening again this financial year. So please pick up the hints I'm dropping today and probably a bit closer to our curbside collection dates to do that clean up. So I think there'll be a lot of husbands out there getting a reminder about curbside collection, which is very well used and very, very popular. Curbside collection is a great way to spring clean, get rid of items that are no longer can be used or repurposed. It's great for things like furniture, sporting equipment, carpet and other household items that have been loved but are no longer useful. But Chair, before I conclude my remarks, I just wanted to touch on a few absurd claims about park maintenance that Councillor Kim made in Callumvale Ward. Like all our infrastructure, playgrounds have a set lifespan and from time to time we will have to close them for maintenance or repairs. These are well-used, much-loved playgrounds and they're being replaced as part of our rolling program of maintenance. But the suggestion you should be able to magically click your fingers and fix a playground isn't reality. Our crews do a fantastic job. They complete up to 70 park maintenance jobs every week, everything from minor fixes to full replacements. And in a network of more than 2,100 parks, only a handful of playground equipment is even partially closed for maintenance at one time. This is far from the picture of neglect that Councillor Kim, through you, Chair, is painting. And just for the record, Madam Chair, under this very budget, Councillor Kim is getting a very, some great outcomes. She's getting a full climbing net replacement at Greenways Esplanade Park in Parkinson, but it doesn't stop there. If anyone wants to suggest that Callumvale is missing out on play and recreational investment, the facts tell a very different story. This budget also delivers the Greenways Esplanade BMX track resurfacing, a barbecue and electrical upgrade at the Constable Matthew Arnold Memorial Park and continued planning for the Pollara Open Space Corridor. And that is all before we get to the $11.172 million we're spending on the Pollara District Sports Park project over the coming financial year, Chair. Madam Chair, Callumvale Ward is doing very well indeed under this budget, and I would encourage Councillor Kim to acquaint herself with this before making claims of neglect that simply do not pass the pub test. And on that note, I will conclude my remarks and commend Program 3, and through you, Chair, Councillor Davis does a fantastic job. She's a great chair, and I commend it to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Point of order, Chair. I move that this meeting now adjourn for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adamant and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we come back to Sustainable City. Any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 3, Sustainable Cities. I'll begin, of course, by talking about some elements that I do welcome, which is within this program. Firstly, the restoration works at Captain Burke Park in Kangaroo Point I welcome. The continuation of upgrades at James Warner Park and CT White Park are also welcome, and I do want to acknowledge Councillor Davies and the Council Office for their very collaborative work on this, and I want to acknowledge that here. This is a necessary project and they've taken on feedback and suggestions really well, and I think we are all hoping for a great outcome and result in that. Works in Kangaroo Point Cliffs are also welcome. And the continuation of Drury Street stormwater, which is in here as a new program and a new project, but is actually a continuation from the first projects that were done in 2024-25. These are welcome because that stormwater project is really needed. These are the kind of local park and place-based investments that residents expect to see and be maintained. Although it's worth noting, and I'll get back to this a bit later, that sustainability is not just a catchphrase that we can throw out, it is a doing word. There are a couple of other works that aren't clear. One of them is at Davies Park in West End. There is no detail about this project. I'm really hopeful, as it was in my budget submission, that this is an upgrade to the football soccer fields, noting that there are hundreds of kids and hundreds of players that aren't able to use this field properly because the upgrades to the field have been lagging. The number of broken ankles, the number of injuries and strain, and it's so important that that football field, that playing field, which is the only recreational playing field in West End, needs to be upgraded. It's the only recreational playing field. Yeah, and it's under a lease. The second field next to it is fenced up and the public are not on it. And so it's so important. And any transparency on the works happening at Davies Park, hopefully that second soccer field, I welcome. I also welcome any transparency on the works in Dutton Park, noting that even though it was before my time, there was a commitment by this council due to the 3 new batteries that were put there in Dutton Park, which took away open space. There was a commitment by this council to convert one of the car parks into open space. While it was before my time, this is something I'm keeping a close eye on, and I think it's something really important. The commitments that this council made for the Metro, the depletion of open space in that area do need to be assessed, and I welcome any transparency on this from the chair later today, if possible. I also welcome the installation, I believe, of bollards at Musgrave Park to try to support the health of the trees in Musgrave Park, noting that there are many facilities that have had keys there, I'm not one of them, that have been parking underneath the significant fig trees there and have caused death to those. But I think this brings me to a greater topic now, which is about trees. It's hard to say, I know I'm going to sound dramatic, but frankly, we are at a tree loss crisis. Definitely in the Gabba ward. I think potentially across the city. We just don't hear the Liberal councillors talk about it publicly. But I am going to talk about it publicly because I think it's important to get on the record. Between July 2025 and to today, 101 trees, probably a little bit more, have been removed from the Gabba ward. This includes, just this year, significant trees in West End Ferry Terminal, the Sailing Club, Orley Park, and multiple in Musgrave Park. This is not an abstract environmental debate. This is a real and visible reduction in shade, habitat, and urban canopy. And the replacement cycle in sustainable cities is not keeping up. It takes years, and I mean years, I'm not making that up, for council to replace these trees, and that's not good enough. An example of what takes years is a tree that was removed in Captain Burke Park, again before my time, over 3 years ago, which still remains unreplaced. That's just not good enough, because it's not just about the replacement. If you remember, these trees that have taken decades to grow will take decades more to ensure that the shade, the tree canopy, the coverage, and anything that they can mitigate due to the urban heat island effect will take decades more. And on that's not sustainability. That's not sustainability. Losing 101 trees is not sustainability. We also know already that in the next couple of months, the Gabba War will lose another 46 plus 18 equals 64. 64 trees. That's in the next 3 months, potentially, with no commitments to when these trees will be returned. And that's the problem with sustainable cities. We can say for as long as we want the line, Brisbane is a sustainable city, but the on-ground truth is we're not even able to replace trees within a designated time. I'll talk briefly about parks. Kurilpa alone in the 2004 Priority Infrastructure Plan, this is 20 years ago, was allocated 6 parks for delivery. 20 years later, 1 park has been delivered, and that's Banyapa, a tiny park. This is a huge shortfall for Kurilpa. And I want to make sure it's noted that we have an active LNP council that is not only not buying back land to deliver parkland. Remember how I said there was only 1 recreational sporting field, 1 field in Kurilpa, but is actively supporting the LNP state government in selling our public land that could be sporting fields. There are opportunities for open space in the Kurilpa ward. The return back of 1 buyback land is not open space and is not the activity of this council. We need green spaces, and so we cannot call this council sustainable. We cannot call its actions sustainable as it continues to not provide adequate green space for the Gabba ward. Lastly, before I finish, I want to talk about drainage. Because the Gabba ward has flood impacts, river flooding, South Brisbane, Kangaroo Point, Highgate Hill, creek flooding, well, overland flooding, every suburb, a little bit of creek flooding that's connected to the Kingfisher Creek, which is still underground, but I hear that there's potential projects for it in the future, close to the Gabba ward. It's important to note that we have not done the work to keep the residents of the Gabba ward safe. And we continue not to do it while we increase density year after year after year. I want to state some of the drainage priority projects that I have been putting. And this year I did a little bit different. I did a 1 to 5 priority, what we would like delivered. Not because I want it. It's because I want to keep residents safe. And this council should be doing that. So Byrne Street, 177 Dornock Terrace, Princhester, Granville and Spring Street and surrounding areas, Waterview Terrace, Park Road West near number 26, Linden Street. These are all places that have experienced intense flooding, overland, river flood, and for those critically needed stormwater works, there's more. These are just the priorities that I've listed. There is really no alleviation through this council. So I guess I'll close by saying, year after year, I hear the Lord Mayor say, we are a sustainable Brisbane City Council. And that is completely disconnected from the experience of residents on the ground.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Sorry. Thank you, Deputy Chair. So today we've seen 2 very distinct debating styles. Poor me, I got nothing. And councillors who just get on with the job and lead. Now, for anyone listening at home, you might think, did they not get anything? Well, yeah, they did actually. They got a hell of a lot. Yeah. But don't let that get in the way of a good story. Every councillor receives a similar amount of investment in their ward. It's pretty basic. It's what the Lord Mayor's focused on. He wants to deliver for every resident, every suburb in Brisbane. It might not be the exact project you want, at the exact time you want, or the exact order you want, but Team Schrinner is delivering right across Brisbane for every resident. And that's what we are seeing today. We could all sit here and say, poor me. But correct me if I'm wrong, that's what people hate about politicians. People who come in here and think about themselves and fight for no reason. People want us to get on with the job and deliver, and that is exactly what Team Schrinner is all about. But look, Madam Chair, I love this program. I spend a lot of time in our parks. And if you were to ask one of my kids what their mum does for work, they would very quickly tell you she builds playgrounds. They will also happily ask all of their friends, my mum builds playgrounds, what would you like? Then they proceed to come home and tell me, Jake told me today, Mum, you need to build him a new skate park. Or Frankie told me she wants a new Nature Girls playground from Bluey and can you build it at school? It would be so much fun. It always makes me laugh and I immediately have to explain that's not how it works, sweetheart. But to them, this is their world. Their world is playgrounds, parks, bike paths, trees, basketball courts, sporting facilities, dog parks, the list goes on. And it's where we spend so much time as a family together. I love being part of this world with them, and that's why Program 3, Sustainable City Program, matters so much to our residents. It's about the pleasant places residents use every day. It's about keeping Brisbane clean, safe and livable, and it's about protecting our natural assets, maintaining our waterways, improving our parks and building a more resilient city. In Doughboy Ward, this budget delivers practical investment in Cannon Hill, Carina and Tingalpa. And I want to start with the Cannon Hill Bushland Reserve. This budget included investment through the Restoration for Recreation program for remediation works at Cannon Hill Bushlands. These works will address on-site mounding associated with historical illegal dumping, including asbestos. Many parks and reserves right across Brisbane have complex histories. Some were affected by landfill, dumping or industrial uses long before we understood the long-term environmental impacts. Over time, those materials have broken down, the soil has moved and contamination risks have emerged. Restoration for recreation is about making sure those spaces remain a haven for local wildlife and our community for a long, long time to come. And the Cannon Hill Bushland Reserve is just that. It's a very important space in my local community. Council recently invested in building a bikeway right through it, and it has helped open up this part of the world for our local residents. Every day, residents now walk or ride through this beautiful natural environment. We're only about 10 kilometres away from the city, but when you're there, it feels like you're miles away and surrounded by natural beauty. It connects residents to the Menippi Golf Course, Murray Recreation Reserve, Menippi Parklands and the Cannon Hill shops, and that's why it's so important to my local residents. I also wanted to acknowledge Leith and Barry Bracken. They have been working in the Cannon Hill Bushland Reserve for more than 20 years. They are there almost every single day, I kid you not. They know this land like the back of their hand and they understand its history and they're so passionate about it being restored and preserved for generations to come. I'm incredibly grateful for their work and the work of their volunteers around them. It also includes $37,000 for the Cannon Hill Bushland Reserve through the Conservation Reserve Management Fund. And someone mentioned before, Brisbane is absolutely prime for weeds. On average, we get 280 sunny days a year and 1,000 millimetres of rain. So weeds absolutely love growing in our city and it's so important we keep on top of them. This budget also includes funds for Regent Park in Cannon Hill. And I know Councillor Collier will be very excited as it's on the boundary of our wards. This will replace the deteriorated basketball court with a new basketball facility with further park upgrades to be informed by community engagement. Regent Park is a much-loved local park. It sits behind the Cannon Hill State School, Cannon Hill Kindy, St Oliver Plunkett Primary School and the YMCA Cannon Hill. It is also home to Bulimba Cricket Club Juniors who play there on a seasonal licence. And it's also home to our end of summer party, which is always a great reminder of how important local parks are to community life. At the event, you see exactly why investing in parks like this matter. You see kids running around, families catching up, neighbours connecting, and the park being used in the way it should be. Regent Park has also recently seen upgrades to the playground and the toilet block, and those improvements are already making a great difference for our community. So it's great now to see the next level of investment, and I'm excited to start community consultation with our residents. Madam Chair, the other one I wanted to touch on today was upgrades for Preston Road Dog Park. For many locals, the Meadowlands Dog Park, well, as it's known to locals, It's one of the busiest dog parks in all of Brisbane, I've been informed by council officers. It is much loved, and it's a very, very exciting announcement for our local doggos. It's to upgrade the dog agility equipment. But it's more than just a dog park. It's a community meeting place. It hosts regular dog gatherings, breeder meetups and local dog events. Residents come all over the eastern suburbs of Brisbane to Carina because it is such a large and well-used space. But dog parks are so much more than a place to running your dog around. They help residents meet their neighbours, they build their friendships and they feel connected to their local community. I also wanted to touch on Joe Bradfield Park. It's an absolute passion project of mine. It's one of our most loved parks next to the Carina Library, San Sisto College, St Martin's and a number of community organisations. For the past year I've been working with residents on what they would like to see improved in this park. We've already delivered a number of upgrades, including a new dog park and lighting, but we'll soon be adding seating around the basketball court, internal pathways to improve accessibility, a pickleball court, new picnic shelter, new barbecue, lighting in the dog park, and the community is so excited. We had 400 responses and I've never ever had a response like that to a community consultation. So yeah, the residents are so excited. We recently chose the new playground design and it's going to be a jungle themed playground with a tall climbing tower. The successful tenderer has just been notified and so hopefully works will begin very, very soon. Now, like many of you in the chamber, I have low-lying areas that are susceptible to flooding, and that is exactly why it is so important to continue delivering waterway improvements. This budget includes targeted vegetation management at Bulimba Creek, including works to Robinson Park and Wandle Road Park. These works are about maintaining flood capacity in priority areas. In plain English, that means we're helping the creek system function properly during heavy rain events, and we've seen a lot of those over the past 4 years. This work also improves environmental outcomes by managing invasive weeds and replacing them with native vegetation. Flood resilience and environmental management could work together. Healthy waterways are better for wildlife, better for local amenity and better for managing stormwater. These residents will not only benefit, but we have a number of suburbs that connect through the Bulimba Creek catchment and they will also be very benefited by these upgrades. Madam Chair, these projects matter. They matter to our youngest residents. They matter to our volunteers caring for our bushlands. They matter to our local dogs. They matter to residents living near Bulimba Creek, particularly those who have been impacted by flooding. And these are just a few of the reasons why I absolutely love working on the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. So, Madam Chair, while some of us may choose to talk this budget down, the fact shows that this administration is delivering real outcomes. We're investing in every single ward, including those opposite, and I promise you that every single one of them will vote with us today on this side of the chamber. So you can't take what they say seriously. And I know that they know that we're doing a very good job, and I welcome you to our side of the chamber shortly. And for that reason, Madam Chair, I commend Program 3 to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And
bring it home.
Yeah, bring it home. I rise to speak on the sustainability chapter of the budget, and I congratulate Councillor Atwood on getting so many projects, and actually consulting with her community about those projects. And I'm actually sure she's a genuine person who consults with the community about what she actually delivers, unlike other councillors over there who don't even bother to consult with their communities and end up in a lot of trouble and less pickleball courts. I just need to acknowledge two people in the chamber. I need to acknowledge Brady and Caleb, who are up in the gallery. Both those people have done, Caleb works for me as a new officer, and Brady has worked or done some work with you and myself in terms of internship. So hope you're enjoying the show. And good luck. So in terms of sustainability, I listened eagerly for the Lord Mayor when he spoke, because he didn't speak about Program 2. And Program 2 is about the Story Bridge. So he had nothing to say about the Story Bridge. Oh, shame, Lord Mayor, missing in action yet again from his own budget. But let's have a look at what's going on here. I actually think this is one of the most interesting areas of council, and I've been on the Environment Committee for 23 years. I enjoy working with the committee. I enjoy working with Councillor Davis. There's a number of things that are being done well, but I think there's a number of things that could be done much better. So it is an area of council that I think we've got a lot of passionate staff there who want to do a lot of things, and I think we could be powering ahead with where we're going. I suppose for me it keeps coming back to this course that council paid for me to do, the company directors course. What I keep, and I only did it in Brisbane. I didn't have to fly to America to do it. I did it here in little old Brisbane. But what they talked about, and what I keep seeing missing from this chamber and from this council and from this administration, is transparency in relation to the budget. Now, this is the budget. That is the budget. That's the budget for sustainability. Wow. And there's no figures in this budget. Yeah, 3 pages, no figures, which I think is pretty appalling. And it's more an indication of this administration and their view of the public and their view of opposition, but also their view of governing. And their view of governing is it's a closed shop because we do everything right and you guys are bad. Any transparency is bad, or we don't want transparency. And what I would say to you is transparency in politics builds trust. Yep. Transparency builds accountability. Yep. And transparency improves decision making, not just for you, but for us as well. So I wouldn't be scared of transparency if you had nothing to hide. And I would ask the Lord Mayor, if he was in the chamber, Lord Mayor, why does your budget have no figures in terms of detailed figures with projects that you're delivering so that we and the public can actually see what is being done? Because it's been best practice in this chamber for the last 21 of 23 years while I've been here. It's been best practice. And you've been able to compare one set of books with another set of books. And you've been able to compare figures. And you've been able to say, oh, this is where they're cutting. But now there was no books. But now it's just this, now there's this big slop of money that's going to be given to council. And it's just slushing around. We don't know where it's going. We'll move some here, we'll move some there, we'll do this, we'll do that. It's a big slush fund for the Liberals. And that is what really, really concerns me. And I suppose in that slush fund, we have the bushland levy. And when I tell ratepayers, they go, no, the bushland levy is used to buy bushland. Oh, no, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. That bushland levy doesn't buy bushland now. It goes to maintaining bushland that previously we maintained out of the main budget. So that bushland levy, I think, is one of the biggest rorts in council. I actually think it's a very Liberal rort, because they say one thing and they've got the public believing one thing, but then they do another thing. And I'm seeing this over and over and over. Yeah. And what I do bring is a bit of wisdom. What I do bring is a bit of experience, and I am seeing things dramatically change under this mayor to what I would say is hitting that red line. Hitting that red line of, this isn't best practice, this is, well, could be corrupt, could be getting close to corrupt. And I maintain that. I think that is very concerning. But let's have a look at what's going on around the place. And my ward, and this is by a council officer, one of our environment officers, has been called, he gave the description, he said, why do the Liberal wards get so much funding for their waterways and my ward doesn't? And the officer goes, that's all right, council, it's 2 Titanics. You're the sinking Titanic, that's your ward, and the Liberals are the part of council, part of Brisbane that's not sinking. So they're the ones that we've got to save. So we're putting all our money into the Liberal wards, and yours floods, and we don't want to worry about weed trees, And we don't want to worry about revegetation, and we don't want to worry about removing silt because it's the Liberal wards. And Councillor Atwood just confirmed that with about 5 other councillors I've heard talk about this today. And that concerns me. One, it concerns me that the officers are helping enable this by their interpretation of it. Two, I'm just not getting delivery for my residents, and my residents, I'm their representative. My job in here is to get an outcome for them. And that's what I am attempting to do. So I don't hear, haven't seen any Liberal move a motion about getting more resources for their waterways because they don't have to. They just get it like that. I know on this side of the chamber we have to fight, and it takes years and it's hard work, and we have to go to public meetings and do media. You know what? It toughens you up. You learn how to govern, you learn how to get things in opposition, but it's not the way council is meant to be working. Let's have a look at koala habitat. What I've seen over the last year is a mayor who spooks on about koalas. He loves them. He's cuddling them, he's doing everything to them. But what his administration is doing behind the scenes is approving significant ecological damage. And we've seen that in Kenmore and Everton Park and Brisbane Downs and Durack. And we've done media with those communities about it. So there's what the council says and there's what council does. And the two don't match. Nice story, bit of a fairy tale. Then, on top of allowing that land to be cleared, they're collecting money for offsets. So that goes into another bucket of money. Last time I was able to look at it, when I was able to look at it, had $21 million in it. I tried to get some of that money to do some plantings in a park along a waterway, and I got told by news, oh no, councillor, you have to pay $38,000. You have to get 38 trees planted, you have to pay $38,000. Yeah. In a Liberal ward, they don't have to pay for that, they just get it. So I had to pay, and mind you, it's taken 2 years to get those trees planted, and it turns out, went for a drive the other day, it looks like they planted them on private land. After 2 years. After 2 years, they're planted on private land. And it's like, how do we get this so wrong? How do we stuff up so badly? Now, I know last year in my ward we delivered a $3 million underpass for koalas, and I know the Lord Mayor talks and loves the koalas. The federal government funded that. I sent that off to council and to news with the research that went for it and came back, oh, no, councillor, we wouldn't build that in your ward. That officer has since been walked. And then I take it to the federal government, and the federal government go, oh, this is a brilliant idea, we will fund it. And they funded it, and give council its due, it's built it, and it's successful. Do I see any money for other fauna habitats in this budget? None.
Councillor Griffiths, your time's expired. Are there any further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the world is waking up to Brisbane. We certainly are Australia's lifestyle capital, and our city is gaining global attention for our beautiful outdoor climate. As Australia's fastest growing capital city, with hundreds of people moving here every week, it's easy to see why. From our vibrant precincts to our incredible network of local parks, playgrounds and green spaces across our suburbs, Brisbane offers an unmatched lifestyle. It's no surprise that Brisbane was recently recognised as one of the world's most livable cities for families. And as a mum of boys, I know firsthand how important it is to have great outdoor spaces, places where families can gather, children can play and communities connect. There is nothing much more in life that my boys love more than being outside. And as the councillor for Coorparoo, I'm particularly proud that a few of the suburbs within my ward were recently named Brisbane's most sought-after suburbs. It reflects what local residents already know, that our area offers an incredible mix of lifestyle, amenity, connectivity and community spirit.
One of the defining features of my ward is the winding but sometimes ferocious Norman Creek. Norman Creek meanders from Greenslopes through the back of Coorparoo to the Brisbane River at East Brisbane, with offshoots including Kingfisher Creek and Bridgewater Creek. It connects our communities and green spaces, linking some of the most livable suburbs of Brisbane. The Norman Creek Master Plan guides long-term investment and community actions, and as Australia's first whole-of-catchment urban water management plan, it's transforming almost 30 square kilometres of urban waterways into a healthier, more connected and more resilient waterway. And the vision for it is simple, but it is ambitious. Healthier waterways, improved recreation opportunities, stronger community connections, and importantly, greater resilience to both flooding and drought. We've already seen remarkable success through projects such as the award-winning Hanlon Park Baroota rejuvenation. This was on the back of the Coorparoo Creek work, which was completed prior to my time as a councillor. The next chapter and next priority is Kingfisher Creek, which is largely an underground tributary of Norman Creek at Woolloongabba near Deshan Street. Consultation has been ongoing with East Brisbane and Woolloongabba residents, and this coming year funding is set aside to progress improvements to parkland and pathways. The vision here is a stepping stone corridor of parkland, as well as a better link for walking and cycling from the wilderness of Moorhen Flats to Woolloongabba Rotary Park. The works also help manage water flows. While it won't stop flooding, it will help mitigate it. It enhances existing parklands and improves opportunities for lifestyle that our city is known for. Now, at Mowbray Park in East Brisbane, where we're further transforming this heritage place, we hope to see an iconic riverside park destination. Sadly, a couple of years ago, we had to tell the community after a natural disaster that this was put on hold so that we could spend our resources on clean-up and repair while we waited for disaster relief funding. It is one of Brisbane's oldest surviving riverside parks and has a history spanning 170 years. It reflects the city's evolution from private river land holdings to public recreation. The park is an early example of a council deliberately preserving valuable riverfront land for public use, a planning decision that was made generations ago that continues to benefit the residents today. The final concept plan, which was previously released and is available on our website, and I table it for the benefit of the Chamber, including the URL for someone who might not be able to use the internet, shows a relocated car park from next to the river to alongside a 7-lane wide road. This keeps cars where cars should be and returns green space and recreation to beneath the huge trees and the river shoreline. It always seemed like such a great shame to me to have locked up this space with bitumen and vehicles. Ultimately, new open green space will replace hardstand. But importantly, with the recently upgraded CityCat terminal, a limited number of accessible disability spots will need to remain close by. This financial year, efforts will be focused on issuing a detailed design plan update for the 3.2 hectares of park space. There will be new pathways as well as landscaping, a playground extension, a new village green amphitheatre and an upgraded amenities building. With our bud-lit Moreton Bay figs, a shoreline, a city view location, barbecues, wide open spaces, Mowbray Park will once again be a jewel in the crown of Brisbane's spectacular iconic parks. We'll also work with the neighbouring Community Lease Croquet Club to consider ways that their facility can be updated and incorporated into our parkland. This park upgrade is strongly supported, Madam Chair, by local residents, and they can't wait for the project to begin. But don't take my word for it. All you have to do is look at the comments from followers on Councillor Collier's very own Facebook post when she tried to whip up some fear about some construction. So let's have a look, shall we? Here we go. What heritage has been lost here?
What about this one? I haven't seen a single person play bowls there in 20 years. How about this one through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Collier? You are kidding. This building was an eyesore. How about this one, Councillor Collier? This one's probably my favourite, Madam Chair. Petty political point scoring. Have you seen the proposal? Instead of a disgusting eyesore, how about some green space for all? Not just residents to use, a handful of hobbyists.
Your microphone, thank you. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I didn't want to interrupt. Councillor Collier and Councillor Cassidy, stop calling out. Councillor Cassidy, your point of order.
I mean, this is a bit rich. Councillor Cunningham reading out Facebook comments when she's actually blocked. She's blocked Councillor Collier from her own Facebook page.
Councillor,
come on.
This is not a point of order. Honestly, again, being rude. No. Thank you, councillors. Again, being quiet, Councillor Collier. I caution you. When another councillor is on their feet speaking. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's another comment. That building was a shocker, good riddance. And another favourite.
One moment, please, councillor. Councillor Collier. As you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Deputy Mayor.
Just one more, Madam Chair. This is a joke post, right? That pretty much sums it all up. I have it on very good authority that the organisation in question by Councillor Collier has never been happier or more successful in their purpose-built performing arts facility, which is actually even in her ward. So I say to Councillor Collier, through you, Madam Chair, that she would, quite respectfully, better spend more time in her ward than she does in mine. At Bowie's Flat in Camp Hill, there's funding for bridge replacement works over Bridgewater Creek. In Greenslopes, we've got funding for a new park, detailed design and delivery works happening at Headford Street Park next to the new Legacy House. This is a brand new pocket park, one which the Lord Mayor and I secured after working with the former federal government to make sure that the land wasn't sold to a private hospital. And at Bill Hewitt Reserve in Camp Hill, construction gets underway on a new amenities block. No more treewees. All of these projects are not just environmental investments, they're lifestyle investments. They create more to see and do, more places to walk, to ride, to exercise, relax and enjoy our incredible lifestyle in the outdoors. Scavenging for insects or bugs, spotting local wildlife and coming home exhausted and covered in dirt like my boys do. Their projects are investments in our kids' education and experience of life. This is the type of generational investment that comes from the Schrinner administration. I provide my congratulations to the Chair, Councillor Davis and her team for the excellent work that they do in Program 3 for making our lifestyle truly incredible.
Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As we've seen in the past few days, the Labor and Green alliance in the federal space has bleeded out aspirational Australia like a vampire. We've seen the Labor Green alliance in this place too talk down Brisbane and try to strip away the aspirations of this great city. Madam Chairman, in fact, this reminds me of something that Jerry Seinfeld said. He said, nothing good comes from the left. He said, leftovers are unwanted food. Left-handed comments are a slap in the face. You never heard of a criminal called righty. And the last one I particularly like, he said, when you walk into a budget info session and you've learnt that they've all left. Or they don't even turn up. Thank you for the interjection, Councillor Adam. Madam Chairman, to be serious, I'm a proud member of the Schrinner Council and I rise to support the 25-26 budget and commend the important work of the Environmental, Parks and Sustainability Committee. This portfolio plays a vital role in shaping the future of our city, protecting Brisbane's natural environment, enhancing our parks and our green spaces, and ensuring our communities are prepared for challenges of a changing climate. From managing our much-loved bushland reserves and waterways to advancing energy efficiency and biodiversity, this program is helping to ensure Brisbane remains one of the most livable and sustainable cities in the world. I particularly welcome the continued investment in wildlife protection as one of the wards that has the highest number of Habitat Brisbane groups in them. I thank the Chair very much for that. Improved waste management and our growing network of parks, off-road cycling facilities. These initiatives not only preserve our unique environment, but also strengthen our community's wellbeing and resilience. With this budget, we reaffirm our commitment to a cleaner and more sustainable Brisbane. Under Strategy 3.3.3, the Delivering of New Parks for Brisbane project will continue to expand and enhance our city's open space network. This important initiative focuses on acquiring land and developing new parks to meet the needs of a growing population, providing diverse spaces for both formal and informal recreation. Guided by the local government infrastructure plan, this program prioritises areas of significant forecast growth and delivers new parks infrastructure through land acquisition, strategic planning, partnerships, and dedicated park development projects. These efforts contribute to Brisbane's appeal as a vital place to live, work, invest, and visit. Also under Strategy 3.3.3, Delivering Sports Parks for Brisbane project focuses on the creation and upgrade of district-level sports parks that support active and healthy communities. These projects are informed by long-term infrastructure planning and targeted investment in high-growth areas, ensuring new sports facilities are delivered where demand is rising. By aligning with broader city planning objectives, this initiative strengthens Brisbane's reputation as a city that supports participation in sport, recreation at every level. Across Brisbane, we have 156 closed landfill sites that are being repurposed into community assets, such as parklands and sports fields. However, as these sites age, the natural decomposition of the underlying waste can lead to surface changes and subterranean movements that need action from time to time. So through you, Madam Chair, I commend the Lord Mayor and Councillor Davis for recognising the importance of addressing such challenges through a proactive, risk-based remediation program. The 2025-2026 budget has ensured the vital work, like leachate management, in 2 parks in my ward, and we are making these spaces safer and more sustainable for local communities. While bushfire risk may seem like a faraway risk for some inner-city wards, in the Gap ward, it poses a very real and serious threat to both residents in the ward and the precious wildlife in our conservation reserves. It's great to see strong leadership from the Lord Mayor and the Chair in supporting Conservation Reserve Management Program, a comprehensive ongoing initiative that delivers essential planning, rehabilitation, restoration and infrastructure that works across Council's managed natural areas, including those acquired through the Bushland Preservation Levy. This program's systematic approach ensures that critical priorities like fire preparedness and management are effectively addressed, safeguarding the health of our reserves and the safety of our community and native species alike. While prioritising resident amenity, I'm also pleased to see practical improvements like lighting being installed at key locations across parks and open spaces. Brisbane is vibrant. It's an active city where runners, cyclists and families walk their dogs regularly, use these areas throughout the day. Providing well-lit spaces not only enhances security but also encourages more people to engage with our city after sundown, making Brisbane an even more livable and welcome place for all. Madam Chair, in Strategy 3.3.3, Grow, Improve and Maintain Brisbane's network of urban parks, it focuses on the delivery of safe, high-quality park facilities across the city that meet the evolving needs and expectations of our diverse community. The upgrades aim to ensure our parks offer a wide variety of recreational opportunities, making them welcoming spaces for as many people as possible as we build a truly world-class city. From new playground equipment, boundary fencing and upgrades in lighting, to visitor facilities like toilets, barbecues, seating, shade structures, pathways, a whole park renewal, these improvements are designed to enhance the way we all enjoy our green spaces. Now, while some of you are a bit too old and stiff to climb on playground equipment, and I'm not particularly looking at you, Councillor Adderman, anyone can see the magic when a child explores a new playground. The imagination, the fun, and sense of adventure that comes alive in those moments is priceless. Who's to say that a 5-year-old standing proudly atop of a climbing frame isn't pretending to be an astronaut? And that this moment might be just the time that inspires the future astronaut to grow up and be one. Or a 55-year-old celebrating that they can still climb to the top of that same structure. Our parks are so much more than places for families to get out of the house, though that's important too. They're spaces that spark big dreams and help shape the future of the next generation. Lastly, I'd like to speak on Strategy 3.5.2, stormwater management and maintenance, a critical component of keeping our city safe and resilient. As part of this program, a number of high priority public sites have been identified based through flood investigations and historical data, particularly in areas known to be flooding hotspots. The planned works include target vegetation management within the waterways, not only to restore proper flow, but also to improve the environmental health of these natural systems by replacing invasive weeds with native vegetation within the riparian zone. Funding has been allocated to deliver these works across key locations along creeks, tributaries throughout the city. We all know just how vital this work is. The devastating impacts of the 2011 and 22 floods are still fresh in many of our minds, and more recently, ex-tropical cyclone Alfred and the heavy rainfall that followed were a stark reminder of how vulnerable our city can be at times. Investing in our waterways is not just about maintenance, it's about future-proofing Brisbane against a very real and growing risk of severe weather. In conclusion, the 2025-2026 budget clearly demonstrates the City Council's commitment to building a cleaner, greener and more resilient Brisbane. Whether it's through delivery of new parks, sporting facilities, protecting our bushland and biodiversity, investing in flood mitigation and storm management, or ensuring our community spaces are safe and acceptable for everyone, this budget reflects smart planning and strong leadership. These improvements not only support the day-to-day well-being of our residents, but help shape the long-term future of our city. On behalf of my community, and particularly the residents of the Gap Ward, I commend this budget to the Chamber.
Yeah, thank you. Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank all councillors that participated in what was a quite spirited Program 3 budget debate. And while many of those opposite were focusing on talking our city down, the City Council is absolutely focused on delivering a responsible budget that keeps Brisbane affordable, sustainable and ready for the future. And while there's been plenty said today, some a little personal, Madam Chair, the facts remain very, very clear. and that is that the 26-27 Program 3 budget provides a balanced and practical plan that delivers for residents and the needs of our growing city.
That's right.
We are creating more to see and do across Brisbane, maintaining our enviable subtropical lifestyle while keeping rates the lowest in southeast Queensland. Madam Chair, I'd like to take a moment to respond to some of the claims that have been made during the course of the debate. Councillor Strunk led the charge. And it was quite interesting for me because I think for the first time since I've been the chair of Program 3, and I think it's about 4 years now, that I actually recall Councillor Strunk showing an interest in carbon. But he had a bit of an interest today. But had Councillor Strunk actually been listening to the debates over the last few years, we didn't lose our carbon neutrality. We made a very deliberate choice to shift to emissions reduction. And that deliberate choice meant that 100% of our investment is redirected to practical action that is on the ground here in Brisbane. And guess what, Madam Chair? It's working. Yeah. With Council's footprint returning to historic levels and is forecast to continue to decline out to 2030, 2031. Councillor Chong Wah also seemed a little bit confused about this too, but to ease the concerns of both Councillor Strunk and Councillor Chong Wah, some of the investments that we're making in carbon reduction in the coming year are a 1 megawatt of rooftop solar PV across council facilities. We've got 250 kilowatts of rooftop solar PV across community facilities, and we've got upgrades of public safety lighting to LED to save even more power. Councillor Strunk also talked about fire ants. Let's be pretty clear about this, Madam Chair. Eradication, which he spoke about, is not council's job. That sits with the national program, which is funded by the Commonwealth, states and territories. Council's funding is for our legal responsibility as a landowner to do what we need to do. It's not the national eradication budget. So fire ants, as I said, are a federal responsibility. Maybe Councillor Strunk could take that up with the new federal Labor members that are here in Brisbane so as to stop cost shifting onto Brisbane ratepayers. Councillor Kim is not right about much, but she is right about one thing, and that is locals are excited about the Pollara District Sports Park. And so are we. But let's always remember, Madam Chair, Councillor Kim inherited millions and millions of dollars in recreational infrastructure that is now being delivered in her ward. And as much as Councillor Kim doesn't like to hear it, that was secured by the previous councillor, Angela Owen. And Councillor Kim also talked a bit about consultation. Well, the residents enthusiastically participated in the consultation and had their say on the concept plan, and coming in and criticising the former councillor who took a keen interest in the community consultation and the infrastructure that was being delivered, frankly, is just a wee bit petty. Then, of course, we had Councillor Johnson. Well, Councillor Johnson had a lot to say, as Councillor Johnson always does. But I'll just focus on two things. Firstly, about the running of the information session. So at the beginning, I outlined how I would run my information session, and then guess what? I ran it. As I explained, I was going to run my information session. It's the way that I have done it for the last several years since I've been the chair. So the fact that Councillor Johnston only had the opportunity to ask one question, well, she really should take that up with Councillor Cassidy, who asked me a question regarding figures for just about the entire portfolio, which on indulgence I gave him.
Councillor Davis.
On indulgence I gave him.
Councillor Davis, your time has expired.
Councillor Cassidy.
Councillor Davis, your time has expired. We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adaman, seconded by Councillor Givney. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillor Dixon, yes. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour and 3 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. I'll now ask Councillor Allen to present the next program, Future Brisbane. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that for the future
Actually,
Brisbane...
sorry, Councillor, before you even start, I will just wait until the chamber is quiet. And councillors, if you're having conversations, take it outside, please. Councillor Allen.
Madam Chair, I move that for the future Brisbane program, 1, the budget allocation by program as set out on page 15, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 78 to 83, so far as they relate to program 4, be adopted.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that for the future Brisbane program, 1, the budget allocation by program is set out on page 15, and 2, the annual operational plan is set out on pages 78 to 83, so far as they relate to program 4, be adopted. Councillors, I've asked you to stop making so much noise, please. Is there any debate?
Madam Chair, Brisbane is one of Australia's fastest growing capital cities. People from across the country and around the world are choosing to make Brisbane home. They are choosing Brisbane to raise families, to start businesses, to build a future. That attraction is something to be proud of. It reflects the strength and appeal of our city and the opportunities it offers. But it also brings challenges. As a council, we have a responsibility to respond carefully and thoughtfully. We must plan for growth in a way that protects what people value most about Brisbane, our lifestyle, our character, our sense of community. The Future Brisbane program is built around this responsibility. It aims to ensure Brisbane remains a great place to live, work and visit. It supports local businesses, creates vibrant precincts, enables economic growth and helps unlock new homes and jobs. At the same time, it recognises something important. Growth should not come at the cost of what makes this city special. We must protect Brisbane's character, its livability and its heritage while planning for the future. Madam Chair, many people in our community are finding it harder to access housing. This is not unique to Brisbane. Cities across Australia are facing the same challenge. But that does not make it any less real for the people affected and is a critical priority for us. We're experiencing high house prices, rental vacancy rates are low, construction costs are high, population growth remains strong. For many residents, this creates uncertainty. It affects people trying to buy their first home, it affects renters looking for stability, it affects families trying to stay in the communities they know. All levels of government have a role to play in responding to this challenge, and we are glad to see the recent commitment by the state government to further support one of their key responsibilities, the provision of social and affordable housing. As a council, we are focused on those areas where we can make a real difference. One of the most important things we can do is support housing supply. Council does not build homes, but we can create the conditions for homes to be delivered. The private sector builds around 96% of housing. That means our planning settings, our policies and our approval processes matter. Madam Chair, we are continuing to deliver on a range of strategies and plans to support housing supply and sustainable growth. These include Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy, Brisbane's Housing Supply Action Plan, and Brisbane's Inner City Strategy. These are not just documents, they guide how we plan for growth across the city. Central to these strategies is supporting more homes in the right places. We've been very clear about this intent. If we do not support homes being built where there is existing infrastructure, we risk creating uncontrolled urban sprawl. This increases congestion, costs more to service and puts pressure on the environment. That is not good for residents or businesses in this city. Our plan is all about tall, not sprawl. That's why we have a deliberate commitment to our suburban renewal precincts program, focusing on increasing housing in locations that already work well for daily life. Places close to transport, parks, shops, services and jobs. Transport like the high-frequency turn-up-and-go metro, which helps keep Brisbane's residents moving, along with train stations and high-frequency bus routes. Our award-winning parks across the city, like Hanlon Park, providing plenty of space for residents to relax, exercise and enjoy the outdoors. Shops that offer retail, commercial and dining opportunities to support vibrant neighbourhoods, and community facilities such as libraries that help bring people together and support connection. We have recently adopted the Stones Corner and Wynnum Centre precinct plans, and we will be progressing with plans for Mount Gravatt, Alderley, Chermside, Upper Mount Gravatt, Sandgate and Cannon Hill. We are progressing our review of major centres at Indooroopilly, Carindale and Nunda, with a focus on growing up, not out. This is so much more about where people can live close to public transport, great shops and services while protecting our suburban areas and bushland. The sustainable growth precincts in Kurilpa and Fortitude Valley will provide thousands and thousands of additional homes and vibrant new communities that are well serviced by transport and other infrastructure. We're continuing to support community housing providers to deliver affordable and social housing. Eligible projects can access a 100% reduction in infrastructure charges and reduced application fees. This helps deliver homes for those who need them most. And we're in the final stages of our More Homes Sooner low-medium density review. We've already adopted the car parking package that has amended requirements in key locations so that the cost of building homes can be kept down. We're now seeking to adopt the design changes in this zone. This work recognises a key reality. People at different stages of their life need a range of housing options in well-serviced locations. We need supply and variety in the homes that are delivered. Madam Chair, this is not a complete list of everything we are doing, but it shows the level of focus and effort being applied to this challenge. Housing affordability and availability is a priority, and additional supply is the answer. We understand the pressure many people are under. We will continue to act to create an environment that makes supply easier. Madam Chair, our Development Services team plays a critical role in turning potential housing into approved projects. As of May 31 this year, 3,801 development applications were decided. Looking ahead, the South East Queensland Regional Plan 2023 sets a clear target. Brisbane is expected to deliver 210,800 additional homes by 2046. That is an average of 8,432 homes per year. Council has already exceeded that yearly average. Development approvals this year equated to 8,156 new homes and 1,774 new lots. This is an important point. It shows that latent supply is being approved, but approvals alone are only part of the process. Projects must also be built. That depends on broader market conditions beyond Council's control, such as labour availability, material costs, project feasibilities, the list goes on. We also know that delays can cost, and so does uncertainty. That is why efficiency matters. According to the State of the City report, Brisbane is processing development applications 57% faster than Sydney and Melbourne. That makes a difference. Faster approvals can support faster delivery. Development Services will continue key initiatives this year, including the faster, smarter approvals and planned ceiling improvement projects, so that we can move as quickly as possible when it comes to getting the homes Brisbane needs. Madam Chair, growth is not only about numbers, it is also about quality. The way our neighbourhoods look and feel matters. Placemaking and public art play an important role in this. They help create places where people want to spend time. They strengthen identity and local character. The Better Suburbs, Places and Spaces program continues this work. It focuses on improving neighbourhood areas through practical upgrades. These include enhanced open spaces, upgrading streets and seating, and increasing tree planting. Work has been completed in Ryans Road and under, and I encourage everyone to check out the upgrades. We're also progressing with work along Lambert Road in Indooroopilly and along Ainsworth Street in Salisbury, and I'm confident when these upgrades are delivered, they will revitalise these areas in a way that will delight the community. We're also continuing programs like the Outdoor Gallery and Artforce Brisbane. Artforce Brisbane in particular gives residents a chance to contribute directly to their local area. Painting traffic signal boxes may seem small, but it builds pride, joy and connection. These programs matter. They help ensure that as Brisbane grows, it remains a place people recognise and feel part of. Madam Chair, strong economic development supports a strong community. Brisbane's economy is expected to reach $275 billion by 2041. Small businesses are central to this. Almost 97% of businesses in Brisbane are small businesses. That is more than 145,000 businesses. These businesses create jobs. They support families, they shape local communities. But running a small business is not easy. Many operators are dealing with rising costs and ongoing uncertainty. We will continue to support them. Key initiatives include a 24-hour business hotline. We support 21 business networks and chambers of commerce. The Growing Precincts Together program is helping businesses across the city. Free co-working spaces at the Suburban Business Hub assist business, and our Future Founders Forum encourages young entrepreneurs. These initiatives aim to provide practical support to businesses. They also send a clear message that we on this side of the chamber know that small businesses are the backbone of the economy and small business matters. Madam Chair, Queen Street, Brunswick Street and Chinatown malls are all important parts of Brisbane's character and commercial fibre. We will continue to support these areas through coordinated events, activations and services. The Queen Street Mall is a major economic engine for our city and a must-visit destination for locals and visitors alike. With more people living, working, shopping, visiting and studying in the city than ever before, the Schrinner Council, in conjunction with property owners, are ensuring Queen Street Mall continues to evolve and thrive as a key part of Brisbane's exciting future. Activations such as the destination campaigns and events, free live music through City Sounds, retail events and promotions, activations supporting business and major events, as well as the Redcliffe Place markets, attract locals and visitors alike throughout the year. Madam Chair, Brisbane has a growing presence on the global stage. The 2032 Games have provided the city with a major international opportunity. BETA continues to play a key role in leveraging this opportunity, working to attract investments, major events and visitors to this city. This includes major events that bring people into the city and support local businesses, including in the last year alone, the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo, the British and Irish Lions Rugby Tour and the Ashes. Currently, 37 future major events have been secured. These are expected to generate over $371 million in economic activity. And as I'm sure everyone is excited to know, the NRL Magic Round has now been secured. Phone ringing. It has been secured out to 2032. That unmatched energy means more visitation, more economic activity and more customers for our local businesses. In addition, 135 business events have been secured between 2026 and 2030. These will generate significant economic activity and support jobs. VEDA will also continue its broad work, including promoting the Brisbane brand, supporting businesses through the Business Hub, delivering the Lord Mayor's Business Awards, and supporting the Women in Business Grants program. This work helps position Brisbane as a city that is open to business, active and ready for opportunity. Madam Chair, Brisbane's diversity is one of its strengths. Our multicultural communities contribute to the city in many ways. Through business, culture and community leadership. We value these contributions. The Lord Mayor's Multicultural Roundtable provides a forum for engagement. It allows issues and priorities to be discussed directly with these communities. It also supports initiatives such as the Multicultural Business Awards, which recognise achievement and leadership, as well as the International Internship Program, connecting local businesses with fantastic talent. I'm pleased to say that many of these interns are now exploring further opportunities with their host businesses. As Brisbane grows as a global city, international relationships also matter. Sister city partnerships, trade missions and inbound and outbound delegations at no cost to council continue to provide broad-based benefits, and our most recent sister city agreement with LA will be no exception. These connections strengthen both economic and cultural ties. Madam Chair, in conclusion, I'd like to thank the many people who contributed to Program 4, the Lord Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the CEO and staff in the LMO. A number of officers have done the heavy lifting, including Tanya Raw, Martin Reason, Annabelle Matthews, Nicole Andronicus, Rebecca Rowlands and Trudy Locke. I'd also like to thank the team in my office, including Dan, Eddie and Rosemary, and the team in my ward office who have held the fort, Lisa, Donna and Camilla. This is a large and complex program. Delivering it requires coordination and commitment. As Brisbane continues to grow, our responsibility remains clear. We must plan for the future in a way that is practical, balanced and responsive. We must support housing supply, recognising the pressures many people are facing and the construction challenges that exist in delivering supply. Madam Chair, I commend this program to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to reflect on something that Councillor Allen said in his debate just now. And he said the LNP are getting the homes Brisbane needs. Just last week or the week before, a new record was set in Brisbane, our first ever $50 million penthouse. Is that the kind of homes Brisbane needs, Councillor Allen, through you, Chair? Safe and secure housing is a human right,
that's right.
and not a commodity.
Yep.
I think that's where we should start with this program.
You'd think so.
Yeah, that's where we will start anyway. I know that's not where the LNP will start with this program, but that's where we are going to start with that. Now, today, Brisbane is in the midst of a housing crisis and a homelessness crisis that is getting worse. Today, Brisbane is suffering through parked out streets and developments, as we hear from Councillor Allen all the time, that are in the pipeline that haven't got off the ground. And the LNP's rhetoric of tall over sprawl is just rhetoric at the moment.
Yeah.
There is no evidence that anything the LNP have done to date has increased the supply of housing that is affordable to ordinary people living in Brisbane. There is evidence that it has and will result in higher profits for developers and massive economic gains for people who own land in these precincts.
Is that what we're all about?
We've heard a lot about the regime's plans for future Brisbane from Councillor Allen just now, but the focus is on process and not outcomes. We hear less and less about putting shovels in the ground and seeing real action taken to tackle issues like affordability and homelessness. And not only do we not see that action being taken from the LNP, but we see them blocking it month in, month out in this place.
It's in their DNA.
And don't we need to act on homelessness? The latest data from Brisbane Zero is out.
Yep.
27 families newly homeless in Brisbane. 287 families homeless in Brisbane who are actively homeless at the moment, up from 282. 455 children actively homeless, up from 452. 141 of those are under 5 years of age. 314 of them are school-aged. They are cycling through motels for a couple of nights here and there, emergency accommodation for a few nights here and there, and otherwise sleeping rough. But according to this LNP regime, the issue is resolved. We heard that from them. They said that. We don't think so. We don't think it is resolved. They love to talk about density, but don't want to talk about how there are less cranes up today than what we had 10 years ago. The LNP's answer apparently at one point in time is less car parks, which may be feasible if you had a public transport network to support that, but we don't here in Brisbane. In fact, we get services taken away from us in the suburbs, increasing car dependency. No savings passed on to consumers, but developer profits are beefed up. The suburban renewal plans are developer-led. Councillor Allen tells a room full of them, full of those developers. He said, tell the LNP what you want and they will comply. We've seen consultation reports for precinct plans like Wynnum and compared them to the final outcome, and it's certainly not the residents' feedback that informs those plans. No. And that is not who this LNP regime are listening to. We recently saw the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Initiative board chair, this person that is appointed by the Lord Mayor to advise him, gets paid by council to advise him about development, publicly compared Jim Chalmers to an Indiana Jones Nazi on LinkedIn. How does that bode for securing support from the federal government on anything, let alone on housing? Yeah, that isn't right. So I asked Councillor Allen for a breakdown on everything in the budget, and surely they would have workshopped this a bit, given they said this is what they were going to provide to us in info sessions, and had that response ready for tabling. No, apparently I was asking too much. Apparently. He couldn't tell us where future suburban renewal precincts may be, but they would be based on what they said was a capacity for change. What is the metric for change? He had no answer. No. He had no answer. But the Brisbane Times, as the Brisbane Times floated recently, Stafford is in their sights apparently, and I hope they have an advocacy plan to deal with Stafford Road if they're going to be doing upzoning in that part of Brisbane. Now, I'm trying to learn more about this, and my questions were genuine. They've been genuine in the City Planning Committee and in budget info sessions about how precinct plans, particularly like the Sandgate precinct plan, was initiated. Now, we were promised a dashboard that utilises data, but we don't have any of that data yet, apparently. We just need to wait and see. And this data will reveal if the LNP's rhetoric is going to deliver those outcomes on the ground. Sorry, but the Sandgate precinct plan is happening now. We're just doing this all based on vibes, apparently. As long as the money keeps coming in though, development services income's up by $4.2 million. Housing is the biggest issue facing Brisbane at the moment, and week after week we sit in the City Planning Committee and see plans for luxury apartments with saunas and rooftop pools and all the bells and whistles, and then time and time again this LNP regime squashes calls from this side of the chamber for affordable housing targets. So the people of Brisbane could live near where they work. It really is a tale of two cities. They want to provide what they describe as housing choice and housing diversity. Maybe choice about having a ground floor courtyard or a penthouse balcony, choice about whether you have a jacuzzi or a sauna in the shared pool area, diversity about the materials in the kitchen, marble bench tops with brushed gold taps, perhaps, but no choice or diversity in affordability. No interest from this LNP council on frontline workers, even council staff themselves securing a home on their budget and where they work is becoming completely out of reach. Councillor Adams famously said, not every suburb doesn't need to have every opportunity for every person. And I firmly believe this is the LNP's belief. Councillor Adams verbalised the LNP's belief. If you're a first homeowner, a first home buyer, a mum or dad builder wanting to do a reno or a pool or carport or shed, you'll also be worse off under the LNP this year because fees and charges are up nearly 5% for those applications. That's building approvals, demolitions, inspections, higher fees for all of those things. The Lord Mayor really does see fees and charges as pocket money from the people of Brisbane. Now, if you're going out, $30.5 million for BETA this year, but nearly $16 million of that is just on marketing, events and content. Now, despite the recent admission there's not much going on in the city, there's a list of events here for activations in the CBD. Granted, I think Beta and Council do Christmas in the city very well. But remember the Valley? Remember Chinatown? Seems Council doesn't want to do anything with it anymore. I think the figure that Councillor Allen gave was $270,000.
That is.
That's all they're allocating to business activation and support for the economy in the Valley. $270,000 this year. It's no wonder Councillor Allen doesn't talk about the nighttime economy anymore. I wonder what that's his job. It's in his job title. I wonder what JC thinks about all of this. He had one piece of correspondence with the nighttime commissioner and he tied a little bow on it and said, done and dusted.
Is that it?
Done and dusted. He's not interested anymore. And just on business, a strong supporter of women in business, I was keen to hear Councillor Allen's response to Councillor Wolfe in the info sessions about how Council's supporting them through the Women in Business grants. Interestingly, Council keeps no record of how many women-run businesses stay afloat after Council provides the one-off grant. So Council cannot show us how that support keeps women in business. What are the outcomes? They like the announcement, but there is no data on those outcomes. It's just sort of announce it, walk away, forget about it under the LNP. It's really quite incredible. So when we think about the priorities of this program for Councillor Allen and the LNP, formalising the LA sister cityship. That was one of them, another stamp on the Schrinner passport there. But that's a clear priority. Housing affordability is not. Accountability in public spending is not. Supporting the nighttime economy is not. But LA is for the LNP. It's becoming more and more clear that priorities of this LNP Council do not align with the priorities of the people of Brisbane. I was interested to read something that Micro Projects wrote just recently, and I agree with them, and I think this is where we should wrap up. A strong society is one where everyone has access to safety, opportunity and dignity. Housing is more than a roof over somebody's head. When people have a safe place to call home, they are better able to address health challenges, heal, recover and rebuild. Safe and affordable housing remains one of the greatest barriers for people escaping domestic and family violence. So what I said at the start is what sets us apart in Labor on this side of the chamber and the LNP regime on that side of the chamber. Housing should be seen as a human right, not a commodity.
That's right.
And the LNP at council is the same LNP at a state level and they're the same LNP at the federal level who see housing as a commodity, not a human right, and that's where we differ vastly from this regime.
Councillor, your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak today in support of Program 4, Future Brisbane. This program is about planning for the Brisbane of tomorrow while making practical decisions that improve our city today. It's all about ensuring Brisbane remains livable, well-planned, economically strong, connected, sustainable and ready for the future. In the Walter Taylor ward, we see the importance of this every day. Our community is home to major centres, local businesses, schools, universities, parks, riverfront areas, transport connections and growing neighbourhoods. Good planning matters because it shapes how people live, work, study, move, connect and call the area home. Program 4 supports that work by focusing on responsible growth, strong neighbourhoods, better local places and economic opportunity. Madam Chair, one of the most important parts of planning for the future is ensuring development occurs in the right locations and responds appropriately to local character, infrastructure and community needs. Locally, we continue to see development interest in well-connected locations close to services, transport and major centres. One example is the approved development at 70 Sylvan Road, Toowong. The approved development includes a 16-storey building, 53 units, 31 two-bedroom units, 22 three-bedroom units, 701 square metres of communal open space, 94 residential car parking spaces and 9 visitor spaces. This site is located within the medium density residential zone and within the Memorial Park precinct.
This is a well-connected inner city location, close to key centres and growth corridors. This application demonstrates the importance of having a planning framework that guides growth into appropriate locations while ensuring development responds to its surrounding context. As Brisbane grows, we need housing choice. But we also need development that is well designed, location responsive and supported by infrastructure and services. That is what responsible planning is all about. Madam Chair, planning for Brisbane future also means recognising the important role of low-medium density residential areas. These areas help provide more housing choice while still supporting the character and livability of our suburbs. Low-medium density residential developments can provide a transition between traditional detached housing and high-density centres. When done well, it supports more diverse housing options, better use of well-located land, home close to public transport and services, gentle growth in appropriate locations, and greater choice for different household types and life stages. This is particularly important in the suburbs like Toowong, Taringa, Indooroopilly and St Lucia, where residents want access to schools, transport, jobs, shops, university and community facilities. Good planning is about ensuring growth happens in the right places, at the right scale and with the right decision outcomes. Madam Chair, Program 4 also supports the important work of reviewing and planning for Brisbane's major centres. In the Walter Taylor Ward, the Indooroopilly Major Centre plays a significant role in not only our local community, but for the Brisbane western suburbs more broadly. Indooroopilly is a major employment, retail, education and transport hub. It connects people to jobs, shops, services, schools, universities, public transport, health services and surrounding neighbourhoods. The Major Centres Review is an important opportunity to look at how centres like Indooroopilly can continue to grow in a well-planned and coordinated way. Good centre planning is about more than buildings. It's about creating places that work for people. That means thinking carefully about how people move through the centre, where housing is best located, how employment and services are supported, how public spaces function, and how transport connections are improved, and also how growth contributes positively to the local community. Indooroopilly already performs a major role for the western suburbs. Through thoughtful planning, it can continue to evolve as a centre that supports jobs, housing, transport and community life. Chair, another important part of Program 4 is Better Suburbs, Places and Spaces program. People do not experience Brisbane as one city. They experience it through their local streets, neighbourhood centres, parks, shops and public spaces. This program delivers upgrades to public spaces and neighbourhood places, helping to support a stronger local identity, better public spaces, more welcoming neighbourhood centres, improved amenity and commercial vitality. Lambert Road is an important local place within Indooroopilly. It supports local movement, local businesses and community activity. On Lambert Road is Council's Whitten Barracks Community Hub, which is a hype of activity. Gosha and Luke have filled the site and it is now a growing social enterprise hub. In addition, Whitten Barracks also features regular markets on the first and third Sunday of the month, and recently we've started Friday night markets thanks to David and Lisa from the Sunrise Markets team. Through Better Suburbs, Places and Spaces, Council is helping to create an even better, thriving and well-designed neighbourhood place on Lambert Road. That means creating a neighbourhood that is connected, that feels safe and comfortable for everyone to access and to enjoy. This project is about improving the look, feel and function of a local neighbourhood place, and it is a practical investment in the local livability of the area. Program 4 helps support a planning approach that recognises these local differences while also preparing our city for the future. Growth is coming. The question is whether we plan for it well.
This budget supports that work needed to manage that growth responsibly. Chair, a future Brisbane is not only about planning schemes and centres and neighbourhood places. It is about the people. It's about the talent, the ideas and the opportunity. A thriving economy is critical to our city, and Council's targeted programs support economic growth by helping develop and retain talented young people. Brisbane, as we know it, we are fortunate to have a strong education, innovation and small business ecosystem. Within that, we have major schools, universities, local businesses and professional networks that are nearby, and our community is well placed to support the next generation of entrepreneurs. That is why I was particularly pleased to see the Future Founders Forum series launched and delivered. The forum gave senior high school students and their parents the opportunity to hear firsthand from young entrepreneurs who had experience starting a business while they were at school or university. For young people, this kind of practical exposure really matters. It helps students see that entrepreneurship is not something distant or out of reach. In the 25-26 year, Council also launched the Future Founders Bursaries, providing fully funded support for young people to access entrepreneurship programs. There were 24 bursary places available, and Council had 52 applications, which is awesome. The Future Founder Forum event rolled out across Brisbane, but this also included one in Toowong. There were 616 registrations that were received across the series, which is incredible. Attendees heard from young founders including Rob Joseph, who is the founder of Anti-Ordinary, Henry Coward, who's the founder of Toils, Jeremy Hansen, who is the founder of Glow Board PR, and Thomas Fu, who co-founded Motor Culture Australia. Supporting young entrepreneurs in our local community helps build confidence, skill and ambition. Madam Chair, Program 4 Future Brisbane is about shaping a city that is ready for what comes next. It supports responsible development. It supports appropriate low-medium density residential. It supports strong major centres like Indooroopilly. It supports better local places like Lambert Road. It supports young people who will help drive Brisbane's future. In the Walter Taylor Ward, these investments matter. They help us plan for growth while protecting what people value about their local communities. They help ensure Brisbane remains a city of opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the Future Brisbane program in the budget. And I'll just start by saying there's not a single dollar in this program that is going to be of any benefit to residents in my ward. Overwhelmingly, the precinct plans are in LNP areas. I think there's one in yours, Councillor Cassidy. So there's no money to do the necessary work for the communities that I represent. Now, these are communities that are being upzoned by the Lord Mayor and are getting, for example, 26-storey buildings built where the maximum is supposed to be 9 stories. That's what passes as good planning for this administration, is ignoring the statutory plans that are based on the infrastructure that was built to support them and jamming in because a developer asks. A developer says, oh, please, pretty please, can I have 26 stories? I know I'm only allowed to have 9, but the puppy dogs on this side who are at the Property Council lunches, you know, pretty much every month, the Lord Mayor and Councillor Allen go, sure, no problems. And we know that because they said it publicly here in the council chamber. And we know the complicit council officers who fail to enforce community standards and council policy set by this place, who then allow these buildings to be built that bear no resemblance to what is envisaged in the planning documents for this council. That's the legacy, and that's what passes for good planning by this administration. There's a couple of things that I just want to raise today, though. Firstly, Good planning does matter. I agree with Councillor Wolfe about this, but that is not what this council is doing. And I want to give an example of what is not good planning. There's a development in my area that has taken forever to progress. It turns out that the developer has built the building at the wrong level, and secretly Brisbane City Council officers negotiated with the developer, who built a two-tiered public footpath. They negotiated with them to cut the landscaping, cut the public art, to put a fence up through the middle because it's a trip hazard. There's a 20 centimetre ledge basically in the middle of the footpath. Negotiated secretly with them not to enforce corrections to the public footpath so we could walk on it, because it leads to a train station. And I heard Councillor Wolfe, Councillor Adams say, oh, it's really important we have good planning around public transport. Well, you can't even walk on the footpath in my area because Brisbane City Council retrospectively approved non-compliant development by a developer on a public footpath. This is a contributed asset to Brisbane City Council that does not meet safety standards, does not meet our footpath standards. The building was built wrong. And this building, because it was a former petrol station, they had to excavate it, right? The developer and the builder just got this wrong. And guess why we didn't know about it? Because council was supposed to have a security fence up for a couple of months while they did the awning, and it was up for a year. So we couldn't see what was going on, and now we know why. This has only just happened. Meanwhile, we don't get public landscaping. An elderly resident has fallen over the one tree that's been built on the lower section. Businesses have stools out on the upper section where you can walk. None of them have got approval to do so. And it's blocking the footpath. This leads to a school and a train station. And instead of doing the right thing and upholding public standards and community standards and our planning scheme, so good planning, this council caved to a developer and allowed them to have retrospective approval for a dangerous footpath that does nothing to enhance public access, improve the public realm, or develop on all the wonderful things they promised us when the DA was first approved. It's supposed to be public art. Do you know where the public art is? The fire hydrant. That's what the public art is. The trees that were supposed to be planted, nah, not there. Do you know where the deep planning's supposed to be on Verney Street East? Do you know what they put there? Giant gas cylinders in the front setback. Yep. All done. 293 Verney Road East. Why don't you go and have a little look at that one? It is appalling what this council does behind closed doors, and there is a reckoning coming. This kind of behaviour is not acceptable from council officers who are acting in the best interests of developers, not in the best interest of this council, and certainly not in the best interest of our community, who will never get this footpath problem fixed. Because council's opportunity to fix it was to tell the developer, no, I'm sorry, your footpath is non-compliant, go back and fix it. That didn't happen. Why? Why? Kerry, you can expect a letter from me about this one. And this one will go not only administrative action complaint, it's going to go to the CCC, because council officers uphold our standards. That's their job. Their job is to make sure our public realm is safe. Their job is to make sure developers don't take advantage of the community. And in this case, they failed epically. Epically. Our community in Graceville is not for sale to developers who think they can do whatever they want and then get away with it. Yeah. Now, I want to talk about one of the biggest problems that residents raise with me in the planning scheme, which is the disconnect between the necessary infrastructure for our communities and development. We know the Lord Mayor is intent on jamming in more people into existing areas in LMR and MR, in streets, narrow streets in my area where the garbage truck can't get through, heritage listed streets or character listed streets, and it's okay. Bigger buildings, less car parking, we'll jam it into areas that have streets that were built for horse and cart. No upgrades to stormwater, no upgrades to the streets, no upgrades to the footpaths, no upgrades to the parks. Literally no investment in these areas in any infrastructure to cope with the uplift in the area. We hear from the other councillors how they're getting all these great public realm improvements, not in my area. So I want to put on the record the following. The LGIP, Council's long-term infrastructure plan. It's a statutory requirement. I want to raise 3 issues in the LGIP, and I want to say why this council is getting it so wrong. And you've already heard it from me today. In the LGIP, there are 3 projects that are supposed to have been delivered by this year, between 2021 and 2026. They were the Graceful 5 Ways upgrade. This is a project I raised yesterday, as we will all recall, in my amendment. It's listed in our LGIP and it was supposed to have been delivered by this year. Is Council going to meet that commitment? No, they voted against it. 2, the Venner Road, Ipswich Road, Waterton Road intersection upgrade, listed in the LGIP to be delivered by 2021 to 2026. And is it going to be delivered? No, the LNP voted against it yesterday. And the 3rd one, the Cliveden Avenue Oxley Road intersection upgrade at Corinda. Guess what? Scheduled to be delivered between 2021 and 2026. Put up to Council to fund yesterday. No, by the LNP administration. So I'm not asking for things that I've just made up. I've been working for years with our community, listening to them, working through the processes of this council, through consultation process, through statutory instruments, to get the necessary infrastructure for our local community. It's there, it's in there, but this LNP administration and this council refused to do it. They refused to fund it. Upgrading these intersections will help Oxley Road cope with the increased volume of housing that is coming in Jamboree Ward, and they're all using Oxley Road. We've seen the state upgrade the Centenary motorway, but is there a single cent to do anything on Oxley Road? No. Is there anything to fix Annerley Road or Ipswich Road? No, nothing. And yet Council wants to jam more people into these areas through its planning amendments, which is currently underway. This is everything that is wrong with this council. Everything. The disconnect between infrastructure and planning is where council gets it fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally wrong. And these projects are what council said it would do, not what I said it would do. So when I hold this council to account, it is because you have publicly said that you will do this, and you have not. This is the shame of Brisbane City Council. The Lord Mayor will stand up and tell you he is delivering great improvements for the city. By the end of the year, 20 to 30% of them have never been delivered, and he just re-announces them the next year. That is his standard operating arrangement.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adermann.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adermann and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in support of a program which is absolutely critical for this time in our city's history, and that is the program that helps deliver not only sustainable and livable precincts, but more housing in a time when more housing is urgently needed. And it is very clear that if you look at, you go back and look for decades of planning work in this city, no administration has done more planning changes and amendments in a shorter period of time than this administration has. And this work is all funded through this program, and it's delivered by Councillor Allen and his team to make sure that we can deliver not only more homes sooner, but more homes in the right places. Now, the challenge that we have when it comes to housing in Brisbane is acute. And so we need to accept that the way that things have been done in the past, we can't continue to do things like that anymore in that way, and that the rules continue to be rewritten when it comes to what can be delivered in current market conditions. Now, Labor council, opposition councillors want to try and turn this, unfortunately, into some kind of class warfare thing. It's one of their favourite things to do, which is just not a productive way of looking at this. Because, we've talked about in the past how Labor councillors, they're great at having targets. And in fact, Labor governments of all kinds are great at having targets. They're just really bad at meeting any of those targets or delivering. And so they pat themselves on the back for having a great target. It might be a housing target, it might be a social housing target, and they're like, aren't we good people? We care because we've got a target. And then they fail to deliver any of it. We saw that through around a decade of decline under the Labor state government, where they had some great targets, fantastic targets. But then they didn't meet any of them, and social housing went backwards, general housing delivery went backwards, sorry.
No, sorry, Lord Mayor, I was just going to say, Councillor Cassidy to stop calling out, and Councillor Strunk, I caution you. Remain quiet while another councillor is speaking and on their feet. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now, the opposition councillors seem to be very wedded to this idea that you must have a target. You must have an affordability target or an affordability requirement. And as we talked about in this chamber in the past, there's a trail of destruction and failure with those kind of initiatives, because they might be well-intentioned, but in the end, if your policy or if your approach is about adding extra costs and requirements onto projects that are already struggling for feasibility, then what happens? Nothing. They just don't get built. That's right. Yeah. Now, the incoming Prime Minister of the UK is the former Mayor of Greater Manchester. And he is a Labor man. Yes, he's a Labor man. And guess what they did in Manchester? The Manchester City Council had a target of 20% affordable housing, and that was their agreed position, but they really quickly realised that that simply wouldn't work. And so they actually ignored their own target, and they were now being held up as the exemplar of delivering more housing supply, because they realised that their target was going to fail, just like it did in London. Remember, we've talked about the London target, where it's a failure? Greater Manchester, the target didn't work. And so what they did then is they encouraged market supply to come on. They were heavily criticised because there were some luxury apartments built in that. But you know what? The overall supply has really helped that city, and now is an example for the whole of the UK on what to do. And what's that example? A Labor government ignoring their own targets of affordability. There's plenty of interesting examples like that. But, we need urgently more supply, and we need more supply of all kinds. And what we don't need is divisive politics, which is about class warfare, like the Labor Party is trying to do, and what they would like to do. But also, what we don't need is for opposition councillors to say on the one hand that they support more housing, yet continue to team up with Green activists and Labor activists to actively oppose housing. We've seen it in Wynnum. It is a Labor-led campaign by a Labor operative. That's what it is. Marching in May Day marches. Like, this is who we're talking about here. Someone who has nailed their colours to the wall, and that's fine, they can do that. That's their right. But don't pretend it's an organic community campaign. It is not. It is an organised Labor campaign, just like the Greens love to do this as well. And whether they're opposing housing or pickleball courts, they love to stop things happening. But if we're to be responsible to the people of Brisbane, we need things to happen. We need homes to be built, and we need homes of all kinds to be built. Now, yesterday at lunchtime in City Hall, I was part of a Q Shelter forum that was here.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, we had in this building, supported by our council, an incredible Q Shelter Leaders Forum, bringing together industry leaders from the community and social housing side of the sector to talk about how we go forward and how we can respond to the challenges. And the reality is there's a lot of great work happening, and they understand as well that supply is the key. And in fact, immediately after I spoke, there was a housing market expert that gave a presentation and backed up exactly what has been said, not just by me, not by this administration, but by the Labor federal government, by all kinds of people, and that is supply is the key. All kinds of supply. We urgently need more supply. And if you look at the challenge in Brisbane in particular, you see over the past decade, there have been around 72,000 new homes added into the market in terms of dwellings in Brisbane. Over that same time, the population has grown by around 190,000 people. Now you think, 72,000 homes, 190,000 people, how does that work? Okay, well, according to the ABS, the average home in Brisbane has 2.5 people. So if you take the 72,000 homes, you add it, you times it by 2.5, you get to 180,000 effectively capacity. So what does this tell you? We have a housing shortage of around 10,000. Yeah. That's what it says. That's what the figures effectively demonstrate. So it is no wonder that prices are rising. It is no wonder that prices are rising. Is it because people are sitting on land and not developing? No, it's not. The feasibility just is not there. But there is quite clearly a shortage that can only be responded to with more supply. And so that is why we've introduced the housing tracker, to make sure that as new approvals come online, we're reporting them to the community so that the community can see what we're doing, that we're approving more supply, and that we're making planning changes in well-targeted parts of the city that have good transport services and infrastructure. These are the types of things that need to happen. Now, housing is the easiest thing to play politics with. You know, there's plenty of careers that have been made by people opposing housing. Some of them even in this room. But we're not going to do that. That's the easy way, that's the lazy way, but it's the wrong way. It's wrong. It is wrong to make a career out of opposing housing. It is wrong to base your whole political agenda on opposing housing, because what you do is you lock people out of the housing market with that approach. That denies access to young people. It denies access to people that want to get into a home, because fundamentally you're just protecting those people that already have homes. Yeah. That's what the Greens do. Yeah. They are the biggest protectors of people that already have homes. Yeah. Their entire agenda protects people that already have homes. It is perverse. Yeah. It is perverse. They say they care, yet their agenda is to stop anything changing in those nice leafy areas that vote Greens. Wow. That's wrong. It is wrong. And Labor say they care, but in the end, they never deliver. They can never deliver. They make big promises. They can even make them 50 times, but then they never deliver. So we are absolutely determined to deliver. We will keep doing everything we can at this level of government. This program funds it, and this program is doing more than ever before to make sure that we have appropriate housing supply. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Collier.
Chair, what do you call a city that has 549 people actively homeless at any one given time? Families, parents, children, just working people, homeless, sleeping rough. Well, I call that a city that's failed its residents. And I want to reflect a little on some of the comments the Lord Mayor has just made about his budget. Let's be clear, it's his budget. He said that this program delivers a more sustainable and a more livable city.
What?
But you just have to look around, Chair, because that's just not what is happening. And that is not what is the lived experience of people who are from Brisbane and moving to Brisbane. And you only have to go out there and ask someone on the street and say, is your suburb better off? After 23 years in a row of an LNP council, is your suburb better off?
It's more expensive.
It's more expensive. The footpaths are cracked. The roads are riddled with potholes. Housing's expensive. Most congested city in Australia. Is it better? I mean, I don't call that more sustainable or more livable. The Lord Mayor also said that somehow by fighting for people who need houses, that's engaging in class warfare. So am I getting it right that the Lord Mayor of this city, of Brisbane, thinks that access to housing is class warfare?
Yep, that's what he said. Yep.
That is what he said. That is what he said. This is coming, of course, from a Lord Mayor who called social housing slums.
Shame. Right. And did he apologise?
Did he apologise? Yeah, when he stood up in that room full of people who get up every single day and work hard to put roofs over people's heads, did he apologise for making those sorts of remarks? I bet not. I think he just gave himself another pat on the back. What are you so afraid of, Lord Mayor? You spent the most of
Councillor
your contribution...
Collier, through the chair.
Through you, Chair. Lord Mayor, what are you so afraid of? You spent most of your contribution talking about class warfare, about the Labor Party, about the UK Labor Party, about the Greens political party, a lot about politics.
Yeah.
A lot of talk.
Yeah.
A lot of talk. So whilst there are so many factors that contribute to the situation we are in today, we are here in this place as council, and as much as the Lord Mayor and the LNP want to pretend that they don't have a huge role to play in addressing this housing crisis, they do. But what more could you expect from a tired and out of touch LNP administration who have forgotten? They have forgotten what is important, and they simply do not want to tackle these issues head on. In the last 18 months alone, we know that the number of families facing homelessness in Brisbane has tripled. I'll say that again. The number of families facing homelessness in Brisbane has tripled. Well, what has also happened in the last 18 months? Oh, that's right. Chief Housing Blocker, the Deputy Premier of Queensland, Jared Blay, has told all of his developer mates that affordable housing doesn't matter. They don't have to build that anymore. You just worry about your profits. You just worry about your profits. That's what the Deputy Premier of Queensland says. I think those are despicable actions from a despicable man.
Yep.
When the LNP turned their back on donation laws that now allow them to accept political donations from property developers once again, when they changed the law in this state to suit themselves, the people of Brisbane suffer. The residents most in need suffer. And it seems that the only residents who might do better under this LNP council are the ones who already have it so good. And they're getting it even better now. I read some comments recently from Micah Projects, and it was one of the saddest things I've read in a long time. Today, in Brisbane, there are 287 families and 455 children cycling through motels, through emergency accommodation, and sleeping rough. 141 of those kids are under 5 and 315 of them are school age. So instead of learning, instead of just enjoying their childhood, instead of not growing up Too fast, they've been thrown into the despairs of insecure housing and potentially being homeless if they aren't already. No child should have to go through that. That's a solvable number too. What a great shame it is on our city that this is a lived experience of some of our very own. How can we expect our economy to grow, our society to become more kind or more clever? How can we expect crime rates to lower if our youngest are being shown the cruelest forms of our society? Chair, do you want to hear a sad indictment on this council? Melbourne is beating Brisbane on housing affordability. A city of double our population is more affordable than us, and we're more expensive than Sydney for units. How is that for the lifestyle capital? That tells you everything you need to know about what this council, this LNP council, is doing to help its residents to get into the housing market. Nothing. Time and time again in this place, the LNP have blocked our calls for affordable housing in their precinct plans. We keep trying, and sadly I've come to expect nothing less. We've moved so many amendments to these precinct plans to make housing more affordable, but the LNP shut it down every time.
Miller doesn't even know what affordable housing is.
And the LNP chair of planning in Brisbane doesn't even know. He cannot even tell us what affordable is. He doesn't know.
He's got no definition.
He's got no definition. Why? You have to ask yourself why. Well, I'll tell you why, Chair. It's because the LNP are developer-led. Their priorities are not the priorities of everyday people. They're not the priorities of everyday residents of this city. They are the priorities of the wealthy developers who donate, make political donations to the LNP. The LNP don't care about residents who are on the cusp of homelessness or the actual residents who are homeless in our city. Younger people trying to buy their first home, families trying to get an affordable forever home. The LNP's version of what housing is needed in this city is luxury over affordable, and this doesn't reflect the everyday resident who just wants a roof over their head and a place to call home. There are no solutions or answers from this Lord Mayor and his council, just deflection. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm wrong, actually. The LNP solution to address homelessness in this city is send in the bulldozers to homeless campers, move them on, take them away with nowhere else to go. Out of sight, out of mind.
Just get rid of them,
That is the LNP solution, to flatten tents where people have nowhere else to go, their only home. That's the LNP's solution. Chair, this LNP council is writing the tale of two cities. More luxury homes instead of supporting those sleeping in tents. More from their same tired old playbook rather than new solutions and new ideas. So you only have to look at their track record, Chair, because I remember when the LNP announced that they were reviewing low, medium density residential zoning. And on this side of the chamber, we were interested. We wanted to see what these changes were and what they meant to people. We took them to our communities, and I spoke to a lot of people in Morningside Ward. Chair, did you know every suburb in Morningside Ward is affected by these changes, bar one? So I spoke to a lot of people. There were, of course, mixed views, but the number one thing that people told me was they were okay with development, they acknowledged more homes should be built, and that the Morningside Ward is a great place to live, a fantastic place to live. But you know what they said? They said, please make sure that infrastructure keeps pace with that development. Please fight for me to ensure that our community gets what it needs to keep pace with growth. And that, Chair, is where the LNP are falling so short. On top of that, why don't we talk about the LNP's failed plan to address short stay accommodation, if you could even call it a plan. Earlier today I said in this place, Chair, that the theme of the LNP's budget was a lot of talk and a lot of announcements, but no real action. Well, couldn't be more true than this. I mean, they tried to say that they needed to regulate the market, and then lo and behold, turns out the LNP's own data showed that not one single property would return to the rental market under their changes. So, Lord Mayor, through you, Chair, what is the plan from here? A clear sign of lack of consultation from the LNP. Clearly they didn't talk to anyone. Clearly, they didn't talk to anyone. They didn't talk to the industry about the need for short-stay accommodation for people who are escaping DV, visiting loved ones in hospital, dealing with the aftermath of a natural disaster. Unfortunately, I haven't got time to talk about business in Brisbane today because my time has been cut short by this LNP Council who want to silence community
your time
voices.
has expired. Your 10 minutes has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak in support of Program 4 as it relates to Central Ward. Now, we live in an exciting city, one that people are flocking to domestically and from overseas. Our population growth in recent years has been the highest in around 30 years. People are choosing to move to Brisbane because of our incredible lifestyle and climate. This is a vibrant city, and we understand, actually I think that Councillor Collier says that on the ABC regularly, this is a vibrant city, and we understand why more people want to call it home. As our city grows, it's important that we plan for this growth and ensure our city keeps its unique character. To do so, we're committed to our tall over sprawl approach, so that more homes can be built in the right places. The success of this strategy can be seen in Central Ward. Home to some of our most vibrant and historic suburbs, the inner northern villages that I represent showcase the very best of Brisbane. We have housing diversity. We have leafy streets that encourage people to walk. We have thriving cafes, restaurants and small businesses cultivating our dawn and nighttime economies. And we have public spaces that can be activated with arts, culture and community events. That is why I'm excited about the work underway in Fortitude Valley. The Fortitude Valley Sustainable Growth Precinct Plan will help shape the future of one of Brisbane's most important precincts. It will help us renew the area while preserving the character that makes the valley unique. It will support more housing choice. It will strengthen the 24-hour economy. It will create thriving mixed-use communities, and it will enhance the cultural and creative experiences that have made the valley famous. Importantly, the community has played a key role in shaping this work. The consultation process reached around 75,000 people through our social media campaign. More than 800 surveys were completed. Now, that is a strong response and shows just how much people care about the future of the valley. The early consultation phase is now nearing completion. A draft plan is expected to be released later this year for further community feedback. But we're not just focusing on the valley, Chair. We are also seeing significant investment in Brisbane's city centre. One of the most exciting projects is the transformation of Albert Street. As part of the Cross River Rail project, Albert Street is being reshaped into a pedestrian-friendly precinct connected to the new underground station. This investment will bring more people into the city. It will improve connectivity and it will create new opportunities for local businesses. The Queen Street Mall precinct has already expanded into part of Albert Street. Additional stages will be completed throughout 2026. And when complete, almost 4,000 square metres of new public space will be added to the precinct. We are already seeing the benefits. New outdoor dining areas are operating, new retail opportunities are emerging, and the area is beginning to take shape as an exciting new destination for the heart of Brisbane. This project supports Council's long-term vision for Albert Street. It strengthens the connection between King George Square and the City Botanic Gardens. It supports economic activity. And it helps prepare Brisbane for the opportunities that come with the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Now, of course, creating great public spaces is only part of the story. We also need to activate them, and that is why the work of the Brisbane Economic Development Agency is so important. BEDA continues to promote Brisbane City as a destination for residents, workers and visitors. Through events, campaigns and partnerships, they help bring life into our city centre all year round. Programs like Dine B&E and the Christmas in Brisbane continue to attract people into the city. I saw so many people taking advantage of Dine B&E in the mall. It was fantastic to see, and you could see people stopping to look and really enjoy what was happening. City Sounds remains one of Australia's longest running free live music programs. And one of the other things City Sounds is doing is encouraging our emerging artists, something of course that we're very proud to support as the Brisbane Council. Every week local musicians perform throughout Queen Street Mall and Redcliffe Place. These performances create atmosphere. They support local artists and they encourage people to spend more time in the city. The city centre also comes alive through major events, cultural celebrations and retail activations, from NAIDOC Week to Brisasia, from Lunar New Year to Magic Round. These events showcase Brisbane's diversity. Madam Chair, it's really difficult when there's so much noise coming from the other side here. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillors, if you are going to have conversations and you need to, you're making a lot of noise, can you please take them outside the chamber?
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Howard.
So from NAIDOC Week to Brisasia, from Lunar New Year to Magic Round, these events showcase Brisbane's diversity and strengthen our local economy. Another positive initiative is the Queen Street Mall Engagement Group. This group brings together key stakeholders from across the precinct to work together, share ideas and identify opportunities to ensure Queen Street Mall continues to thrive.
Sorry, Councillor Howard, can you press your microphone please, Councillor Howard? Councillor Howard.
Another positive initiative is the Queen Street Mall Engagement Group. This group brings together key stakeholders from across the precinct to work together, share ideas and identify opportunities to ensure Queen Street Mall continues to thrive. A strong city centre benefits everyone. It supports jobs, it supports businesses and it creates a better experience for residents and visitors alike. As the Community and Arts Chair, I always welcome creative activations in our city, particularly when they're in Central Ward. The Outdoor Gallery program transforms public spaces into places for art and creativity. It encourages people to explore the city in new ways, and it provides opportunities for local artists to showcase their work. Many of the program sites are located within Central Ward. They include Hutton Lane, Eagle Lane, Heritage Lane, Edward Street and Howard Smith Wharves. These installations add colour and interest to our public spaces. They strengthen Brisbane's cultural identity and they help support our creative industries. I particularly love the Amplify Me exhibition. This exhibition celebrates Brisbane artists with lived experience of disability. It has helped improve accessibility and it has demonstrated how inclusive design can create better outcomes for everyone. Chair, these initiatives have a common purpose. They make Brisbane a better place to live, work and visit. They support housing choice, local businesses and arts and culture, and they help prepare our city for the future. Program 4 delivers on these priorities. It supports the continued growth of Fortitude Valley, it strengthens our city centre and enhances our cultural offering, and it helps make Brisbane's lifestyle even better. I commend the program to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. Budgets are about choices. This is something that is mentioned consistently in this chamber. Planning is also about choices. And this council keeps making the same choice. Developers first, residents last. We hear a lot from the LNP and through you, Chair, the Lord Mayor, about housing supply. This is the same line the LNP Council has been repeating for 2 decades. And yet, homelessness, record levels, housing stress, worsening for everyone, homes being approved by this council that are not affordable for the people that need them the most. Instead, and I'll take that on, and not being built. Instead, this is a council that moves on the most marginalised, wherever they can, whenever they can, with nowhere to go. That's the legacy of this LNP council and Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. The Lord Mayor has effectively decided that affordability doesn't matter, just like his leader, John BLG Peterson. Wait, no. Not Sir Joe. John's the son. No, John's the son, but I actually meant the Deputy Premier. Jared Blage, who is Joe Point 2, who believes that affordability does not matter, and this council is following straight behind them. The argument simply to approve more development and hope the market fixes everything has been the argument of every single government at every single level now for decades. And has it fixed anything? It hasn't. History has shown us. History has shown us that it hasn't, it won't, and it isn't going to fix everything. And if you want to look at history, and through you, Chair, the Lord Mayor always talks about how much of a proponent of history they are. Let's not forget, after the Great Depression, that what fixed the housing crisis there was social and affordable housing, a great build across every level. The Greens will always support affordable housing, social housing, supportive housing, and these are outcomes the council can actually choose to deliver through the planning tools available. The Lord Mayor talks about inclusionary not working in London, one item, but forgets to mention everywhere else that it has worked. New York, Montreal, Sydney, to just mention a few.
Councillors, please be quiet while another councillor is on their feet. Councillor Massey.
New York. They refuse, this Lord Mayor and the LNP Council will say vacancy levels don't work everywhere, when there are great examples, of course, of vacancy levies working in Vancouver, in France. We've had mixed results in Melbourne, I acknowledge this, but they have worked. But again, it's inconsequential because the LNP Council doesn't care about affordability, doesn't care about people being able to afford a home to live in, to rent a home they live in, or to help the most marginalised. We know that not a single dwelling that has been approved will be accessible for anyone sleeping rough or on the housing affordable waiting list. But you can see that Brisbane City Council is developed first not just through the planning system, but actually how the planning system functions on the ground. And I'm going to use an example. I'm going to use a couple examples that are fairly current. So developers come first. In front of my office on a local road, a neighbourhood road, small street, developers chose to turn it into a one-way street with no permanents. I've already been able to confirm that. They changed traffic conditions on the ground, they put in islands, they closed a whole footpath, and they did this without notifying a single neighbour and also without a permit for 2 weeks. Only for council to say, okay, we're going to grant them a permit.
That's what they do. Yep.
Okay, they've retrospectively granted them a permit till, I believe, 2028?
Yeah, whatever they want.
And let it be clear, I'm actually supportive of this development. I actually think this is a great development. You know, this is contrary, of course, to what you'll hear from the Lord Mayor, that we block everything apparently, but here I am saying that this is a great development, and I'm on paper saying that, not just here, but actually when they ask for feedback. And yet, here is council acting for developers. Residents on the surrounding streets, Crown Street, Clarence Street, Stevens Road, have all been in contact with me. They do not understand what has happened here. We have developers literally bagging up signs on the street that are council signs. If a regular person did that, that'd be a federal offence. But for developers, no problem. Not a problem whatsoever. Today, just this afternoon, maybe an hour or so ago, I received advice that a developer intends to close a bus stop. Council officers are still seeking confirmation of how long the closure will be, because they don't know. But basically this email is like, this bus stop's going to be closed. Think about that. Residents are going to be asked to lose access to public transport, and it's expected that this will be approved for developers, while council doesn't actually know how long this bus stop is going to be closed. That tells you everything you need to know about council's priorities. That's just two examples. That's developer first, residents last. Residents last, residents last. And of course, now we get to infrastructure delivery. I'm going to talk about the second West End Ferry Terminal again, because I believe this is one of the greatest tragedies that has been delivered by this LNP council in the Gabba ward. Council, actually, this is the council. This is the LNP council that identified this terminal for delivery in 2011. It was in planning documents, the PIP, then it was removed, and now it has reappeared again in the local government infrastructure plan for delivery between 2026 now to 2031, but there's obviously no plan to build it. So this is an LNP promise on its own calculations of density increasing and the need for public transport infrastructure in an area that it has completely discarded and completely broken over and over again. Should it be built within this time frame, that's 20 years. That's a whole generation of promises from the LNP. Interestingly enough, today, developers release pictures around the Montague Road precinct with a ferry terminal. Maybe the developers will get there first.
Probably.
Maybe, and we'll see if this council builds a West End Ferry Terminal or builds one at Kurilpa Point for the developers that it services. This council constantly talks about how it's working for everyone in the city, but it's completely disconnected from everyone in the city. And it shows that every day through our planning system, and what it chooses not to include. And it shows it every day when infrastructure that it has stated that it will build for communities, and then it doesn't. Developers come first for this council. They always have. It's backroom deals. It's crooked. It's not right. It's not right.
Further speakers, Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, yeah, okay, got this started. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was a very interesting contribution to what I understand is all about Program 4. We heard about roads and ferries and very little about adding housing to our community, but here we are. I rise to speak in support of Program 4, Future Brisbane. And I think the name says it all, because this program is about the kind of Brisbane we are building, not just for today, but for the next generation. It's about how we plan for growth. It's about how we support local businesses, how we create beautiful and vibrant precincts, and how we make sure development is assessed properly, and how we position Brisbane as a confident global city in the lead up to the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. When people think about going out and about in Brisbane, they think of our sunny outdoor lifestyle. They think about South Bank, laneways, great local restaurants, iconic buildings, public art, beautiful parks, and as I mentioned yesterday, Howard Smith Wharves. These are so unique to our city and I absolutely love them. But all of these incredible Brisbane places don't just happen by accident. It happens because we plan for it. It happens because Team Schrinner has a plan. Madam Chair, I remember during the last election, and Councillor Griffiths, you'll love this. I remember a comment, the radio. Sorry. Thank you. I remember during the last election hearing a radio host reflect on the rhetoric coming from those opposite. It was day one of the election campaign, and through you, Madam Chair, they were talking about the opposition's leaders' attempt to paint Brisbane as somehow going backwards. And the comment was something along the lines of, you would struggle to find one resident who genuinely thinks Brisbane is not better than it was 20 years ago. And if that's all he has got to contribute, this is going to be a very dismal campaign, and that it was. Well, Madam Speaker, she was right. Residents backed our plan, they backed our vision, and they trusted us to continue to deliver the things we all know and love about our beautiful city we call Brisbane. That doesn't mean there's not challenges. Of course there are. We are the fastest growing city in Australia. We need more homes, we need better connections, we need to support small businesses, we need to protect what residents love about their suburbs, and we are planning for that into the future. But the difference with Team Schrinner and those opposite is we're actually getting to work. We're getting on and we're delivering for residents. In my own ward, we're currently going through the Cannon Hill Central Neighbourhood Plan. And I've held 2 mobile offices so far to speak directly with residents. And I have to say, Madam Chair, the conversations I have had are genuine, constructive and meaningful. Residents have asked questions, they've raised their concerns, they've talked about things you'd expect. The traffic, the types of housing, the building heights, the shopping areas, footpaths, bikeways, and the general future of the place that they love and call home. And that is exactly what good consultation should be. It should be residents speaking for themselves, not being frightened before they've even had a chance to look at the facts. After hearing Councillor Givney's about her experience and comparing it with mine, it makes you wonder, was it a political campaign? Was there a Labor Party member leading the charge? That's right. And the sad answer is yes. Madam Chair, I know Labor will get involved with mine. They'll try to scare residents, they'll share lives. And the sad part is, you stand here, you say you want more homes, but all you do is fearmonger residents and try to stop progress. What is your track record on voting down neighbourhood plans? What is your record in your own wards? Have you ever come to this place with constructive feedback, ideas to support growth in your wards? Or is it a NIMBY? Oh, I'll take that interjection. I heard a yes. Or is it a NIMBY approach? Our city needs housing, just not in my backyard. The Cannon Hill Central Neighbourhood Plan is about doing the responsible thing. Is it about looking at where growth can go, where infrastructure already exists, how we can create housing choices, and how we can improve the places where people shop, work, and move around our city? Because if we want our children to be able to live in Brisbane, if we want our essential workers, young family, people downsizing to have options, we need more homes. And we have to plan properly. And I want to congratulate Councillor Givney. Despite the wicked campaign that those opposite tried to create, you backed your local residents, you increased density, and you were very good at providing facts along the way. Now to development applications. I want to highlight how grateful I am for the officers who work in this area. They do an incredible job, but most importantly, they build trust and confidence. Our development applications are assessed properly. The amount of times I've heard a builder say, I am never building again, and you can pretty much insert any of our neighbouring councils, Sydney or Melbourne, they are all over the shop. They constantly say, if one councillor doesn't like it, it just grinds to a halt. Could you imagine that type of chaos in a city? Builders and applicants want clear advice, and on the flip side, residents want a clear framework. They want to know that safety, amenity, infrastructure and local character are being considered. And that is why council's focused on coordinated, customer-focused, one-stop shop approach matters. It means people can access advice. It means applications can be assessed consistently. It means council can support investment in housing while still protecting the standards our community expects. And that's why I think it's so important to have the framework. But Program 4 is delivering so many other things that I love about our city. It supports our vibrant precincts, our public realm improvements, creating lighting, public art, and the kind of design-led projects that make Brisbane just feel like Brisbane. That is the work that helps turn a place from somewhere people simply pass through into somewhere people want to stay. And we have seen our tourist numbers have exploded since COVID, and it's only going to get busier and busier. Madam Chair, this program also delivers for Brisbane economy, and I am particularly proud of the support this budget continues to provide for women in business. I brought my little Bon Maxi handbag today. I didn't know until about a week ago. This is an incredible local business. The ladies in my office bought me this handbag. And I loved it. But then they quickly told me that it's a local Brisbane designer from the eastern suburbs, actually. Yes. And she's done an incredible job, and she is supporting and backing local employment as well. Well, the office did, but yes, I love it. But yes, I'm particularly proud of the support this budget continues to provide for women in business. Women represent 36% of Brisbane's local business owners, and since the Lord Mayor's Women in Business Grants was launched through Beta in 2021, it has helped more women take the next step to grow, to employ, to invest, to build confidence and to create long-term economic impacts. By round 5 in 2026, more than 264 women-owned businesses have shared in $1.25 million in funding, supporting 533 jobs. That is not just a nice headline, that is real support supporting women. These grants provide up to $5,000 to eligible women-owned businesses, and the funding has been used for things like equipment, education, training and professional services. Like Honey Plant Climbers received funding for a laser cutting machine to help scale up their operations. Pitch It Up received funding for a 3D printer to produce audible cricket balls for inclusive sport. School Lunches Online receive support for professional services. These are just practical grants making a real difference. And what I particularly like about the program does not just hand over funding, but we celebrate our local women. Applicants can access the Women in Business Support Program through the Brisbane Business Hub, including mentoring, networking and workshops in areas like financial literacy, social media, marketing and procurement. This is how you support them to create more jobs and to grow. And this budget continues to support local women with $250,000 available in the 26-27 budget. Madam Chair, Beta is also building on that momentum through the Women in Business Champion Program and the Women in Business Early Growth Program. Their program focuses on building capacity, creating connections and improving access to capital and new markets for women-led businesses in that early growth stage. The budget includes funding to connect Beta's Women in Business Champion Program and conference, and yes, supporting women-led businesses, local jobs and economic participation. Madam Chair, this is exactly the kind of city Brisbane is and should be. A city where women with ideas are backed. A city where women can turn into a side hustle into a business where a job creator can turn their contributions into the whole city. Program 4 also looks beyond our borders. We are a global city. I'm running out of time and I'd like to commend Program 4 to the Chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Listen, I just want to make a few comments in regards to growing business-friendly city. I was looking at this and doing a little bit of research and just finding out how things are in our CBD area specifically, right? And if I just have a look at the vacancy rates for residential, right, it's pretty low, which is great. So there's plenty of people living in the city. And I'll tell you what, it's a huge change since when I came to this country many, many years ago. A lot of people love living in the city, and I don't blame them, because it's got a lot of services and a lot of entertainment here to support it. I also looked at the vacancy rate for commercial, and I was a bit concerned when I first saw that Brisbane's around a bit over 11%. But then when I compared it to Sydney and Melbourne, we're about 5 or 6% less than they are. So we're not doing too bad a job when it comes to commercial vacancies, right? So that means there's plenty of businesses here in the city that are working, that have people working in them. So that's a good thing. And then I looked at retail, because I came from retail. I was 27 years in retail, and a lot of that in the city as well. And I had a look at the vacancy rates for retail in Brisbane, and I was just bowled over. It's like 17.5% vacancy rate in Brisbane, in comparison to Sydney or Melbourne, which is under 7%. So, retail is the lifeblood of the city, right? And we just aren't doing enough in that retail sector, right? We do pretty good in commercial, we do good in residential, but when it comes to retail, it's really sad to see that, right? Now, if you look at Melbourne, right, even Adelaide's well less than us at 11.7%. If you look at Sydney, it's like 4.3% vacancy rate. So all I'm saying is that BETA, right, Brisbane Marketing, now I know they're not in charge of retail in the city. They're all individually owned, and they work as a collective, especially in the mall. But I think we should have a look at what's causing such a vacancy rate in our city. And I sat down with the chappie who sort of looks after some of that commercial property for state government, and I said to him, why is retail so challenging in the city? And he said, one word, mix. And I said, okay, expand on that, please. He says, it just doesn't have the right mix. If you look at some shopping centers, they do a really good job in mix, right? Others don't do so good a job in mix. We need to do a lot better job with the mix of the retail in the city here, and I think the Brisbane Economic Development Group should be able to do that work with surveys and all sorts of things, just to find out what people want in their city retail-wise, right? Retail-wise, we pay them $30 million a year to promote our city, and honestly, the focus for most cities, especially capital cities, is their CBD, right? And then everything else flows out from there. So I just want to make those few comments. I just thought it was quite interesting. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a very interesting economic policy from Councillor Strunk. I think it's a little more complex than variety, particularly in the mall, and I can say BETA works very, very hard on the mall. But there's two major buildings there that have just been bought out, so they've got single owners and about to be redeveloped. So there are people that are about to be putting a lot of money into Uptown, into Winter Garden, and that is what's going to bring the revitalisation to the city as well, and that has been worked on with BETA as well. I'm very proud this afternoon to stand up and speak on Program 4. There is a lot in this program, obviously, for my ward locally, and I've spoken about it before and I'll speak about it again. The Malcolm Precinct Plan is very, very excited. I have the locals, residents and business operators looking at that fantastic outcome, which will hopefully get us that balance that we want to see for residents, which in the long run will bring those more homes sooner to the Malcolm and Holland Park area. This is a centre, as I've mentioned before, around a high street that is desperately in need of revitalisation, and we've got a very active subchamber in Malcolm Central that are keen to see more feet on the street. I know we have got an ageing population as well around Malcrivat and Holland Park area, but also young adults who want opportunities for themselves. So whether you're downsizers or first-time ownership, what we want to see in this plan is increased building heights for residential and commercial development, increased housing choice by providing for a range of residential density zones. Also along this main corridor, we've got the great new bus network, and those different residential typologies will really give a variety of affordability options and typologies, whether they be small single unit dwellings in some of the back streets from Logan Road, or apartments, or come in some of the higher density. I think there will be a lot of options on the pricing around there as well. What we really want to see brought back is the traditional high street that Malcrivat used to be, what I saw it as a child, and that is really how what we would love to see for the business chamber in the area as well. And that can be done with more people there, visiting more frequently, spending the money in their pocket as they hop off the bus and are heading to their housing as well. Improved walking, cycling through the new arcades and alleyways, local road connections that better connect across the precinct as well, and of course some of those identified landmarks that desperately need some work in them. Through those landmark sites, the larger ones with some master planning for accessible space, deep planning, lighting, public art, subtropical design. It's everything that we heard in the consultation process, and I heard what you said, Councillor Atwood, around Councillor Givney. I do feel very sorry that she had a Labor campaign run against her. Councillor Cassidy and the local state member tried their hardest, but all 3 people turned up for their coffee drop-in in Malcrivat because the people want to see the development, the people want to see the revitalisation. They came to the consultation, they told us what they wanted to see, and the team has definitely delivered on the feedback that they received from the locals as well. I also wanted to take the opportunity to speak about Brisbane Economic Development Agency, and Councillor Atwood touched on some of the fantastic grants they do, and Councillor Howard talked on the work they do on activating the city as well. But it really is about making sure that they make Brisbane a destination for business, drive growth in local industry, attract investment and trade, grow the visitor economy, and, as Councillor Howard said, activate those key precincts. They don't just focus on economic development, and they definitely haven't been called Brisbane Marketing for at least 7 years, Councillor Strunk. It's about tourism and destination. It's about major business event attraction. It's about city activation and outcomes for Brisbane. The visitor economy. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, through you, Councillor Strunk got it wrong on the title of Brisbane Marketing.
Thank you. And while, excuse me, councillors. No, councillors. Stop talking while Councillor Adams is. Councillor Adams.
Thank you. Councillor Strunk can read back in Hansard, and he said, Beta, Brisbane Marketing. Loud and clear. Brisbane Economic Development Agency works closely with government partners to significantly leverage our investment, secure co-funding, support and attract high-impact events. And these impact events bring economic benefits through all parts of the economy in Brisbane. They support local jobs, they raise the city's profile, and they contribute to long-term tourism growth as well. We love being an attractive destination for major events. Obviously, there's a pretty major one coming up in 2032, but there's plenty of events coming along the way between now and 2032, which are going to significantly contribute to our lifestyle, our destination appeal, and our visitor economy. We work with third-party events to contract with stakeholders, and some of the examples that we saw in the last year that have been a huge success are the British and Irish Lions Tour. Obviously, the event of the year, I think it was, the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo, with over 110,000 attendees across 4 shows, 2,500 performers and crew. That's the type of thing that we want to see. A citywide activation which was led by BEDA with projections on City Hall, 65 venue themes, Scottish and Queensland food offerings, a royal march along Caxton Street. But that was last year. What we have focused on the next year, also Beta has seen recurring major and mass participation events. From 25 to 28, there is 14 new events in this space. We've got international blockbusters such as the Wallabies versus France. Of course, the NRL Magic Round will come back in 2027. Bluey's World Extension to 2028. The Australian Youth Water Polo Championships will generate significant economic activity for Brisbane. Something's not seen as a really high-profile event, but the numbers of the families that come because it is youth makes those visitor nights significant for the economic return for Brisbane as well. All of those on top of our regular Melt Festival, our Queensland ballets, and of course, one that I am looking forward to because I am such a bit of a 70s girl when I was young, Make Believe Magic, the worlds of the Jim Henson Company. That will be absolutely amazing. Maybe there'll be a bit of Fraggle Rock in Brisbane as well. But this all is about using our event attraction to help with the cost of living. The current cost of living pressures, and through events, they make sure that they do it to an absolute value. Consider investment of public funds into major events and the return on investment as well. Make sure that these events are attracting out-of-region visitors so that we are seeing the money returned back into the local economy. During FY 25-26, major events calendar returned economic activity of $370 million to the Brisbane economy and supported 11,000 full-time equivalent jobs. Local residents, business and visitors all have had the opportunity to experience the flow-on benefits of major events being hosted in this city. Madam Chair, Program 4 is all about our lifestyle and planning to make sure that that economy drives even stronger as we go forward, and I recommend it to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on project item 4 in terms of future Brisbane. I want to say first off that this is, in my experience, the most, how do I describe it? I suppose the most developer-friendly council that an administration that I've ever seen in this city and this city has ever seen. I suppose the one item I didn't hear spoken about by any LNP councillors, including the Lord Mayor, is the Better Suburbs Board. And I've been raising this for a number of years now, that old chestnut, the Better Suburbs Board. They get paid $200,000 a year. Lord Mayor's, let's get right, Lord Mayor's Better Suburb Board. They get paid $200,000 a year by the Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor set it up. He's, my understanding, got 4 people on it, 3 of which have very strong links to the LNP or the LNP developer sector. And they meet, these people meet with developers, then they meet directly with council planners. Not a bad gig, not a bad gig. I am very concerned about this board. I've raised this numerous times. When we were able to get records, I got records. It took a few goes, took quite a few goes, because there was no records. And there were no records. Then there was, we've got too many records, we've got so many we can't give it to you. But now it's back to there are no records for you, councillor, because we've blocked it. But the records I did get was a list of hundreds of properties that this board discusses directly with our planners. The developers? The developers discuss directly with the planners. I've never heard of anything like it. When I took this to a public meeting in Maruka, and yes, I consult, and I had 400 people at this meeting. 400 real people, not Labor Party people, real people. Not that Labor Party people aren't real. But they were shocked to hear about this board. Now I challenge the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, do one of your Living in Brisbane flyers and put this on the front page and tell people what you're doing with your Better Suburbs Board. Let the residents of Brisbane know what you're doing. Because when I spoke to them, they were furious. Probably explains your shocking vote in my area. But I really raised concerns about this board. And the other thing is, when I got the information, I got a little letter with it saying, councillor, it's illegal for you to release this information. So you can't give it to anyone. You can't tell anyone about it. Is that right? Is that transparent? Is that a good way for the largest city council in Australia to work? It is if you're a developer. It isn't if you're a resident. And the other thing we can't see with this board now is where the donations are flowing. Now, I don't know if they flow to the LNP. I don't know if these donations flow to these people on this board. I don't know how they declare their conflicts of interest. All that is really, really murky. I challenge the Lord Mayor, while we're here, to respond to that, because I believe that that is hitting that corruption line of bad practice in this council.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
There is no privilege in this place.
Thank
and
you.
if Councillor Griffiths continues this way, just send it to the
Yes.
Triple C if he thinks that's the way.
Thanks, Councillor Adams. I was just about to remind you, Councillor
And
Griffiths,
stuff
that I'm speaking.
Oh, God.
I was just about to remind you that there is no privilege in this chamber,
And I
Councillor
accept
Griffiths.
that. I accept that. But I am putting this on the record, and I don't think I'm saying anything here that is litigious. But what I am saying is what is true. And I'm aware that stuff has gone to the Triple C today. And it could include some councils in this room. So I'm aware of that. So I would just say that this is one of my major concerns for this administration. This administration has been around for 23 years. They've won, 5 elections. They have had a lot of power for a long time. They are entwined, as far as I can see, in the executive, and their power, and entwined with developers, and their power, their reach goes right down into the organisation. And what we've seen over the last 2 days is no budget figures. We've still got a book that has no budget figures. Incredible. Lord Mayor, you thinking of responding to this? No budget figures.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, through the chair.
Through you? But I think that's wrong. And I believe the majority of residents would think that's wrong. Yep. And I think people in the law would think that's wrong. And I think our officers think it's wrong. I believe it's wrong. I don't have LNP councillors saying that because they can see the figures because it's been given to them. They've got the figures. So I am really concerned about the Better Suburbs Board, but I am extremely concerned about how planning's being done in this city at the moment. I am extremely concerned. And I know even in the last few days, I've had people approach my office, developers approach my office, and I think, wow, is that really, should someone be doing that? And it's like, no. Should we have a political officer doing that? No. Should a political officer be dealing with council officers? Whoa, I would have thought that was illegal. If my staff did it, I know where I'd be, and I don't think it's right. So I am just putting on the record my concern about the way this administration is functioning, the way this Lord Mayor is running the show. I think it's very secretive, very concerning, and it's not the right way to run a really wonderful, good organisation with great staff. This is not the way to run it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
reply?
How long have we got before the close?
It's 4 minutes.
4 minutes, okay. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, thank you for everybody who's contributed to the debate on Program 4, Future Brisbane, and certainly there are varying opinions, but nonetheless, great to have everybody contribute. Now, I did, however, quickly want to provide a little bit of context and reality to some of the comments that were made. Now, Councillor Cassidy interestingly opened his debate talking about some sort of $50 million apartment over in Kangaroo Point, but chose to ignore the nearly 10,000 homes that were approved through the Development Services Unit last year. So very selective choice of facts. He also then led in, as did Councillor Collier, about the extremely important issue of social and affordable housing. Now, we recognise this is an important type of product to be put on the ground. Where we do have a difference is we don't believe that mandating it in individual developments to a certain percentage is the way to go. They've tried it in other parts of the world. It hasn't worked. Councillor Massey referenced some New York, I think it was, where she said it worked. It's been an abject failure. New York is an absolute basket case. So importantly, social and affordable housing and the provision is a responsibility of the state and federal governments. The state government is leaning into this task in a significant way. They have allocated $5.7 billion across the state over the next 4 years to provide social and affordable housing. A big chunk of that is being provided in Brisbane. They've got over 1,000 social and affordable houses underway in the Brisbane LGA at the moment. They are working actively with the community housing provider sector to deliver those houses. Brisbane City Council, through their planning mechanisms, will not make life difficult for them. We have the planning settings that will allow the CHP and the state government to build this type of housing. As I've mentioned in my intro speech, we are providing infrastructure discounts to these particular providers and also discounts on application fees. So we are leaning into the challenge of supporting affordable and social housing with the levers that we believe can be pulled. Now, over the last session, the opposition made much of looking to introduce amendments to planning amendments in order to bring about some sort of social and affordable housing mechanism. Now, we don't believe they work, but the challenge to them has consistently been, show us the model. If you think this can work, do some homework, put together the model, and bring it to us for review. But interestingly enough, they have never done that. So they're very happy to point at us and say, you need to deliver this, but they themselves have never, ever delivered a plan or even gone close to it, to be honest with you. So it's, it's a bit rich to stand up here and say, look, here, administration, you do this. We know you don't think it works, but nonetheless, you go ahead and do it. Now, much has just been made of the BSI board, and Councillor Cassidy led with an interesting comment suggesting that the chair of the BSI board had called the Premier.
Sorry, Councillor Allen, I have to stop you there because it's 5 o'clock. Under the provisions of section 74(6) of the meeting's local law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of budget programs or the I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of the following without further amendment or debate. A, every budget program not yet debated, and B, every budget program debated but not yet voted upon, and C, every budget program partially debated and voted upon. So we will now vote on, I'll now put Future Brisbane to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adaman and seconded. Councillor Massey, calm down. Honestly, well, it's not really, it's juvenile. Seconded by Councillor Gibney. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Thought I left that behind. Councillor Dixon, aye. Councillor Dixon? Is she frozen? Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour and 1 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put community and the arts to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adderman and seconded by Councillor Givney. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 3 abstentions.
Customer Services next. That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put Customer Services to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Adderman and seconded by Councillor Givney. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put City Governance to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division
called by Councillor Adderman, seconded by Councillor Givney. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour, 1 against and 2 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor, could you please move a motion for the adoption of the budget? Oh, one moment, please. Yes, I actually did forget one. There is one for businesses. Sorry, Lord Mayor. I will now put the adoption of businesses to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Okay.
Division?
Division called by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Toomey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor, could you please move a motion for the adoption of the debate or the budget?
Madam Chair, I move that Council resolve to adopt all recommendations in the Resolution of Rates and Charges 2026-27, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 95 to 220 of the 2026-27 Annual Plan and Budget document, and adopt the annual budget and annual operational plan contained in the 2026-27 Annual Plan and Budget document, comprising of the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 9 to 14, including the statement of income and expenditure, statement of financial position, statement of changes in equity, statement of cash flows, long-term financial forecast, and measures of financial sustainability. Also, the adopted budget allocation by programs for programs 1 to 7 as set out on page 15. The adopted businesses budgeted statement of income and expenditure by classification and activity statements, including information about businesses as set out on pages 17 to 21. Also, the revenue statement and revenue policy as set out on pages 23 to 62. The adopted annual operational plan for programs 1 to 7 as set out on pages 63 to 94. The schedule of fees and charges as set out on pages 221 to 302, including the all provisions and appendices and associated delegations to the Chief Executive Officer. Also, to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of its powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010. I'm not done yet. I think two more. To waive, refund, discount or remit any and all of the fees and charges as set out in the schedule of fees and charges, and any fees and charges set out by way of delegated powers as recorded in the Register of Delegations on conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation, and otherwise in accordance...
Sorry.
You're freaking me out. And otherwise in accordance with the notes contained in the schedule of fees and charges. And finally, to set any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the schedule of fees and charges on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that Council resolve to adopt all recommendations in the Resolution of Rates and Charges 2026-27, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 95 to 220 of the 2026-27 Annual Plan and Budget document. Adopt the annual budget and annual operation plan contained in the 2026-27 Annual Plan and Budget document, comprising the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 9 to 14, including the Statement of Income and Expenditure, Statement of Financial Position, Statement of Changes in Equity, Statement of Cash Flows, Long-Term Financial Forecast, Measures of Financial Sustainability. Also, the adopted budget allocation by program for programs 1 to 7 is set out on page 15. The adopted businesses budgeted statement of income and expenditure by classification and activity statements including information about businesses is set out on pages 17 to 21. The revenue statement and revenue policy is set out on pages 23 to 62. The adopted annual operational plan for programs 1 to 7 is set out on pages 63 to 94. The schedule of fees and charges is set out on pages 221 to 302, including all provisions and appendices and associated delegations to the Chief Executive Officer. And 3, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer all of its powers under Section 242 of the City of Brisbane Act 2010. A, to waive, refund, discount or remit any and all fees and charges set out in the schedule of fees and charges and any fees and charges set by way of delegated power as recorded in the Register of Delegations on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation and otherwise in accordance with the notes contained within the schedule of fees and charges. And B, to set any fees and charges not otherwise set out in the schedule of fees and charges on the conditions set out in the General Conditions of Delegation. Is there any debate?
Point of order. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Point of order.
Can I just confirm what is the time limit for all of the speakers on this portion of the debate?
5 minutes? Yep. 5 minutes, councillor, for each speaker. Lord Mayor.
Okay. This is the normal time that we would generally debate the budget. And, you know, I've got a great speech I can give here, but it just repeats everything I've already said. And I think the important point to make is that Labor councillors have just voted for every single program. So while they've spent a couple of days bitterly complaining, they've voted in favour of every program, including the city governance program as well, which they usually vote against. So if they're going to vote in favour of it, I'm not going to have a fake debate with them about, I mean, they obviously support the budget and I welcome their support. This is a good budget. It's the right budget for the right time. It keeps rates low. It drives down debt and it spends less where we can and delivers more where it counts. So I just wanted to thank a number of people then in summing up. So particularly the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Cunningham, for working so closely on the budget for what, you know, is another challenging year, for her advisors, for the CEO as well, and the executive managers who have been involved in this process and the group that comes together for many months in putting together the budget, you know, a process which starts soon after the budget is approved. We start on the next year. And so there's been an incredible lot of hard work put into it. And as I said, these things are never easy, but this outcome is a good one because we have maintained the lowest rates in South East Queensland. We've kept our commitments on keeping rates down. And we're also making sure that we invest where it counts. And so thank you to everyone that's been involved in this budget process. There's people that were named in my budget speech last Wednesday. There's people that Councillor Cunningham has named, and I'm genuinely grateful for their work. And I'm also thankful that the Labor opposition is supporting this budget.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And over the last week, we've seen something quite extraordinary, and the Lord Mayor run the white flag up. He has basically signalled to the people of Brisbane he has given up. He's given up on his advocacy, he's given up on investing in the basics, but he hasn't given up on reaching into their pockets and pulling more out through rates, fees and charges. Now, our city's growth has been stunted by short-term political opportunism by this Lord Mayor, a total disinterest in doing the basics right, and utter cowardice when it comes to showing leadership on the city's biggest challenges, and when it actually comes, he's just lazy when it comes to doing the basic work of advocacy for our city. A Lord Mayor that puts developer profits first over the well-being of residents and ratepayers here in Brisbane. More ratepayers than ever are here paying those rates, fees and charges, paying more than ever, the highest number on record when it comes to what people are paying this council and funding this Lord Mayor's activities, but they're paying more to live and work and play here and even to die here. And they're getting less and less from this LNP council. We've heard about their record over the last week, that it took them 8 years and $1.7 billion or so to get the slightly bigger buses to serve on an existing bus route, on an existing busway built by Labor. And they want us to believe that they could be trusted to extend the metro out to Castledine and to the airport and to other LGAs. I mean, spare us. They couldn't even convince their friends in the LNP state government to get on board. They won't do the work until they've squeezed every single opportunity for a political fight out first. They're happy to spend tens of thousands of dollars of ratepayers' money apparently backing the Gympie Road tunnel in the lead up to the 2024 council election, but the Lord Mayor hasn't said a peep when the Crisafulli government cut it altogether. And the Lord Mayor claimed that the Gympie Road tunnel was essential for the metro expansion to happen. He said that just in May this year. So what has happened since then?
Given up.
If you still need another example of this nonsense, just look at the Story Bridge, the grand symbol that represents this LNP stewardship of the entire city. 2 decades of decline, ignoring experts, ignoring residents, ignoring warnings. And even today, Councillor Wines admitted that he was terribly confused about which files he had been looking at, whether it was the footpath files or the files that have been kept hidden, which relate to the structural maintenance of the bridge. They've been kicking the can down the road. Well, we're at the end of a dead-end street full of potholes and the Lord Mayor's crashed the car completely. Now, when it comes to the rates rise, the Lord Mayor was at pains to say that the average increase for the Brisbane ratepayer was 3.97%. That's what he told the media in his budget lockup. Did he mislead them? Did he explain to them that that was just for one category of homeowners in Brisbane? I wonder if he did that, because we found out that the average rates increase for a homeowner in Brisbane this year is 5.63%. So if you own a home or you're paying your home off under mortgage, your average rates increase in Brisbane is 5.63%, which is 50% higher than Brisbane's inflation rate. That's higher than the increase they're seeing in Logan and in Moreton Bay, and it's even worse for renters, right? So for non-owner occupied units and houses in Brisbane, the average increase in their rates is 7.74%. So if you're going to get a bump in your rent when your lease renews, Adrian Schrinner is a big reason why. That's right. And we know that their furphy on filling potholes and road resurfacing this coming year has been exposed. There are $23 million worth of carryovers from last year to this year, and when you adjust for inflation, they're spending tens of millions of dollars less this year than they were a decade ago on resurfacing roads. This Lord Mayor's priorities are all wrong.
Yep, that's right.
And when it comes to housing, we had this perverse contribution from the Lord Mayor just a few minutes ago, where he equated advocacy for universal access to housing as a human right as class warfare. The Lord Mayor thinks advocating for people to have a roof over their head is some form of political class warfare, and that's everything you need to know about this guy.
Your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes. The meeting's local law does say 10 minutes, but, you know, why would you follow the rules? We'll get to that in a special meeting. I don't think there can be any doubt at all that I don't support the direction of this council budget, nor do I support the administration of this council. The leadership by the Lord Mayor is pathetic. He is a partisan political operator who is more interested in his personal standing and gain than he is in genuinely representing people of the suburbs of Brisbane fairly and ensuring that all the services and infrastructure needed in the city is being delivered. It is astonishing that the Lord Mayor has stood up publicly last week to claim a number of things that the media clearly, the media just sucked it up. Hopefully they'll be wiser next year. Things like, oh, it's a record $110 million investment in road resurfacing. Well, no, 20 plus million of it is last year's money that wasn't finished. All those kind of things, rates, you name it. The Lord Mayor is mischievously and deliberately dishonest about the finances of this city, even right down to debt reduction. It's going down by the tiniest little amount. And it was zero in 2009, zero, we had zero debt. Every single dollar of the $2.841 billion of council debt has been run up under that Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, who was the finance chair at the time it was zero. Every single cent of debt is down to this Lord Mayor. This council administration has failed residents in my ward, and it is failing residents around Brisbane. And what I want to say is, so juvenile and small-minded is this LNP administration that when you don't agree with them, they do one of two things. One, they blank you, as we've all seen over the last 2 days. When I brought forward a positive agenda for my area, which Lord Mayor says they have no ideas, they don't do anything, of course we do, not a single one of these people bothered to speak. I mean, the Lord Mayor didn't even bother to turn up yesterday, offered a property council lunch, I understand, with his developer mates. So, one, they blank you. Or two, they stand up and say motherhood statements like, you're opposed to housing. Now, I don't support your planning regime, Lord Mayor, because it's not the right regime for the city, not because I don't support housing, but the direction in which you are taking this city is the wrong direction. Corporatising our community is to the detriment of our city, not to the positive benefit. And council has been headlong down this track under you, Lord Mayor, since you took over from Graham Quirk. And it is only accelerating under the new Lord Mayor, who is going around changing council policy without any discussion with us. And that's wrong. This council is going in the wrong direction. We should be open to taking on ideas and supporting all the necessary things that our city needs. But this Lord Mayor isn't. I mean, Councillor Hutton even scurries out of the room, for God's sake, if she might be caught voting against something that would benefit her own residents. I mean, that's what this administration is like. So I don't think this city is heading in the right direction. It is critically essential that we continue to invest in good policy, in staff that can actually deliver on the ground for our communities, not come to me saying, oh, I wish I could plant more trees, councillor, but I can't, or I can't replace that, councillor, there's no money, or yeah, I'm sorry, that playground's 30 years old, no, we can't do that, use your CEF funds, which the Lord Mayor cut. 601,000 last year, 557,000 this year. That's a cut. I mean, this is going backwards, and I certainly have zero respect for the way in which this administration is running this organisation. The CEO of Council and her senior leaders are taking action against multiple councillors in this place, contrary to the state government changing the law, yet they're continuing to do it. Resources are being used to prevent councillors from getting access to information, and more of it's coming this evening. We can't ask a single question about the finances of this city because they're not in our ward. We're not allowed to. And who did that? The CEO of Council. So no, this budget is wrong for our city.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I find it very interesting that not one LNP councillor, aside from the Lord Mayor, has gotten up to speak.
What about the Finance Chair? Yeah.
What about the Finance Chair? We'll be hearing from them later. Anyways, we shall see. Chair, of course, over the course of this budget debate on this side of the chamber, we've spoken about transport. We've talked about infrastructure, services and planning. Unfortunately, we didn't get to talk about community and the arts and the great work of all the people who work in the customer services team because the debate has been cut off, of course. Anyways, I digress. Different programs, different portfolios, but they all point to the same conclusion. After more than 2 decades in office, this LNP council has totally run out of ideas. This budget asks Brisbane residents to pay more but expect less. Across Program 1, we saw the consequence of years and years, in fact, more than 20 years of underinvestment in transport, growing suburbs going without the buses and the ferries and the city cat stops, the accessible bus stops, the active transport options that they need to keep pace with the growth that we are currently experiencing. In Program 2, we spoke about infrastructure, of course. Communities are growing, but the basics simply aren't keeping up. There are too many local projects that are delayed, too many roads and intersections that are dangerous and left waiting. Communities are being forced to fight for what they should already have. Program 3 painted the same picture. After more than 20 years in office, I cannot believe that missed bin collections have gone up over 200%. Basic maintenance is now reactive rather than proactive, and residents are paying higher rates while watching everyday services decline. And then we came to Program 4. Perhaps nowhere more is this LNP Council's failure clearer than in housing and planning. Today, of course, we know that hundreds of people are experiencing homelessness, including families and children. The number of families facing homelessness has tripled in just 18 months. That should concern every single one of us. But they didn't talk about that. And instead of embracing affordable housing opportunities, the LNP at every level repeatedly reject Labor's proposals to include affordable housing in precinct planning. Time and time again, we do put forward practical, sensible ideas, and time again, the LNP vote them down. I wonder why they always prioritise developer interests ahead of everyday Brisbane residents who simply want somewhere affordable to live. Every time. And when communities told council they were prepared to accommodate more housing in their suburbs, they made one thing abundantly clear. Growth must be matched with infrastructure investment. That means better roads, better footpaths, parks, public transport, community facilities. Better is not just possible, it is something we should be doing. Our residents don't just deserve better, I think they deserve the best. The best we can offer. That has been the consistent message from residents across Morningside Road and in fact right across Brisbane. Locally, of course, I welcome the long-awaited, hard-fought-for upgrade of Bulimba Library. It's a much-loved community facility. After listening to and fighting alongside local residents, I am pleased to see those improvements finally proceeding. There are worthwhile projects in this budget, but isolated projects do not make a vision. They do not undo 20 years of neglect, and they certainly do not address the challenges Brisbane faces as one of Australia's fastest growing cities. Chair, budgets are ultimately about choices and values, and it is clear. The LNP have made their choice, Chair. They have made their choice to choose higher rates over better services. They have made choices to choose announcements over delivery, luxury development over affordable housing, and excuses over accountability and transparency. Where are the figures in this budget? The people of Brisbane deserve better than that. Brisbane deserves better, it deserves the best, and that on this side of the chamber is what we will fight for, not just today, but every single day.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the debate is done and the choice before this chamber could not be clearer. On this side, a responsible cost of living budget, one that spends less where we can so that residents pay less and then we invest more where it counts. On the other side, the same tired complaints we hear every year and not a single plan to deal with them. And then ultimately, they're here tonight to vote for it. The war on pancake and Pilates led by the opposition is full of hot air. This budget was built from its first page to its last around easing the cost of living for the people of Brisbane. At its heart sits a package worth $76.5 million, not a slogan, but genuine relief landing in household budgets. It holds the general rate rise to just 3.97%, below inflation, and it keeps Brisbane's rates the cheapest in South East Queensland, hundreds of dollars a year cheaper than other local governments. It lifts the pensioner rebate to as much as $1,350 a year, the most generous in the region, and it helps households who pay on time with a $60 discount worth $16.7 million across our city. Line by line, this is a budget that chooses to leave more money where it belongs, in the pockets of Brisbane residents. I want to take this opportunity to especially thank so many of the officers who work tirelessly to complete the budget each and every year. Thank you to the Lord Mayor, who leads with responsible financial management. And it is the one thing that those opposite, for all their noise, have never once been able to offer the people of Brisbane. On this side of the chamber, we stand as Team Schrinner, doing the work, holding the discipline and keeping faith with people who pay the bills. This is a responsible, a balanced, a cost of living budget, one that keeps costs down where we can and invests more where it counts. Finally, thanks to the Labor councillors who could actually be bothered to turn up to information sessions this year. We didn't hear an alternate plan, but we did hear about their alternate reality that they live in. An alternate reality where they think that Brisbane is awful, yet hundreds of people are choosing to move here each and every single week. All they say in here is that we're terrible, these projects are terrible, there's not enough money, but yet they're happy to take credit for it in their suburbs, Madam Chair.
Happy to vote for it too.
They're also happy to vote for it. It's my privilege, Madam Chair, to commend the 2026-27 council budget to the chamber.
Further speakers? Councillor Kim.
So I think if we put this very, very simply, I think the finance chair of Brisbane City is asking for some kind of complicated explanation and big ideas from us, but I think it's very simple. In some of the suburbs in which you have increased rates from Brisbane City Council residents, they don't even have basic bus services right now.
That's right. 1
out of my 10 suburbs in Calamar Ward don't even get access to Brisbane City Council buses. The explanation is very simple. The average person you're paying, $450 every quarter, they want to be able to catch a bus.
Yeah.
In my ward, there's no library. They want to be able to borrow a book. Very, very simple. In fact, the bar is so low right now that this finance chair is sitting here lecturing the residents of Brisbane about how they need to be grateful. Well, I think the attitude should be turned around the other way. The residents of Brisbane, you are here to serve them.
That's right.
The residents of Brisbane pay their quarterly bill, and paying over $100 a year means a lot to every family. Just recently, we had someone walk in that we helped to open their bank account because they needed help. Of course, council doesn't offer anything in paper form anymore, which makes it much more difficult for them.
Yes.
So we helped them log into their bank account.
Yes.
They didn't have much to get by for the week. I think that's all that he had. And this council here is so ignorant about the everyday experience of the everyday resident. And that's why the State Labor Party did a great job with 50-cent fares. They did a great job. Good on them for some big initiative that actually makes a difference with cost of living.
That's right.
All the LNP can do is just steal other people's ideas, sit in here and pretend and cosplay as if they've done a great job, when the reality is this finance chair and this LNP council couldn't be further out of touch, and we speak to these residents every single day. Now, I think it's very simple what the LNP chair is trying to say. What the LNP finance chair fails to communicate is that they've stuffed up. They know that they have run out of money. It's very simple. They need to find an alternative way to collect as much revenue as they can. And where is that source coming from? Asset sales, fines, a further projected $63 million in fines this year. If the LNP Council weren't afraid of their progress, why can't they just be honest in our budget sessions? How can we know what we're voting for if what you've put in the book isn't even accurate? What if we took out every single project that was carried over from the last financial year? What would this budget actually be? Tiny. Simple maths, simple maths. Even the primary school students in my area present school projects to me asking for basic council services. Even primary school students can see what we're lacking in our community. It doesn't take a genius to know that for every dollar that they give back to the country that they're proud to live in, to the city that they're proud to live in, maybe the government should do something about that. And has this LNP council done anything? Instead, they just do pretend PR stunts about fixing all the potholes, even though they drive over it every single day. It's actually a matter of inequity here as well. I mean, the LNP councillors might laugh, but in our areas where we live in the outer suburbs, where there's not even a public library to access, and a pop-up library is the standard, how shameful. Then to get in here and pretend that increase in council rates can be covered through some kind of fake magical number, when we all know that's not the case. Shame on you. I hope one day we see a city with great leaders, great governance, and larrikins who do the right thing. Instead of this pretend behaviour. The average person will listen to this, if they do, and see this for what it is. And the way you treat Brisbane residents as if they check their brain at the door, fall for this slogan, it's just shameful and it's ridiculous and it's catching up to this tired old regime. And we'll get there because we're energetic and we have something that we believe in. We have values and Brisbane residents that we represent, that we respect first and foremost, and that we believe in every single day. So I hope that the LNP Council changes their attitude in the next financial year, but now I've learnt in my second year of council that the bus stops that were promised 2 financial years ago probably won't be committed until 2028, in which they'll then use that for their Lord Mayor's representative to then go out and make fake election promises. We've seen the formula again and again. We know the pattern, and so will the residents of Brisbane. Thank you.
Further speaker? Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Kim, for a great speech. Well done. You nailed it. I think this is a con artist budget by a mayor who hasn't been in the chamber for most of the time, even though it's his budget. This is from the administration that brought us the Fitzgerald inquiry, and a group of people who also brought us Robodebt. They're same people. Same people. Brought us the Fitzgerald inquiry, and same people brought us Robodebt, and I'm concerned about what they're doing in council right now. Right this very minute. All of them. We know that they don't support affordable housing. We do. We know they don't support basic services in the suburbs. We do. We know that they go out and talk up neighbourhood plans, but then don't listen to residents. We do. We know that they don't deliver infrastructure with all the new residents that are coming into our city. We do. We believe all these things. But I think the most important thing that we've all said in the last couple of days is transparency is the most important thing, Lord Mayor.
That's right.
And it's the one thing you haven't answered. You've stayed silent, you're on your phone. I know you're listening, but you actually haven't answered, and neither has your team. So why are the figures missing from the council budget book? Why do we have to go to information sessions maybe to get 1 or 2 figures in a book that used to detail all the work that council was doing? Why is that the new norm and the lowest standard we've ever delivered? And that, for me, is probably the worst change, along with the changes I've seen in terms of local laws in this chamber, which shows a closing in of council. It's getting more and more closed. It's like a big wall is around council, and we're just doing our own thing. And as someone who's come in here week after week after week for 23 years, I've never seen anything like it. And the lack of transparency is just appalling. When I do the company director's course, they talk about going the other way. They talk about going that more transparency gets better outcomes.
Yeah.
I believe that. I actually think more transparency delivers better governance. More transparency means our staff don't have to run around hiding figures from us. Or they don't have to be concerned about who they say to what. More transparency brings better government. And that's what we don't have with this Lord Mayor. That's what we don't have with this council and the way it's functioning. That's why we have such a mess between the political and the executive team, where they're all entwined and there's all these little deals going on, and that's reaching down into the organisation. This is profound stuff for Brisbane City Council. Anyway, I would ask the Lord Mayor in your summary to answer, why aren't the figures in this book? Why did you think that we as the opposition don't need the figures? Why do you think residents don't need the figures? How do you think this is delivering a better outcome for everyone in our city? And if you're really confident with your figures and your accounting, then why not put the figures in?
Yeah, be proud of it.
Be proud of the figures. I've asked that consistently through this meeting with every program I've spoken on. I believe it's core to the way we do business and core to the way this council operates. Thank you.
Further speaker, Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on the overall budget, and the thread that permeated its way through, for me anyways, permeated its way through this whole last couple of days on debating the various programs is just one word: trust. Now, this is a fantastic book, by the way. Pete Buttigieg wrote this before he ran for president, and it's a quick read, but it's at the core of what we should always think about and do, whether it's our families, whether it's our social network, whether it's in business, and whether it's in our political discourse. Trust is at the core of whether or not the community will support us. And as we all know as councillors here, that if we break that trust, we're in a heap of bother. We probably will lose the next election if we break the trust. Now, the trust is being eroded, and it has been since I became a councillor, and I see it year after year after year. And the most cynical, of course, is when they took the figures out of the budget book. Yep. Right. They didn't trust us with the figures. They didn't trust the public with the figures.
They might be able to add it up.
And I can't put it any more succinctly than that at the core of what we do is that word. And I suggest that you all read this book. It's only a couple hundred pages, right? Won't take long, but I think it will change your viewpoint of how you should treat, right? Whether it's within your family, within your social network, whether it's in your business and in your political discourse, because it's core to what we should always be thinking about. Now, Story Bridge is a great example. They trusted us, multiple administrations, but they trusted in the last 20 years at least, and we knew we had a problem 10 years ago, right? But we didn't trust to be able to go out to the general public and tell them we have a problem, right? And it's been occurring for a number of years, right? We had the reports, we didn't trust the public, so we just threw it at them at, you know, I don't know what it was, a Friday night or whatever it was, I can't remember. Anyways, taking out the trash day or whatever it was. But we didn't trust them to, with our explanation as to why we are at this state with our most iconic piece of infrastructure in Brisbane. And there's other things as well. I mean, there's other issues that have come up that I could raise as well. But I just think if after reading this book, and I read it about 3 or 4 years ago, and I've reread it as well, that Mayor Pete, right, put his finger right on the pulse of what people want, and this is probably why, possibly why, some of those other parties are or have become popular, at least in the polls anyways, because people aren't trusting what we're telling them, because we let them down too often. We don't explain when we do. You know, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And if you keep that in mind, when you have an issue that you want to put out there, that you want to discuss, you want to debate, and if you respect people enough to do that, then it'll go a long way to making your point and hopefully bringing them along with you. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor.
Thanks, Chair.
Massey.
The measure of a budget and its success is not through headlines. It's not through political lines or tax lines that are distributed. Its success should be measured by affordability, fairness, and long-term resilience. And this is a budget that delivers none of that. In the past week and a half, from the information sessions from first receiving the budget, there's been a clear discrepancy between what is being said by the LNP administration and what is being done. In nearly every program, we see that discrepancy and the lack of reactivity on the ground for our residents across the city. We see it in the transport portfolio, where there is no material improvement to the challenges that our bus and ferry network is dealing with it. We see it in infrastructure, where we all know that lists and lists of programs which would keep our residents, all our residents, safe, are simply unfunded. We see it in sustainability. We see it in the city plan, where the LNP Council is somehow arguing that being for social housing, affordable housing, fighting for the most marginalised in our city is politicising it, is a class warfare. The only class warfare in here is the disconnection of LNP councillors and the Lord Mayor from the impacts and the realities on the ground. I think one thing that was really in the info sessions and the budget book, which was a particularly insightful moment for me, was actually in program 7, financial governance, if I'm correct, where there is a capital expense in this year's budget that has no projects allocated to it. Not a single project allocated to $36 million of ratepayers' money. And to get to that understanding needed us to ask questions, because of course we have a budget book that not only doesn't list what is being spent in pockets, but also completely refuses to list the full programs which are within certain strategies. That's how little information we are now getting. And on this, the Liberal Council and the Liberal councillors will stand up and defend.
Yep, that's right.
The Lord Mayor will stand up and defend. When the transparency not only needed by our residents continues to fail the pub test. And that's the disconnect here. When will the LNP Council start understanding, and I quote, that the needs of all our residents in Brisbane, the city that I love, in the Gabba ward, the suburbs that I love, but I love all suburbs, but I love the Gabba ward. When will this LNP Council understand that their needs are not just tired complaints? That their needs, that their deliveries, that they're sick of broken promises, residents of Brisbane. They're sick of broken promises, they're completely sick and tired of being told one thing. Residents of Brisbane aren't dumb, they're seeing, and the more that you are stopping the transparency that is needed for these budgets, the more they realise. In the end, a growing city like Brisbane should feel more fair, more affordable, and more livable. And this budget doesn't leave any confidence in that.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to offer a final reply on the 2026-27 Brisbane City Council budget. This week we've heard about a budget that maintains the cuts and austerity of years prior because the LNP won't make big developers pay their fair share. Developer contributions are projected to fund just 20th of this budget. It's not enough. The LNP wouldn't dare make their donors pay their fair share for public infrastructure, and while that's the projection, we know that developers will probably pay even less. In the 2024-25, developers paid 14% less in developer charges than the council projected. And over the last year, developers paid 31% less than projected. That's over $50 million that the public has missed out on in one single year. And this means that the Brisbane's residents miss out. Program 1 doesn't fund frequent citywide public transport or any improvements at all. Program 2 uses crumbs of the infrastructure budget on just 2 traffic calming projects and 2 protected bikeways in a city that needs dozens. Program 3 doesn't return funding for more parks and green space. It doesn't cut emissions from council projects. It doesn't fund enough stormwater drains nor any flood buybacks to protect people for the next flooding disaster. It doesn't stop Brisbane losing tree canopy every year. No. This is unsustainable. And I worry that this chamber has forgotten what that means. It means we cannot keep running a city like this. Yep. Climate disasters are becoming more common because politicians like the Lord Mayor, through the Chair, refuse to listen to residents, to science or to their own engineers, and refuse to cut greenhouse gas emissions. They refuse to fund the alternatives for driving, like footpaths in our suburbs. They refuse to electrify council vehicles and equipment. They refuse to properly invest in resilience, all because this administration won't make developers pay their fair share. This is unsustainable. And that's before I even mention housing. Brisbane has been in housing and rental affordability crisis for over half a decade. Shame. Within this council boundaries, there are 11,500 people. I'll just repeat that. 11,500 people on the social housing wait list. Thousands more people are just 1 or 2 rent rises away from the social housing wait list. The state government isn't building enough public or community housing to keep up with the population growth. The pathetic $4 million for homelessness services and zero for community housing in Program 5 of this budget won't make a dent. And raising height limits and giving developers handouts isn't making homes more affordable. Brisbane overtook Melbourne and Canberra for Australia's second highest dwelling prices when this LNP administration gave big developers a tax cut and raised heights limits to up to 90 stories in Kurilpa, the TLPI. These developers just took bigger profits. This council should require every new development in Brisbane with 10 or more dwellings to provide 25% of the dwellings to public or community housing providers. Mandating inclusionary zoning would ensure that for every new apartment building, a few more struggling households would find a home that they can afford over time, housing thousands. This council is in the midst of an upzoning across this city, which is why new staff are being hired under Program 4, Future Brisbane. Mandatory inclusion zoning ensures that genuinely affordable public and community housing is part of this new construction, not just luxury units for the rich. It makes sure that every person can live in every neighbourhood of this city. It's clear that for a for-profit housing market is failing ordinary people. It's clear that a car-centred transport system is choking our city. And it's clear that climate-denying administration is leaving us vulnerable to heat waves, floods and fires. And it's clear that this LNP administration is putting big developers and big business donors over ordinary people. But we know that Brisbane's residents need a frequent citywide public transport network, protected bikeways and streets built for people, homes that everybody can afford in every neighbourhood, more parks, green space and trees across the city, and the infrastructure to be safe and prepared for climate disaster. The pathway of this LNP administration is unsustainable, but we know what we need to change. We need to build this city for people, not for profit.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Lord Mayor, right of reply.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the approach from the opposition in its entirety is an entirely self-discrediting approach. And effectively, it involves making more and more ridiculous and extreme and outrageous claims to the point where it becomes so ridiculous that it undermines the people making the claims. And the ultimate example of that we saw just before, where Councillor Griffiths got up in this place and said, "These people are the same people that brought the Fitzgerald inquiry." It's like, what planet? What planet is Councillor Griffiths on? Because, look, there were. Well, I can tell you what I was doing when the Fitzgerald inquiry was on. I was 10 years old, and so. You know, the idea that his response to a budget today in 2026 is to talk about the Fitzgerald inquiry shows that they've got nothing. Not a single thing to offer the people of Brisbane. Not a single credible point. And they've criticised for days and days and days, yet they voted for it. They voted for everything. And if they're going to change their mind now in this final vote and vote against it, well, it would just further reinforce the fact that they stand for nothing. How can you vote for it and then against it at the last minute? And so people see the opposition for what they are. A bunch of sorry, angry, weird people that have nothing to offer the people of Brisbane. They've just got mud to sling in the hope that some will stick. But it's sticking to their hands. It is on their hands. People of Brisbane deserve better than this tired, out of touch and arrogant opposition, because it is really quite shameful, the approach that they have taken, a self-discrediting approach that has just been based on farce, ridiculous claims, misinformation. They pick out a straw man, make the straw man up and then be like, this straw man's outrageous. It's like they make things up all the time. And they ask questions and don't listen to the answer. They ask for information don't read it. Like, it is, I have never seen a lazier, more incompetent and out of touch opposition than what we've got here. It is really a new low that they have plumbed in this debate. And I know that Councillor Cassidy is angling to be the Lord Mayoral candidate. I really hope it happens. I really hope it happens because really, if that's the best that Labor can do, the Labor Party is in serious trouble. But, Madam Chair, this budget is not about the Labor Party. They've tried to make it about themselves. They've tried to play politics these whole 2 days. It is fundamentally about the people of Brisbane. It is about building a better Brisbane, making sure the Brisbane of tomorrow is better than the Brisbane of today. That is what we are entirely focused on. It is what we wake up every morning to do. And when we put together a budget, we know that a budget is only as good as the outcomes it delivers, and we look forward to seeing more positive outcomes delivered on the ground. And people know that we deliver, just like they are riding on the metro that we promised, and they are walking on the bridges and roads that we promised, and they are playing in the parks that we promised. We know that there is an exciting future ahead for Brisbane. We'll keep investing in that future. We'll keep working hard each day for the people of Brisbane, but also we'll do that in a responsible way that helps relieve the pressure on them, because the reality is we've seen at other levels of government, at the federal level, we have the highest taxing government we have ever seen in the nation's history. That is not the right answer. The right answer is responsible financial management, one that thinks about the people of Brisbane each day. That is the budget that we have delivered, and I commend this budget to the chamber.
I'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Division called by Councillor Adderman and seconded by Councillor Givney. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Councillor Dixon, can put your hand up if you are voting yes. Thank you. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 8 against.
And that is carried. Councillors, as that concludes the presentation and consideration of the 2026-27 annual plan and budget, I declare the meeting closed.